les cités au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elles s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
I'm going to get my veg calendar up that tells you when to plant and when to harvest. Garlic in October. Pumpkins grow really, really well.
Tim, we're late. What are you doing?
I got lost in the garden. What time is it?
It's time to go, Tim. I've got us a ride. Come on.
Yeah, I'm coming. Right, Des, floor it. That's up there. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to... No, not over there. Come over here. Come. We have so much to talk about today, and welcome to EML. We are in a very pivotal week, ladies and gentlemen, MBs, because next week is Super Week, and our final play day of this week determines so much going into it and playoffs in just 10 days. There's so much to talk about. First of all, hi, introductions. I'm Elish, your host. With me are Fresh and Alfama. Gentlemen, we're rested. We feel good. From yesterday, I have one question that's completely irrelevant to you. Complete this sentence.
Oh, no.
Cheese is...
Life. Cheese is life. You can't dub that.
He doesn't like cheese.
No. I like cheese when it's melted. Cheese is good when it's melted. There we go. I'm British. What can I say? My food opinions are not supposed to be good.
Terrible.
Though you did
Cheese is great on beans on toast. Cheesy beans on toast.
Let's cut him out.
Cheese on beans also does work well, I have to say. A bit of... Anyways, gentlemen, there's so much for us to talk about.
I was gearing
today.
up for a siege question there. That caught me.
Because we have so much to talk about that I just had to set it up in somewhat of a different, maybe a bit stinky way, because there is a lot emanating from our next topic. There are three main things that we want to tackle in our pre-show intro today, and those three are very simple. First of all, what's going on with the Munich Major? Who's getting in there through stage 2? That's our focus. Next up, it's two more topics that are related when it comes to the EML regional finals in December and the relegations that are connected all together. What's going on in there? How is the tally between stage 1 and stage 2 looking like? Because those finals and the relegations have to combine together for us to get the final numbers from those two stages. Anyways, let's go through one by one. First of all, Munich, what's the tally for it? Let's bring it up on the screen. Here's what the group stage looks like so far. Is there anybody locked in? What's going on with it?
Yeah, so this should be what everyone's used to seeing. We show it every single play day. And it's, first of all, worth stating why we have the lines here. The top two, they get an advantage into the playoffs. They get a bye. So if you finish in top 2 in the regular league stage, you get such a big advantage to be able to go to Munich. Currently occupying those positions are G2 and Falcons. Now, if we look to positions 3 to 6, these are the positions where you are inside the playoffs, which means you still get a chance to fight for the Munich Major, and that is currently Gen.G, BDS, Fnatic, and WYLDE. And as you can see on the bottom of your screen, everybody else is out. However, the good news is there's 4 play days left to go for. We are fighting for 12 points. If you win all of your games, you will get 12 12 points, as my lovely assistant is showing you up there on the top left of your screen. And the good news is, the points over here, every single team, because of this, every single team can still get inside of that playoff threshold. Last stage, 6th place had 12 points, which means even the bottom feeder teams, VP and MACKO currently, they can still get a maximum of 14 points. They can get themselves inside of playoffs.
All right, at least that's looking good and clean when it comes to playoffs. And of course, Munich, the top 4 will go to Munich. Top 6 will, of course, be tallied up for the entire league. But when it comes to the EML regional finals in December, where are G2 and Falcons? We want them to be there, right?
The first thing first, it's the combined points from stage 1 and stage 2. And this is what's important here, because right now, like you said, G2 and Falcons are in a really good spot. The reason for this is, let's take a look at the points here. 22 and 19 in stage 1. Let's take a look halfway through stage 2, 13 and 12. We're looking here, Jack, if you can help me, 35 and 31 points. That's completely insane. If you compare that to the rest of the teams, they're absolutely dominating the rest of the competition so far.
Well then, Leo, Team Secret, they're EWC winners. Are they still in the running?
I mean, they're really good. The reason for this is their head start, because right now, in stage 1, they had 20 points. My biggest worry so far in Team Secret Stage 2, look at this, only 6 points, half of Falcons. Now, Jack, there is still a way they can qualify, and that is by winning 3 points today.
Yeah, absolutely. They're over on 26 points. If they get 3 points today, they'll be on 29. Now, the teams that can overtake them, obviously you're looking from the 7th place downwards. If Fnatic won all of their games, they would be on 28. So as long as Secret get a clean 3-point victory today, we will also confirm them for finals in December.
So simple, right?
Yep.
Team Secret, that's the focus for it. But when it comes to relegations, it's only the, bottom 2 teams, but it's really only the affiliate teams that can be relegated, not the official partner ones. So only 5 out of the 10 that we have in the league. What's going on with them?
Well, the first one, I think, to speak about is Gen.G, because it's the only team that I see here that's kind of consistent. If you look at this, they've got 12 points in stage 1, 10 points in stage 2. They're sitting on 22. Jack, I don't know about you, but 5 points lead on VP. I think they're almost out of the discussion.
And reminder, it would have to be 2 teams that would overtake them, because it would be 2 teams that would get relegated. They would have to drop all the way down to the WYLDE position. However, if we look at all of these teams for the relegations, VP, MACKO, WYLDE, and Wolves, they're within 2 points of each other with 4 play days to go. It is absolutely anybody's taking. Now, why is this the case? Well, VP, they went from 15 points in stage 1 to 2 points in stage 2. They're on a downward trajectory. MACKO, similarly, 13 to 2. And WYLDE, they've gone from 10 to 5, so slight upwards considering there's still half the stage to go. And the same with Wolves. Because you've got 2 teams at the bottom that are on a somewhat upwards trajectory, and then 2 teams in VP and MACKO that are on a downwards trajectory, that's clumped them all up right now, which meant with 4 play days to go, we have 4 teams, 5 technically if you're including Gen.G, fighting it out for relegation to stay in this league for next year. And there's 2 points that separates these 4.
And that is the main story here. We're starting to see the teams that were struggling in stage 1, they stuck together, they stuck with the same players. One was to change maybe, but that's it. For the rest of the teams, everyone now is pressuring VP and MACKO. And that's the big story here. VP and MACKO, they're feeling the pressure of the competition, trying to aim at us and make sure that these guys are getting relegated at the end of the stage.
Crazy.
Well, you know what? I hope that we get very consequential games today. Oh, wait, let's put up our schedule, because you will notice that game number 1 just so happens to be a big hitter of Virtus.pro versus MACKO. As we move over to the other side of our studio, this will be our first focus game between 2 teams that could be in that tough relegation spot today. This is one of those games that we call 6-pointers, because not only do you give yourself more space, but you push down somebody else. And let's start then with our rosters. MACKO, our Italian Stallions, are up first. And yesterday, they looked pretty clean, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think they've really learned from all the suffering that they've done at the beginning of this stage. I think Tab in the interview yesterday did mention it. He said that they were surprised. They were surprised by the drop of performance. They've worked even harder in stage 1 for way less results. And we are seeing an adaptation on the side of MACKO by changing and reverting the IGL back to Tab. And so far, it seems to work a little bit better.
And I like Dryden's reaction, especially when we spoke to him here. He understood that's what was needed, was best for the team. He understood that he still has a role to play in this team. And the big thing, they're still focusing on winning every single game and getting themselves into playoffs. There's no thought in the back of their mind that they're still playing to win. They're not playing to not lose.
So we always talk about teamwork being a main thing that you need to advance forward, but it seems like there was a lot of individual play that saved MACKO in stage 1 and got them over the playoffs hump. What's been happening in stage 2 with them, though?
Well, the biggest thing for me was, and we've mentioned it multiple times, MACKO was overachieving in terms of points compared to the level that they were really showing in stage 1. The reality for this is exactly that reason. Clutches. They kept getting away with so many clutches. If you look at this, the entire team had 14 clutches going their way in stage 1. They've dropped to 5. And one of the main clutcher from the team, Teb, with 6 clutches after stage 1, is now sitting on 0 jack. The main win condition, the clutcherinos, it's gone. It's all went away. And the problem with that, well, the points are not there anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing. That overachievement then just becomes where their level actually is, and they've dropped down, as we saw in the standings. Doesn't mean they can't get back up there, but yeah. You never want to rely on clutches. It's nice when it happens, but you want your stable foundation to be there.
As everybody's improved in EML over the summer, it seems like you can't really clutch the way that you used to in stage 1, but the path is clear. Though VP on the other side, the hibernating bears, well, we'll see them awaken potentially today. As we said, there is a shot for them to still make it into playoffs because it is so tight in the middle of this stage. What's been going on with them? Because I don't know, we're still expecting something from it.
Yeah, I've been saying it over the stage. They will come good, they will come good. And I think yesterday was my first time that I started to doubt that. You know, when I saw them play up against Falcons and, you know, always had a couple of individual moments. One where it was last alive, just stood below, just spinning around. And then the second round, one where VP, I would say, actually won accidentally. But always has rushed in on the blitz and just ran past 2 guys. Ended up working because I think it shocked Falcons, but they're not playing as themselves, and they just need to snap out of that.
So playoffs is getting tough. So Munich is getting tough on top of that. Is there a world where they struggle to make the EML regional finals?
Well, that's the big thing right now. They had a great lead in stage 1.
Yep.
16 points, or 15 points, I think. But if you look at this now, they only won 2 points, and that was all the way at the beginning of this stage against WYLDE. Except for this, they've completely let things down. So they're on the threshold, and now is the moment. It's the single play day that matters the most for me for them.
Agreed.
Because this is the turning point. 4 play days are left. 12 points are there for grabs. It's the moment where we see a reaction. There is no the excuse of they're playing Falcons.
No.
They're playing MACKO, who's struggling all the way at the end of the standings. If there is one moment to wake up, Jack, it's now.
Yeah, VP are an establishment inside of European Siege. They've been here forever, even longer than you, Milosh, and you're ancient, right? And that's the thing, is that they've been here forever. We don't want to see them go. So there's not just a risk of not going to Munich. There's also a risk of not going to finals, which means there's a massive risk of not having them at SI. And add into the fact that they could also be relegated, like, it's a very, we cannot emphasize how important today in this game is Virtus Pro against MACKO. Because look at the relegation standings as well. They give MACKO a lead. Well, they will knock themselves down. WYLDE or Wolves pick up points. They could suddenly, at the end of the day, be in a relegation place.
What for me is the most important here is look at stage 1. 15 points.
Yeah.
They were, out of these 5 teams, the one team with the most amount of points. Let that sink in. There might be a world where they get relegated despite having won 15 points last stage. And this goes to show the huge drop of performance. Now, and I will say this again, there are 12 points to play in 4 play days, and they're facing the worst team in the league.
And they've got the quality to win all 12 points.
They've got the same players, they can fix it. They're all in boot camp, that can work. And now is the moment they will prove it.
Let's remind you one more time that this is the core squad that made it to 2 invitational grand finals, gave us 2 of the best matches we've had,
major,
and have won a Pro League final in the day in Milan. So it is incredible. Have been also, they won the major back in Raleigh in 2019. There was so much pedigree, but then how do things work with our map bans? This has been a conversation topic we've had over the past few weeks. Wow, how do things go? And then we go to what? We're doing the whole gamut.
To be fair to VP, I think they've played the most maps in terms of variation. This is another new map that they're trying out this stage. Said it yesterday, they were pulling the goalkeeper. They're trying everything in terms of trying to get to any map that will work for them. Now, coming on to Chalet. Chalet is a map that VP brought into their map pool because they were being forced to go there because of VP's past issues. Then they became very, very good on it, actually, that a lot of teams started banning it. So it is one of those Comfort 5 maps that they do like to go to.
And that's the biggest thing for me. We have not seen VP play on it so far. We've seen them struggle on Bank, which used to be a really comfortable map. We've seen that Lair and Consulate were 2 maps that was towards those 5 maps that they struggle in. And well, they were the weakest ones. So if you took away the Bank, the Lair and the Consulate, you were left with the one map that they could play, which was Chalet, and we still haven't seen it. If there is a reaction to be seen from VP, it needs to be on that map. The interesting story, though, the last time these 2 teams played each other in a group stage in EML was exactly on that map, and that was Chalet. It was a 7-5 victory from MACKO, despite Pasha dropping 21 kills. shoot.
21 kills and losing like that.
Yes,
Yeah, no,
exactly.
I remember it clearly. I remember it clearly because Dora went huge. You know, we talked about the clutch from MACKO as well. In that game, Dora got 2 1vx's to get that over the line for MACKO. That game exactly was an example of MACKO overachieving their statistics.
One last thing on this, MACKO is starting in attack. Why is that important? They're the second worst attacking team in the world with 15%
Who's the worst?
attacking win rate. The worst is Cruelty with only 1% difference.
We're still better than NA. Let's go.
So we'll say this about MACKO. They've won an entire 4 rounds of attack this entire stage. To beat VP last time on this map, they had 5 attack rounds.
Okay.
They won more rounds in that game than they did in the totality of
So
stage
it comes
2 in
down to
attack.
their attacking half, is what we're saying.
It needs to start working right now in attack with this new change of ideals. With that, do we believe they can do it? Now is the moment to prove it in attack.
We're going to have our first ever defensive chalet for this stage just for you. Gentlemen, we have a chat with our wonderful casters. I'm actually holding one of them right here in my arms is Big Tim, who's joining us with Mr. Achu Desachu. Gentlemen, how have you been doing? We wheeled you into this play day. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've been ill for a few days, you know what I mean? I saw the Elephant Man earlier this week, with just swollen lymph nodes. It was hilarious, but they have largely settled now and just in time for a play day, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, looking forward to some siege today. Looking forward to one of them cuddles, Milosh. I can see you giving me a good hug there.
It's been a while, buddy. It's been a while.
Hopefully not too long till it's the real thing.
I hope so. I mean, look, everybody loves a hug and everything kind of gets all together. And we're going to have a big hug of matches today because there is a lot on the line for all of our squads. How do you see this going now, having looked at kind of both MACKO and VP from the sidelines over the past few weeks?
Oh, man. I mean, Tim was just saying a minute ago, like, it's now or never for VP. And I was like, yeah, and they're going to a map that MACKO has never banned, by the way. They do not ban Chalet ever on record. I just think, again, we're walking into a classic VP moment where you think, like, yeah, we've got this. We're going to a map right. Actually, we can do this. MACKO knew where they were going all along, and they're about to absolutely batter them here on a map that they just don't, they never ban. They love this map.
Well,
Yeah, it's a tough one. Big day for Virtus Pro. Big day. We always like to look at the maths of it. To make it super simple, last stage, the threshold was 12 points for playoffs. The most that Virtus Pro can get is 14. It's probably going to fall somewhere around there. So even with maximum wins, it's tough for them.
that just makes it way more exciting for us to witness. Now, I will let you not only witness, but also talk about everything happening as it's, of course, Ace and Des taking us through Virtus Pro versus their opponents at MACKO. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Indeed, Chalet to start the day off, Tim. This is where Laser Gates was born. And where we may be talking about the absolute downfall of Virtus Pro, because as you said, like, they can't get any more than 12 points from their last 4 games. They can't get higher than they finished in stage 1. It's looking ropey. They lose this game, at least on last stage, they will not make it into playoffs. And that feels like a crazy fall of grace when you think about just what, 16 months ago, you and I were commentating them in the lower bracket final of a grand final. They were 1 round away from making it to the grand final of SI. And now we're talking about relegation and missing finals and missing playoffs. What the hell's going on?
Well, it seems to just be the history of VP, doesn't it? They're on one massive roller coaster. You know, we've seen this roster as Empire, as VP. We've seen it time and again where they have 12 months where they're really quiet and they kind of struggle with everything, and then they come back into it and just dominate and get to all the lands and get to semi-finals out of nowhere, and then they go back on the downhill again, and it's kind of peaks and troughs as I think people figure them out. At the minute, we've talked it to death, but I'm going to bring it up again. The problem for VP at the minute is map pool. It is as simple as that. I was really disappointed to see Virtus Pro come out of the summer break, turn up, play day 1 of stage 2, and still make the same 3 bans that they always make. It is clear that the map pool hasn't developed, and it is a big problem for them. And it's going to continue to be so because teams can predict where they want to end up. If you know what the bans are going to be from your opponents, we've seen teams take them to bank repeatedly, which they haven't adapted on since the new banning system, and they can't deal with that Ace and Havana ban. You know, so many problems for Virtus Pro that they just honestly don't seem to be addressing. They just still want to turn up, play their game, play it better than you, but it ain't working.
I think when you combo that with underperformances from a few players, you know, Joystick and always being the two that I look at here. Yeah, what happened to Joystick? once upon a time was one of the, if not the best for a period of time, player in the world. And Pasha and Dan have done okay throughout the stage, you know, positive on the K, albeit only slightly. But it has been the issues you spoke about there, combined with these performances that have led us to where we are. Anyway, there are two teams in this game. MACKO, of course, are here as well. And they've got a real opportunity here to sink that ship faster than you can say the word go. Let's see how first round goes up on this top floor. Kicking things off, Tim, with the Sens lineup coming out. So looking for very execute-focused start into this game. Of course, those light screens excellent for, well, their exact purpose, despite what the name might suggest, a light screen. You think it might be something you can see through. No, it blocks away vision from the other side. So if VP are caught in bad positions or aren't able to deal with these being down, they can just roll on through into sight, making use of the Blackbeard, the Lion scans, for example, to punish the other side. Pasha hitting the deck as he loses out his gunfight to Akwi. Recoverable here potentially, but already things starting to look a little bit tentative for Virtus Pro as Pasha is finished off.
Yeah, a little less recoverable now as the Blackbeard goes in. Dora taking him down. 5 versus 4 advantage MACKO. And Virtus Pro already on the back foot. We're only a minute and a half into the round. And the last thing they want is to find themselves getting behind here on Chalet. They need to come out and confidently win this. I said before the start of the game that in stage 1, the threshold for a playoff spot was 12 points. That was what the 6th place scored. So it might not be exactly that this time, but it gives us a good idea. It gives us something to work from. You know, we're probably going to be somewhere similar. And as I said, Virtus Pro can get max 14. If they don't win today, it becomes max 11 points. And you start looking at that saying, you know what, this is extremely unlikely then. At that point, oops, how about that for a reaction? Always made his choice. He managed to get the double window cleared, but he knew he'd take the death off the nade in doing so. That might not actually be the worst trade, but he needs everybody else to stay alive.
Yeah, the trade itself was a little bit of a faux pas in a sense of misstep for MACKO, but at the very least here, they're into a 3 versus 1. Shepard been left in a 1vx so many times this season. Haven't got enough fingers to count through it, I don't think. Tim, a track onto him from the Deimos as well. In this round, I think we know which way it's going with the Blackbeard. It's bearing down on you. A Deimos has got a track. There's a third player coming in from office behind you. He was never getting out of that one alive, and MACKO start things off with a great first round attack.
It was very good. The Blackbeard applying lots of lovely pressure there to the defenders. We saw him in a number of positions, just being able to force them around and make life difficult for them. I'm still a bit salty about a death I took on Blackbeard today, if I'm honest.
Oh, here we go. Tim's ranked woes. Go on.
As we talk about the Blackbeard, I got headshot on Blackbeard with my shield up.
Okay. Was the guy above you?
No.
Were you looking at the floor?
I was really annoyed. I was not looking at the floor. I think it's because I have, you know, the Undertaker skin, which is super cool, and I love the. So I want to have the Undertaker skin on. But I think, yeah, it maybe makes your hitbox slightly bigger. And I got a shot in the head over the top of my. I was raging. It's fair to say, but there wasn't any of those wars for MACKO.
Interesting.
It was on a total spray from a Fenrir as well. I've got it clipped. I saved it. I was that furious.
Send it me later. I'm very curious to see how that played out. All right then, Kitchen Dining going to be round 2. Site of choice for our defenders in Virtus Pro, and yes, that's not your eardrums giving into life itself. That is Dan blasting out every possible wall that he can find here on the Izami before we get this top floor settled up. Looks like playing around mezzanines to be part of the game plan as well. Of course, holding down office is going to be a big part of it as well, alongside Master, because in controlling that top floor away, you control the verticals in towards the site itself. The attackers running the Triumph plan, very, very likely to get killed by the players playing upstairs. So this setup is going to force MACKO to have to work their way through the entirety of the top floor, likely starting out towards office, and then sweep their way through, forcing the players of Virtus Pro back, hopefully getting a kill or 2 as they go, and from there looking to execute. So it's quite a lot to do here. So their time skills are going to be tested.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. We keep an eye on that clock. 45 seconds in so far. Nobody inside of the map. MACKO still going through that utility clearance and intel gathering stage, but they don't want to leave it too long, especially with having presence in office to clear out as well, much more so than the normal trifecta of operators around the top library side of the map. But look at this. Dora has managed to get in on the blitz to library. He's going to look to push across, take that ground from here, and can start getting aggressive towards office. Like I said, that's the area that they need to clear out. They've pushed anybody back from library now. There's, not everybody, and Pasha's going to wish that he was pushed back. Lolo manages to get the kill, and another great start for MACKO. But I think you're right, Des. You know, this is a map that MACKO don't ban, and we're starting to see why Virtus.pro are in trouble at the minute.
You can look back at the history and say, okay, well, there's the 1-on-1 on the map, so it doesn't matter if they don't ban it. I'm like, well, not true. It does matter that they don't ban it, because it just shows, again, how keen they are to play it, how much they like it. If you ask any player on the team, I'd imagine they'd turn around and say, yeah, Chalet's our favourite. It's where we feel most comfortable, even if the results don't necessarily lean that way, because teams don't like to let them play here for a reason. But Virtus.pro don't always get that choice. So here, at least, Pasha might be 0-2 on the entry. Joystick has found a response, so it's not the end of the world. And given where he's been playing so far, Tim, a lot of it's been playing around Games Room, then obviously he's worked his way in towards Basement. He's going to give him the run around here for a good while, and I'm starting to get nervous that MACKO won't have enough time here unless they really put the pedal to the metal and start getting on the go. Here we go. That's what I mean. 2 kills as they sweep through that top floor, get rid of what they need. Shepard's looking very, very close to becoming yet another 1vx case if Joystick goes down early here. But be careful, of course, of the player outside the window. That is so easy. I was going to say, you can't stand in the open like that, Tim. Almost gets his head chewed clean off.
Yeah, Shepard's actually been very lucky there. If he had luck, he's only took probably 30 or 40 damage. I would have expected a lot more. I'd have expected his life to have gone, to be honest. But Joystick's going to try to get the flank onto the blitz there, but Akwi was ready for it. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They knew where those players were, and they cut him off as he tried to rotate, and then it was all down to Shepard, who lasted a matter of heartbeats until he'd been closed out. So MACKO go 2-0 up and looking very comfortable on the attack so far. I've not really seen much from Virtus.pro, if anything, to be honest, to convince me that there's many rounds going to be coming from them on the defense.
They look like they're getting battered around, don't they? Like they're standing around waiting to die, in essence. And you could look at pretty much every player in that round. You know, Pasha was the only one looking to be busy in the early round, but outside of that, just one by one, they fell like dominoes, even at the very end. Yeah, fair enough. You're looking to play in this 2vx situation. You're looking to play off each other and at the very least guarantee trades and support each other in those gunfights. But they just stood there like statues as they were dashed over by MACKO. Looking really good so far here are the Italians. Looking hard to stop. So Virtus.pro need to figure something out real soon. But as much as obviously we're harping on about the doom and gloom for Virtus.pro, we've really got to commend MACKO here and how good their pressure has been, how quickly they've moved through the map, because there was a point in that round I was worried about the clock, but they just stepped it up into another gear and rolled over Virtus.pro from that point forwards.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see if Virtus.pro can do anything better on that third choice site. They're going to be down to the basement this time around. We've got a whole map presence from them. We can see Pasha up there in office. He's joined by Dan in and around library and mezzanine. It's difficult because I would say that, yes, you do need to hold as much of the map as you can on basement. That's how you're going to waste time for the defenders. But I'm just a bit concerned for Virtus.pro at the minute because these extended holds just haven't been working for them. You know, we've seen Pasha failing to get any kills and just being taken down twice so far. We've seen it for Dan as well. We've seen, you know, the Virtus.pro defenders really struggling to hold on to positions. He's going to be in mezzanine at the minute, and that pressure, I'm sure, will come, but for the time being, Shepard does manage to find an entry. That's something for Virtus.pro to hold on to and build from. The Lion is gone, so that's going to be some E1D scans not coming in as well. A good start for Virtus.pro.
I'll tell you what, it's a world when Shepard is the one getting involved in entries, the only one found for his team so far in the game. Pasha 0 and 2 being both entry deaths across those first 2 rounds. But at least here, Virtus.pro have got something going for them. Only 60 seconds in, though, and already we're starting to have a bit of a sniff here. Biden's already hit, and Tim, they're just going to rush in at this point. They're saying, you know what? We know they're offside. We can afford to get in for a plan. But do they know about the hatch? It is opened up, Tim. They got a smoke coming on through, but he's up here just away from the angle. I was going to say, can they get him? Yes, they can. But a little bit too late to the party there. Joystick will collect the kill. A kill elsewhere. And now it's panic stations. Virtus.pro, given they were in a 5v4, now standing a 2v3 with a diffuser to recover.
What a great plant that was from MACKO, just playing it off position, up on the table, not where the player on hatch would expect, and launching the flashbang up there, getting the bounce that they needed. Just great stuff, and yes, we're going to see the Vulcan canister detonate. This could actually be really smart play. Dan's going to put that Kiba barricade out straight onto the diffuser, but he can't get the cover that he needs, despite trying, despite using all that utility. I love what MACKO were bringing quite literally to the table. in that round, getting themselves up on there on an off-site plant spot and getting the diffuser down. It was difficult to get the angle from the hatch, and by the time they did, it was too late. Good round from MACKO and Virtus.pro in serious trouble here, not just in stage 1, but when we start talking about those playoff spots as well. It doesn't make it impossible if they lose today, but boy, oh boy, does that dream start becoming a distant thing to grasp at.
It sounds weird to be saying it about VP, but if nothing else, I think it's about avoiding relegation, truthfully. Forget about the major at this point, boys. You just got to survive. That's what we're looking for. But, you know, even in that round there, like, look here, how close we have to get on the angle to try and get away with that. Tried the C4, failed. That eventually gets round, but it was a matter of milliseconds to stop that plant going down. If Joystick does that, do I still think they're going to win the round? Maybe not. They'll get dealt with in other ways by MACKO. They still had 2 minutes of the round to work with, but it's certainly not helping when you come that close and can't quite get away with it. 0-3 down, which now leads to attack timeout for VP. I like at least they've called it in early, because often what I've seen is they hold it on until the very last round or two, then have their attack timeout. Like it's going to change anything. At least here it's being done after 3 rounds.
Yeah, I think you've got to, if you're Virtus.pro, you know, as we've said, as we will continue to say, it'll be a thread throughout this match, is, you know, Virtus.pro's requirement for points. You know, we could arguably say the same for MACKO as well. Both of these teams kind of desperately looking to grab any and as many points as they can to keep them out of that relegation fight, particularly. And right now it's MACKO that are certainly on top of things, but yeah, it doesn't surprise me, you know, given the gravity, given the weight that this game carries, to see Virtus.pro doing exactly what they've done. We need to put the stoppers on this right now. Somehow we need to try and derail this, you know, runaway train that is MACKO at the minute, that is just rolling right over us.
What's crazy is when you look back at MACKO's previous results as well, you might look at them and say, okay, they're on 2 points like Virtus.pro. I imagine they've had a load of hard games. And the answer is not really. They've only had one particularly big game, and that was against Falcons on day 1. They lost 7-3 to Fnatic, who would have typically been a bottom light level contender as well. Same to Gen.G, 7-3. Gen.G, a mid-table contender. BDS, who've been really like meandering at the minute and figuring themselves out. They 7-0 MACKO. So their results have been very testing, yeah, very difficult so far against teams that they should be beating. They come in here and they look like a top 4 team that are absolutely battering Virtus.pro and don't really look troubled at all. And looking at the kills for a great example, right? Look at VP bottom right corner of your screen. 6. And I'm just like, we've gone through 3 rounds and they've got 2 kills average per round. That is pretty miserable. It did it again, Tim.
I didn't say anything this time, Des.
Discord, you thought you win this time, but you did not.
I think we nailed it. Let's go.
I only spoke a tiny little bit. I think we were all good as well. I think we locked it in, Tim. Right, Dora's in. Dev's got 1 for himself. Pasha yet again. That's 0-3 on the entry, 0-4 in the game. They cannot win these entry battles to save their lives. Only Shepard getting 1 in the previous round. Gave them a small little bit of hope. We've seen how that's gone. Ryden stepping around his 1v1 against Shepard, making it look easy, Tim. Already, they're about to overwhelm the site, and we're only 75 seconds in.
Yeah, Virtus.pro.
This is crazy.
They're just getting absolutely run ragged right now. The plan is going to go down. Joystick's trying to get... He's not going to get anything going. He's not going to hit a 1v5 here, I'll call it already. As he steps up, he gets shut down by Acqui. Flawless round for MACKO. And look, it's as easy as that for the Italians right now. They are just absolutely running through... This is a speed run, if anything. Like you said, that was within about 70 seconds. Job done. On to the next round. 4-0. Virtus.pro are in big trouble right now.
Yeah, I'll say it. It's just a bit sad. I just feel sad. Like that, you can watch back that round a few times over, and I imagine you might see some replays for it as well, but it just feels sad to look at. And the reason why I say that is not getting any shots back in the 1v1s, a couple of players being shot in the back. It just looks like there's no fight. There's no willingness to kind of push back and get a kill, guarantee a trade, get a C4 onto a window, shut players down early. You've kind of been rushing the previous round. You should expect that you'd see a bit of fast play off the back of attack timeout, but didn't anticipate it. MACKO completely bowl over them, and you'll see these kills here. Look how pedestrian so much of this looks. That honestly could be a gift and it will tell the story, I think, of VP stage.
A picture paints 1,000 words, Des, and I think those all speak for themselves. Look, you know, let's focus on MACKO as well. Let's look at the positive here. I think we're starting to see, you know, very clearly why they don't ban this map. As you said yourself, you know, yes, just because they've not played it a lot, it doesn't mean that the record isn't actually, you know, something special. And they really are dominating here. They are well aware of everything Virtus.pro are going to do. They're able to cut off areas of the map. They're able to take control very quickly. Look at this. Teb just absolutely running into sight. He's just gone in on the knock. Unlikely that he's been seen. And he's going to find himself a freebie in behind the bomb chassis. They've not a clue. Shepard now is saying, come on, boys. How's he got into sight like that? It's ranked stuff. It really is. Dan manages to shut him down. I can't tell you the amount of times I've played with Fresh and he does something like that and says, I'm in sight. And that's exactly what Teb was doing.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to him. He's floated in there, deadly as anything, got away with the kill, really upended things, though Dan has responded from above, guaranteeing, well, at least securing himself his first kill of the match. That's how dire it has been so far, Tim. It does slow things down. They've got this numbers advantage once again. It was 5v4 prior. Now it's 4 versus 3, and obviously expecting they can hold on here. Unless we see something really special coming out of MACKO, it could be VP getting on the board in this round.
Yeah, I mean, the play from Teb, more importantly than the outcome, which has actually gone in Virtus.pro's favour, but more importantly than the outcome, is the confidence that MACKO are playing with. They don't care. They care about the result, but they don't care. It's like, you know, it's almost disrespectful. You kind of just going in and you're just like, yeah, we don't care that you're in there. We're just going to walk into sight. You're going to leave a gap. We're going to run in and take it and to get some kills. And I love it from MACKO. You know, what a message that it sends when you're willing to do that. And especially, you know, it's that element of smelling blood in the water again. They like sharks circling and they know that Virtus.pro are having a wobble. They know that Virtus.pro are on the back foot and in trouble. It's too easy. It's too easy, and MACKO know it is. And I love that all they're doing is applying more and more and more pressure.
Again, just screams of a team that are already beaten. Like, you're in a 4 versus 3, and you're still trying to hold a full extension on the map. When a team gets an entry, normally the first response is, unless you're really full of yourself and full of confidence, which VP clearly are not, is let's draw back towards site. Try and play off trades for each other. Get into a comfortable position where we know we can hold down angles with superior numbers. But instead, they've stayed out and played the entire map. Always has now got to find his way back down towards site. And I just don't really know why, when you've got a numbers advantage, you just wouldn't peel back here. Gets a freebie on towards Akwi. Dora now got to step forward and try and find the one onto Always. He's got himself inside of sight. 30 seconds still with which to play and a flash in his back pocket. There is time to make this happen. But now at this point, Always has given himself away. In comes there, flash coming out as well. Finds the man. That could have been a freebie. Doesn't quite collect it as Always darts away. Safe for now, but the plan's going to start going down. Is it a little bit of a bait? It looks like it could be. As Always, hovers off towards West Main Stairs. Plan going down once again. Here's we're into our final 10 seconds. He has no idea, Tim. Hasn't got the confidence. Plan has now gone down, and Dora all he's got to do is find that one shot to end it out, but it's going to be Always to keep his team in this one. Give them at least a round and stop what could have been a very embarrassing first half for Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was hardly convincing, was it? You know, they've scrapped their way over the line. Well done, VP. You know, when the chips are again stacked against you, when it's a tough day, all you can do is dig deep and try and get around here and there, and they've done that. So, you know, let's at least try and find some positive in that. But Always looked less than confident in that gunfight, I've got to say, at the end. The 1v1, he's kind of bouncing back and forward. I think Dora missed his opportunity, really. When he sent that flash in, that was his moment to grab that kill, and it just didn't work out for him. Always was able to get out of the way, but yeah, he still just, you know, didn't look overly confident in the sort of bouncing back and forward and in this moment, but managed to get his kill in the end and close it out. But yeah, Virtus.pro, look, they've got themselves. If Virtus.pro come away with a 2-4 here, it's daylight robbery. Simple as that. It is. It's just absolute daylight robbery.
We've had a bit of that over the last 2 weeks in the various regions around the world, covering APAC North and sitting in Asia as well. We've just been like, wow, those are a really dominant first 4 rounds. There is no way this team can now make this close. And the number of times the game has then gone on to be like a 7-5 or an OT or a 7-4, I'm just like, this is a wind-up. You're having me on here big time. Do I think a team that looks as broken and demotivated as Virtus.pro can do that? No. However, crazier things have happened, Tim, so we'll see how we go. Pasha looking to be really aggressive here. I like this as a way to try and disrupt. Do they know about it? Yes, they do, but he still finds the shot that he needs. Akwi the first to fall. Pasha a lot of chip damage, but it's still the entry kill, Tim, and that's what counts.
Yeah, it's definitely big for Virtus.pro. It gives them that little bit of an advantage. Pasha is down here, will be collected, back up onto 20 HP. It's not something that Virtus.pro have had a lot of. It's the second entry kill in the entire game. Shepard got it back in round 3 and they lost that one. So they need to make sure that the outcome here is different. How do you do that? I think they need to keep the pressure on MACKO here, because MACKO have shown that they're more than happy to play at speed, play aggressive, go in, take ground, take map control and use it. And Virtus.pro need to stop them doing that. They need to get right up in their faces, stop them getting inside of the map, know that the challengers are going to be there, start winning the gunfights. Just make MACKO actually pause and take stock of what's going on. Make them think about, whether they should be going in and getting aggressive. It's like I said a couple of rounds ago, Teb running into the middle of site. You kind of think, it's that slap in the face to Virtus.pro. Say, oh, we don't care what you're doing. We're just going to run in and get kills because that's how this game's going. And Virtus.pro have got to send the counter message to that, really. Show them that they are here and up for the fight.
Well, first phone call coming out here from Dora. Always love, as Alpha speak about, Dr. B, think it just gives teams so much agency to push forward as a unit and really apply pressure on the other side. And sure enough there, they found a kill on towards Joystick. It just force players to panic a little bit and move, and that could be enough to net you a kill. Pasha, though, getting back to fighting form. 2 kills in the round means that every advantage MACKO get is equalized out incredibly quickly. Dan being shut down by Teb here again, shot in the back, no idea it was coming, and has paid the price for it. Teb now looking very, very low as always, almost shipping him through the double window here. Could be a good one, but it's down to a 3v3. Health bars almost equal. 3 tracks still available for Teb.
Always is still in a very key position here, just looking to hold them out of mezzanine, stop them from being overly comfortable. The challenge is going to be coming from Office Door as well. He's bouncing back and forth at the minute. This is too easy. Pasha, with his 20 HP after being picked up, manages to get onto the flank. Big problem for MACKO now. 2 versus 3, and I think they're going to come away with a 2-4 Shepard stops the ace. It's a 4K for Pasha in the round, and Virtus.pro managed to take 2 in a row, almost inexplicably at the end of that half. Look, they did not look good through the first 4 rounds, and somehow they have come away with a 2-4. I said before it'd be daylight robbery, and that is the only way that I can describe that. It should have been a 5-1 or even 6-0 half for MACKO, given what we saw in the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, Pasha, moments of magic in that 6th round, always winning the 1v1 in the prior. The thing I've always said is it's great when teams can pull out moments, like players can pull off moments like that, but you can't rely on them to be the things that win you rounds. Either way, it's still 2 on the board. It still gives them a little bit of wiggle room to work with here, Tim. But think back to what Leo said the last time these teams played. We saw a very, very attacker-leaning side of things. You've seen issues there for Virtus.pro on the defense. My biggest worry, and I say this in every broadcast I seem to work on at the moment, whenever we're doing Asia or APAC North, some of the weaker teams that we have around the world, they can look all right in the defense. They can get it done. It's when they switch to the other side and the timing and the momentum that you have to see on attacking sides needs to come together. That's where things start to fall down. And it feels sad to be talking about VP in those terms, but I do genuinely worry here that on the attacking side, we're just not going to see enough pace to be able to put MACKO in the mud.
If you want a doggy on your drone, you can see the Munich apparel is available in the game store now. They're actually really nice. I saw them the other day. They don't
look like I did, though. Sound effects aren't included.
The Dashund, yeah, you don't get Des barking, but you do get the Dashund drone skin and the operator card as well, with background with all sorts of references to Germany and the Munich Major.
The question is, if a drone could like bark, would it do it when you threw it out of your pocket, or would it do it when you jumped, or if it got shot?
Definitely jump.
Woof woof.
It's got to be the jump, hasn't it?
Please don't make these one of them rounds where I'm going to do that every time a drone jumps. That tickled me. Never mind.
Cue the observers just watching drones for the rest of the round.
They wouldn't do me like that. Medic wouldn't do us like that.
They definitely would. Dan, get straight up onto the... You missed one.
No, switched off. No, it's only in the POV that I'll do it.
Dan gets straight up onto the rappel, sends in the drone. He knows that somebody's there. How about the timing? He doesn't know. Dan pops up but gets taken out. Acqui find 1 apiece. 4 versus 3. Always manages to find 1. Always manages to find another. Levels it up. Joystick onto Acqui. This game is just fast and furious. There's both of these teams just going at each other at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I love it.
Well, where there's a will, there's an always, Tim. 2 kills going up from lobby. It's the same mistake that we saw Virtus.pro making in that first half. That was brilliant from him, as it has completely torn apart that backline, the spine of this MACKO defense. Now, VP have got a 3 versus 2. They've got a shield on side. What more could you ask for, Tim? With half a round to play, like, come on now. This one has to be winnable.
Just going to be holding the tight angle for the time being. Raiden, somebody, of course, who's, you know, we have to say, struggled a little bit so far this stage. He's come on to the team in place, of course, but how about that? He doesn't back down from the fight, and he's showing that he's starting to find his feet in this team, maybe. Gets himself another one, drops away back to site. That's really good for MACKO. 2 versus 2. They have lost top floor control now, but that shouldn't be the end of the world, because there's not an awful lot of soft destruction that can be done now. Shepard has some soft breaches, but that's about it, and they're not going to want. The other problem here for Virtus.pro is they don't want to risk losing the life above, so they need to be careful now about exactly where they go in and what they try to do. They need Joystick to be able to cover Shepard planting.
I'm sure they know about where these last 2 players are going to be. They've heard the shots. There's Sim1 on the drone. They know what to expect. What I love from MACKO is they peeled things back and played it so carefully. Let the plant start going down, force out that temporary 2 versus 1, and that could give you what you need. Here we go. Shield is inside looking in for the plant. They're going to know that it's going down here, and it's a great angle being held by Shepard, but an even better shot back the other way from Dora. Wow! Joystick now got to win it out, already being sprayed down here. Shield in front of his face. Tim, it's like you. He got shot when his shield was up. Nothing he can do about it. It's a 2-man left standing situation for MACKO and a 5-2 scoreline.
Great retake there from MACKO as the diffuser goes down. They'd lost that little bit of ground. They were careful because they were low health and they knew that they couldn't overcommit to those fights. But the one that wins it for me is that first kill from Dora, taking down the cover at Dora. Just absolutely beautiful stuff. Smashes Shepard off the face of the map, realistically. Just beautiful. Shepard was waiting for the peak. He was there and prepared, but it just didn't happen for him. And it was an unfortunate start as well. I think, you know, Dan just sort of done by timing a couple of times over there and unfortunately lost it. But these are the moments that Virtus.pro, oh gosh, that's absolutely beautiful from that side. These are the moments that Virtus.pro are going to come to rue, because those have been their opportunities. You know, that spraying down Raiden through the soft wall there, that was their chance. They missed their shots. It's as simple as that. You know, yeah, Raiden's movement was maybe a little bit slippery. He was sort of ducking and diving, but still, you got to get that kill. And you certainly can't lose a life and have him get back to sight on the back of it. So really well played from MACKO.
10 seconds remaining.
Woo! All right. From a losing position to a winning one. Just when I thought they couldn't possibly lose the round, they do find a way. 3-round gap now being established. Virtus.pro can't afford to let this go to 6-2, or at that point, you can already start closing things up and accepting your place at the bottom. The only team on 2 points, the bottom of our EML table. That's what's on the line in this game between both teams. A particularly dangerous part towards the end of the season. Maybe Dora stepping out and catching a little bit of damage on towards Joystick. Not quite finishing him off at that range, though. There's a reason why the recoil is the way it is, Tim. You can't be getting kills like that with the secondary. It'd be ridiculous.
It really would. It really would. Let's see if any more ridiculous kills are going to come the way of MACKO. We saw a couple of absolute beauties in the last round. So far, they've got themselves a little bit of an advantage. Joystick lowish health, but Pasha waiting for that one. Akwi just goes running into his waiting arms, and that is good punishment from Virtus.pro, just taking advantage of the knowledge, the intel that they had, and taking him down. Nade, I'm not sure if that was intended to, but I think it was probably intended to bounce into sight.
It was a good nade.
It was a good nade. It went. That's what I'm thinking. They were almost trying to sort of bounce it to land it, you know, in the corridor around trench door, and instead it slides through the gap underneath the wall and almost dislodges the Virtus.pro player. But 5 versus 4 for the time being, and VP will continue this map clearance.
All right. That beard once again working his way forward. Spots the one immediately in front of him here. I was about to say the pre-fire onto West Main. Surely it's the play. Almost gets rid of Teb, but now keeps himself alive and finally finished off by Pasha from above. Teb overstaying his welcome a little bit, testing his luck and testing the patience of Virtus.pro, and pays the price for it. Yet again, we've got Virtus.pro in a 2-man advantage situation, Tim. They can't be letting this one slip away.
Yeah, Pasha really starting to be able to do some work with that Vendetta so far this round. We've got everybody back down in sight now, so a minute 5 left on the clock. Virtus.pro historically have struggled with time a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be the case here today. Pasha is just running through the millimeter. He's got the bit between his teeth and he wants these kills. Dora is going to take him down with one of those destructible ingredients, but honestly, it's going to be meaningless as Dan manages to get the trade, and it's now all up to Lolo in a 1v4. Plenty of health left on the side of VP. Joystick on a skinny angle takes down his man, and that's going to be another round for Virtus.pro. 5-3, and I think clinging on is a fair phrase at the minute, and that is exactly what Virtus.pro are doing. They've dug their fingernails into the edge of this cliff that they currently find themselves on.
Tim, don't. That's a really horrible, painful image. Ugh.
They're actually doing a really good job of keeping themselves in the game. I'm not saying that they're playing well, but I've often said this. You want to win things, you want to win stages, you want to win majors, you want to win invitationals, you got to be able to win ugly. You got to be able to win the dirty games where you're really struggling and you come away with a win and you say, how on earth did we do that? That's the worst siege we've ever played. And, you know, Virtus.pro, I'm not saying it's the worst siege they've ever played, but it certainly isn't the best. So coming away, only 2 rounds behind and still in contention is a big deal for them right now.
You got to die to get 3 points, Tim.
You got to die to get 3 points, Des, you know that.
Yeah, I do all too well. Oh man, that Sunderland game was depressing.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So depressing.
I watched it and I did think of you when I was watching it. Well, I thought of you right up until I fell asleep in the second half. That's how good the game was. But
Oh, you lasted to the second half. Fair play, respect.
I made it past half time, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, mate, I tell you what, there's a thing going on here. Virtus.pro, VP meaning Villa Park. It's there's something going on here, man. Don't know what it is. Global elites are against us, Tim. They don't want us to win. They don't want us to rise up.
Des gets his tinfoil hat out and continues with his conspiracies about Aston Villa.
My tinfoil hat.
Hey, wait.
I'll play tinfoil. Imagine that tinfoil hat branded like with your head on it.
I don't think anybody needs that.
I'd buy it. I would
Just be a bowl cap.
I've got one of them actually. That's my tinfoil hat.
Right, well, Des continues with his conspiracies about Aston Villa. Let's continue with some siege as we've got Shepherd moving across this top floor quickly, using that pistol to open up the rotation so he doesn't have to be going through piano. Rotero drone comes in, but a bit too easily there. I'd have expected maybe a little bit of support from one of those library or mezzanine players. Try and keep the Roteros off the shield. Such an important piece of utility there. We can just see it being locked in there as well to avoid it being shot out. I'm not sure that second one will have cleared out any utility though, but here goes the Brava being watched, being seen. Pudge drone taken out.
Has taken 2 bits of utility on his way through mine. So far from the end of the world, Dan's done a bit of the job that he needs to there. Still with one more he can make use of. But as we've seen a couple of times, VP love a little waddle up those lobby stairs. So far, always has found a 2K doing just that, but always, deletes Akwi there. Not even a chance to respond to what was coming at him. Dora will get rid of Dan. Notice that Brava now offline. 2 and 8 for Dan. Certainly not the prettiest game we've seen him have historically. I mentioned it was him and Pasha that have really kept the team going throughout the stage. Not quite the case today, at least for Dan.
Joystick just getting a little bit ahead of himself there. Thought he'd seen an opportunity, but was just a second late. Couldn't get the Blackbeard shield down in time to be able to challenge the man moving back to site. But look, Virtus.pro have got good, confident top floor control. Need to start working those verticals a little bit. They don't actually have much to open anything else up. We can see Shepherd trying to do the work with the secondary on the Grim, but it's only the pistol. It's really not going to do a huge amount of vertical damage. You know, even as a shotgun pistol, it's still limited. So VP kind of need to work with what they've got here, and another kill, maybe 2, would be ideal in the next 5 seconds. Otherwise, they're going to start running out of time.
There's 3 of them all sat inside the same room here. What's going on? Where are the nades? Where's the utility? Where is anything to put some pressure onto them? But no, there's nothing left in back pocket. Not even a nade for the Blackbeard to be able to force them out. This would get real ugly. Dora stepping forward for one more. 3K coming out in the end. It's looking excellent for MACKO team as they move up to match point.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, they did a decent job of getting the top floor control there, but I think MACKO actually did a good job of relinquishing control, if that makes sense. Like, they didn't lose bodies over doing it. They knew when their time was up, and they just returned back to site. They had eaten and burnt up so much utility from Virtus Pro that, as we saw at the end, you said it yourself, 3 players inside one room and not a nade to be found. It's ideal nade conditions. You're going to fall over each other trying to get away from them, but they just didn't have it to hand, and Virtus Pro ultimately, I think, were punished by the clock and by the lack of utility. And as you say, it puts MACKO now on that 6th round. They need 1 more and they will lock down all 3 points, which will be absolutely massive for the Italians. You know, looking at their stage 1, they did much better. They were comfortably into the playoffs. That is not the case this time around. It's been much more of a struggle this stage. You know, they've swapped Ghost out, they've got Raiden in, you know, things maybe not clicking immediately, and it's been a tough one. So coming away with 3 points against Virtus Pro, especially on one of their favourite maps, real confidence boost, really sets them up for those last 3 play days.
And they're feeling it as well. They know that those 3 points are coming home as long as they can get 1 more round over the line. Tim, they get 3 bites of the cherry. It's not that they have to win this round or even the next one. It's just the one after that they have to worry about more than anything else. Last thing they want to see is this go to overtime and drop some points, because those first 4 rounds, they were dominant, and the next 2 they could look back at and say, well, we could have won the 1v1. We could have stopped Pasha going off on his crazy 4K, but we got a little bit excited after how those first 4 rounds went. Various reasons can come out, but all that matters is getting it over the line and securing those 3 points. They have to do it now or next round. After that, things start to get a little bit worrying.
Lots of utility being stole by the Clutchron, and you know, this is why we often talk about the Brava being sometimes, I think, sometimes underutilized. We have seen, I think, a little bit of an increase in pick rate, but not a huge amount. Not underrated. I think everybody, all the teams, everybody else included, knows how good Brava is, but quite often just not brought along, and you know, priority given to other things, when that Clutchron can do an awful lot of work. When you look across a side that has got Wamai can be stolen, laser gates can be stolen, mute jammers can be stolen, Fnats can be stolen. You know, so much there that can be dealt with by the Clutchron. That's before you even start looking at the secondaries, like the bulletproof cam, like the prox alarms. You know, so much work can be done.
Sure, well, Dan's on his march again. We spoke about it before, about getting away with a couple of gadgets being stolen before he lost his clutch drones in the last round, and even died for it as well. But he's got away with 2 of those bulletproofs, the only 2 that are on side. So now, I wouldn't quite call them blind. Tim, of course, they've got players in there, but that gadgetry is no longer serving them, has to be destroyed. No bulletproofs available.
Yeah, that's great work from Dan and great work from the Brava, and it's a great example of what I'm talking about when I talk about Brava's value. But for the time being, value is all well and good, but it is kills that's going to matter in this game. Now then, Akwi can use his head here. As they propagate around him, if he keeps, oh, he's had to move. I was going to say, if he just keeps himself still, he won't take any damage, and he can kind of just wait in that position. But look at the util being thrown at him. The nade comes in. Somehow, he's still going. He won't be stopped. He's got one underneath trying to shoot him. He's got nades. He's got Grimbees. He's taking track stingers in. And again, it's the same process from MACKO. All this utility being burnt by 1 player.
He's got to try and go for a kill or something.
No way!
You can't let him get... No! You can't let him get away with this! That is magic!
He cannot keep getting away with it, Des. Look, Virtus Pro, quite simply, they've dropped the ball there. You know,
I was about to
ultimately,
say, if he lived a second time, I would have lost it.
Ultimately, they're going to get him, but look, we're 2.5 minutes into the round, and how much utility has just been used getting 1 player. Teb manages to find Dan. It's probably not even going to win them the round. They're probably going to lose the match on the back of it. Just not good enough from Virtus Pro.
And now Ryder's in the same spot like where a player was earlier. Oh, man. They've used everything, and none of it has quite worked out. Saying that, Teb hits the deck, shield up in his face now. Ryder got to deal with this one and simply cannot. They might have recovered it, actually, Tim. Lolo has got a 1v2 to win out here with 5 seconds on the clock. We've seen this one before. Spray coming on through, but he won't be able to stop his man. This plan is most definitely going down, unless he can find him. He hits him once, but no. Doesn't quite get him a second time. That could have been the saving grace for the round, but now it's a lot for Lolo to be able to recover all by himself. Hey, there you go, Tim, but the shield don't work.
It does. He was above him. Just wait till you see it. Just wait. It was a spray from a Fenrir. Honestly, I'm fuming. But look, look, he's got some searching to do. Pasha isn't going to want to take this fight against the DMR. He's low health. He's probably, I was going to say, maybe just move through the track stingers. Don't really worry about the damage at this point. Just get on with it. He's got about 4. He's going to run out of time. There's no way that he does that. As he goes in, Pasha cuts him down. Going to be I don't want to say a lucky round from Virtus Pro, but boy oh boy did they waste a lot of time and resource on that solar window on the stairs trying to deal with Akwi in there. They just couldn't get rid of him. It's a shame for MACKO really, and a shame for Akwi after the work he put in there that they don't come away with the round. You know, so much focus on that area, but ultimately Virtus Pro managed to grab themselves a couple of kills soon after this and get away with it.
It was crazy. Fair recovery by VP though. Fought their way back into things there when things really looked like they were going to be lost. The fair respect on that front. As I mentioned, that wasn't the round that's going to ruin things. So MACKO here, they get that full 3 chances to try and fix things and get things going their way here. A couple more still to play with before we are bound for overtime. And if we can get to OT, Virtus Pro are going to really feel like they've pulled off a smash and grab operation.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Tactical timeout will come in from MACKO. I think it's a good point. They've had one opportunity to get this done. It hasn't worked out. It was close, and I think absolutely fine. Yeah, get your tactical time in and just try and guarantee this win, because they're going to be massively kicking themselves if they go to overtime. There is no question for MACKO that they have been the better team here in this game on Chalet, and they are going to be deserving of the full 3 points if they get them. So yeah, I think, look, just try and get it done now. Don't let the pressure mount in round 12 when you're thinking that maybe it's not going to happen.
All right. Let's see on the impact of that tack timeout, because when we saw Virtus Pro take their tack timeout after round 3, MACKO came in pretty damn hard and fast in the next round just to bowl over them, and that's what I kind of turned around and said. This just feels sad for VP. They don't even look like they want to be there at this point. They're getting battered and bruised that easily. So maybe we'll see VP come up with a bit of pace in this next round. I'm not expecting it hugely given their lineup. Just screams execute to me once again, Tim. I'm seeing the Sens, I'm seeing the Grim, seeing the Capital. More of the same of what we saw in our previous round.
Yeah, Virtus Pro have always been a heavy planting team. You know, they always love to play the objective and get that diffuser down. Yeah, certainly do. So, you know, I think it's no surprise to see them, you know, really focusing on that. We're going to see utility being taken out there. Just spray through the hatch to take out at least one of those trip connectors. Drone will be taken out by the tripwire of another. Of course, it does deactivate it, but only for 8 seconds. 8 seconds was actually the nerfed value, I believe. Originally, it was, I think, 2 or 3 seconds. But it was increased to 8 seconds until that will come back online. But it's not a huge amount of time until it will be active again.
Always having to go through a lot of those tracks just to burn through the ADSs so we can get rid of them, making it a little bit easy for the rest of his team to apply pressure where necessary. Out comes the light screen. I want to say that was being tossed.
It was. It's to stop the bathroom window player being visible from Ivy.
It was a little bit gung-ho overthrow for me. I was like, is that definitely going to land the spot that you want it to land? But hey, if it works, then fair play. You has it entirely? I guess it kind of has. Like, all right, okay, fine. I thought it'd go a bit closer to the window, but we'll take it.
Yeah, it's literally just cutting off that line of sight so you can't get sprayed down. But to be honest, you probably, I mean, the players have shot through to that angle so many times, they could probably do it blindfold anyway.
Absolutely.
It'd be worth having to do. Just kind of put some bullets down range and see what you hit. Right, so for the time being, Virtus Pro, they're looking pretty good so far. Cast the curse. They're looking pretty good so far as Joystick gets taken down with a headshot, but again, they've not managed to punish Dora.
It's the same play!
No,
it's an identical play!
No, not having it.
How can they fall for the same thing twice?
Fool me
even
once.
Ryder with a C4.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Virtus Pro have been hit absolutely identically with the same play. And now they've lost the Blackbeard and they've lost the Grim. A huge amount of their planting utility. Pasha goes down as well. Capitao gone. They're in big trouble.
And there we go. Just like that, it is over. A flawless round to close things out. Just when you thought maybe Virtus Pro had a bit more fighting than to get themselves going into it, they do not. And as you can see, MACKO at Static, Virtus Pro, I imagine, very, very disappointed. Question is, Tim, where does the bottom sit for Virtus Pro?
I'm quite excited with the win, more than reasonably so. But a great performance from his team. It's easy to focus on the Virtus Pro loss. Virtus Pro made a lot of mistakes that game. It was not good from them. But it's like I've always said, you can only play the team in front of you. MACKO have come out and done that. You're still up against players like Pasha, who was #1 in stage 1. Always going to make it difficult. And they managed to close them out. They made to make them look like a poor team. Really, really good from MACKO.
They did, absolutely. I'm sure the desk have got plenty to say about this game, so we'll go to a break. And when we come back, the desk has got a good few words for you. See you in a few.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to check up on your Virtus Pro fan friends right now. They are absolutely not doing okay. But you know who is? MACKO. All 3 points from this game that almost was clawed away. But full points for the Italians. Incredible.
Finally, a great wake up. Honestly, we started to see the turnaround as soon as Teb went back as the AGL. The bounce back started last week. We're really starting to see them turn the tables. And honestly, it's looking amazing because they can still make playoffs.
Well, there's more we'd like to explore. So, of course, we have to bring in Dora, joining us on the interview. Dora, thank you very much for being with us here this evening.
Hello,
Congratulations on a big win. First of all, were you surprised by Chalet being the map to be played in this series? Because at this point, VP are just pulling out whatever they got.
Well, no, not really. Like, in our warm-up, we were practicing Chalet before the map ban even. So we knew it was going to be Chalet.
Perfect timing. And like, back-to-back wins, what does it mean to you now being able to collect these points, at least put points on the scoreboard and keep it going?
Well, it means a lot because, like Tab said in yesterday's video, we've been working a lot, like very hard, much more than last stage, even though it didn't show for the first 4 play days. So yeah, being able to convert the scrim work into officials really means a lot to us.
Dora, how is it operating with the pressure? Because obviously, you know, being part of an affiliate team, you've got the pressure of relegation potentially, but also you've got the pressure of wanting to make playoffs and the major and everything else. Presumably that's still the goal.
Yeah, obviously the goal is still playoffs, even though like I haven't looked at the leaderboard. I don't know the math that we need. I just know that we need to win as much games as we can. But yeah, pressure is something inevitable. We are playing an esport. It's always gonna be there. You just gotta be able to make it look as much as a scrim. Like try to have the same habits as a scrim and just go with the flow.
I think I've just mentioned it before you joined us here in the interview, but I think we can really see the evolution. I just want to take a look at one of the examples in round 3, especially. You guys are executing on basement, and look at that flash work from Teb to cover Raiden here when he goes for the plant. So he flashes blue there, and most importantly, look at that flash up the hatch. That's what basically covers Raiden here, because if that guy on the hatch is not flashed, there is no plant. And look, he plants exactly at the right moment. It will get denied here. I'm just wondering, like, what's the biggest difference in the team that now you're pulling off these attack rounds that you could not before?
Well, we've worked a lot on this stuff. Like, the biggest change we've made, I think, is being able not to rely on blueprints attack. So we are much more flexible. We communicate much better with each other, so that this case is the best example. Because we needed something, we needed a solution fast for the guy on the edge and for the guy in blue. And Tab was able to pull out those flashes. So I think that's the best thing we have worked on, being more flexible during the rounds, in the mid round and in the executes.
Okay, and if we're looking at your next play, because next week, of course, is a big, tough one, right? You got 3 games back to back to back, and you're also playing against Team Secret at the end of Monday. So what's your game plan going into such a tough and game-filled week?
Well, same as it was this week, to be honest. We know that if we play our game correctly, we can win against everybody. Obviously, Secret and G2 are gonna be the biggest threats, especially with Secret, let's say, waking up this last week. They showed up pretty good yesterday. So yeah, next week is surely gonna be very hard, but I believe in our game plan. I believe in the fact that we have worked a lot and that we can come out of the last week with at least 2 wins, hopefully.
I love a comeback story, and hopefully we'll get more of that here for you and MACKO. Dora, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Congratulations on the win. I'll let you go get started on preparations for next week, and we'll see you then. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
And there it is. You heard it from Dora. The changes are working, and they don't care what games are ahead of them. They just need to play. The math is very clear. Just win.
That round, I'm just looking at that round again, and it should have also been a MACKO win, by the way. This should have been a 5-0. And you're just looking at that match, and I think the entirety of the match, literally MACKO destroys VP in strategy.
Agreed.
It's a game of MACKO plays much better. They're well coordinated. They do the right things. They still throw away rounds in the late round.
Yeah.
And B, VP is just unable to do the basic stuff, Jack.
Yeah, we look at the game, I think, very, very similarly, Leo. It's why we often steal each other's points on the desk. But actually, it's all about, I look at this game as control. Who's controlled the rounds? Whether they've kind of won them or not in the late round, it speaks to the result, but who's controlled that game? MACKO absolutely dominated that game. They lost a couple of rounds realistically that they shouldn't, but it was much more like a 7-2, 7-1 kind of victory and performance, and they can be proud because hitting the form at the right time can be crucial, especially as you're heading into that Super Week.
I love the celebration there at the end. You saw it from Teb, and I'm sure you'll be able to hear it all the way from wherever you are here in the world, but the end of it, still, it's Dora at the top playing excellently.
Again?
The entire
good game
team
against VP.
But it is an even spread all through around kills wise. Everybody was putting in effort today, from nitros to setups beyond. It all was working out, Leo.
Yeah, and just a few things I want to highlight here. First of all, Raiden, when he arrived, the first few play days, he struggled really hard. Not necessarily better than Ghost. Ever since Ted took the IGL again, Raiden is still playing on the worst roles. He's still playing that hard bridge. Well, he's stepping up here. He's almost on double digits. He was also having a great game yesterday. Second thing, Dora, who was one of the main players of that roster last stage, was struggling a lot. He dropped significantly in KPR and in EPS. Again, now MACKO is going well. He does double digits. Pasha, 13 kills, still loses the game again. It's gotta be hard for him.
Pain.
Would you say that Dora found the missing factor?
Yes.
Dora?
Yeah. Dora the Explorer? Wow, okay.
Second reference.
We have multiple dads here in our production team that keep us in check for all the references, gents.
Yeah. Do you know who's not in check? Me. I'm not in check. I've been saying that VP are going to come good, and I have been believing it.
You know what?
Now
I agreed with you, Jack.
Now I do not believe it. And I'm actually going to show you 2 reasons why I do not believe it. Because these clips are this is the most anti-VP VP I've ever seen them. Since when did we see such bad coordination from this team? This used to be a team that punished things with teamwork all of the time. So the Grim, the gridlocks, the nades, the fire.
You have fire here.
At the same time, this guy, previous VP, was dead every single time. This time he's not. And by the way, MACKO, great C4 to counter onto that. Actually turned a negative into a positive. I don't know. That's VP making the same a mistake that wouldn't. It's not in their fiber. It's not what they used to do, and they ended up winning the round accidentally, by the way. And it happened again. You get into the very, very next round, and the same thing happens again. The exact same scenario. You're trying to clear out the guy on the solar stairs with the flames, with the nades, with the Blackbeard, and again the C4 happens once more. And it's horrible to see. You know, this is VP that are known for being great for teamwork, that are known for being that cohesive unit. They never let individualism affect them. And it's just not there. It's not clicking. They've got no synergy.
Well, if anything, if you're a MACKO fan, you're eating really well tonight, because not only have MACKO won this game, but they have overtaken Virtus.pro in both the standings for this stage and the cumulative standings for the entire year, which obviously leads you to the league finals that are happening, or the actual regional finals that are happening in December. So overall, Virtus.pro in a rut, but the other hand of it is always MACKO stonks are going up.
Yeah, and they're finding form at the right time. You know, whether they make playoffs or not in Munich is probably another debate, because I think there's a lot of teams that are good in this league now, and it's very competitive. But certainly in that EML finals and the relegation race, that is a massive. We called it a 6-pointer, and they got full free, and they kept VP from getting any points.
3 play days next week's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of pressure on VP to perform in all of them, but still, this is only our first game. Let's swap these out behind us, because WYLDE versus BDS is coming to you after the break, and I'm very excited for this one. See you in a sec.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our second matchup is about to begin. BDS versus WYLDE in the grand scheme of things.
I wanted to imitate you, Milosh. I was like,
but it just doesn't work the same. Like when we do this, nothing switches.
No.
You've got the magic fingers.
Well, I don't know. Maybe something.
I've heard that before.
Maybe something somewhere in the world does change, but that is beyond it. Because today it is all not just in the fingers, but in the hands of WYLDE to try to overtake Virtus.pro with 3 points should they defeat BDS. Currently, VP sit on 17 points overall in this year for both Stage 1 and 2. WYLDE sit on 15. So with a full clean win, that would be very good for them to try to escape that relegations fight and recover what was lost in Stage 1. However, we're going to cut to the chase and go immediately towards our map ban to see what we have in store. Leo.
Bank is going to be a great one for me. The reason for this is the last time these two teams played that map was against the same team. We just spoke about it. It is Virtus.pro. WYLDE lost that match 6-8 in overtime. That was the first of the season, and we were all like, oh wait, WYLDE can actually compete. It was the beginning of that upper momentum that we've seen from these guys. It was the beginning of that, and I think that they've really grown into overall this stage. For the side of BDS, they won against VP 7-4 on the same map, so on paper looking more comfortable than WYLDE, but I will say this, WYLDE has continued growth, whereas for BDS it's been a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree. For WYLDE, it's actually their #1 map preference, so if BDS are going to let them go here, they're coming here with a plan, and that's what we often see. We often say this through BDS map vetoes is they come specifically with a plan. We know they lean into the counter analysis. We know they like to put teams on a map that a team is comfortable on so they know what they're going to do. But I agree with Leo. We've seen inconsistent performances from BDS. Sometimes it looks really, really good. Sometimes it looks really, really bad. Yesterday, it looked really, really bad.
You'll see it from BDS, and I think it might be a blanket statement, but I think I could get away with it. With a lot of teams that are in the middle of the pack here in EML, there's a big problem in committing to a play in the middle of a round. There's always the hesitation, which usually kills the momentum, and they're not able to follow up on top of that. BDS, can they get that behind them today? Because it's a big opportunity to collect 3 points and remain in the playoffs.
I think the big question for me for this reason is the mental, because they're super inconsistent. If you look at Gen.G, it's the same story. Gen.G wins, lost, Gens, and then wins again. And
Wolves as well.
Wolves is the same story. BDS is the same story. We're seeing a team that is going to happen in any league where we have high competition and everyone can beat each other. Let's be honest. But the thing is, you need to win when it matters. Yesterday for BDS, they faced a secret that is supposed to be on paper one of those top dogs in Europe. When you look at this roster this time, they're playing WYLDE. There is no excuse now to not beat them. Despite WYLDE's progress, BDS needs to win this.
Question is to me, of course, WYLDE, they're the Falcon killers, yada yada, all that we said. Are they more than a paper tiger though?
I think so. It's quite hard to place WYLDE. Again, another team that lost yesterday, but that game against VP all the way back to play day 1 is where we stood up and took notice. You know, the fact that we're even now speaking about WYLDE, they're standing shoulder to shoulder with all of these teams. They're not a clear underdog. This game last stage, WYLDE would have been an absolutely clear underdog. They're not that anymore. However, there is still that pressure, you know, because they are still in a fight for playoffs. They are still in a fight for the relegation. They still want to be in this league and they still want to continue progressing. So this is really the inflection point where it doesn't matter about the performances now. The points need to come for this team.
And I am starting to see a ceiling from WYLDE. I don't know if you guys expect the same thing than I do, but the thing is, WYLDE games are always scary because they're always close. But they're almost always on the bad side of the story. Despite that victory against Falcons, most of the time, it's either a loss close to the overtime, 5-7, 4-7 like yesterday, or it's an overtime loss. And I'm starting to wonder, okay, it's great, like you're making everything close, but can you actually win? And that's my biggest story here. Except for that Falcons victory, we're not seeing anything from WYLDE. And so it needs to start to happen against lower tier teams, at least teams that are somewhat in their range.
It's like trying to pay for something with exposure. You know, it just doesn't work, right? Like they need the points. They need to start climbing the league tables. No matter how good those performances are, they're not going to give you, you know, unless the points come, it doesn't matter.
We're on play day 6. Basically, it's getting wrapped up in just a bit. Anyways, by the end of next week, it's all set though. Gentlemen, you know what else is set? Our lobby. Sorry, I needed to breathe there for a second. But I'm just going to say, we're going to send it to our casters. They're going to click the button and get the game started. It's Destinace. Enjoy.
I'm pressing the button, Tim, and it's not started yet. I really want to stop talking.
Keep going, Durs. Keep going. Get that game underway. I think it's going to be a really good game. We've got WYLDE versus BDS, two teams that have had sort of mixed fortunes, I think. You know, BDS going pretty well so far, sat up there on 9 points, but I think, you know, would say themselves have had a couple of results that maybe they feel should have gone differently. WYLDE, of course, we've spoken about their upward trajectory, the win against Falcons, it was close, it went to overtime against VP. You know, we've seen other sort of good performances from them, definitely a lot of improvement there from stage 1, but as you know, Alpha said quite rightly there, can they start getting the wins? Close is not enough.
They're building to it, and I feel like this would be a great map on which to do it, because you and I cast that 8-6 game they had, well, 6-8 to WYLDE it was. That game on Bank was brilliant against Virtus Pro, and we kind of said, like, they've done so much hard work, they played brilliantly. Like, we saw a different side to WYLDE, and they gained very much a newfound respect, I think, from a lot of people with how they played over the first few weeks of the stage. But yes, it does need to translate into a win. Let's take a talk about our bans first and foremost, though. Banner Ace probably going to be our 2 attackers. Kai Tuba around maybe on the defensive side. No, it'll be the Mira go away as well. So wholly expected attacker-wise, defender-wise. Don't blame them at all for not wanting to have to deal with that Mira.
Yeah, I think largely what we've come to expect mostly from the bank bans, like you say, the mirror probably being the flex spot there. Kay definitely wanting to go to make those hatches a little bit easier to deal with, especially you know, when you're losing some of that breaching as well. Likely going to see a bit of Maverick play, I would expect, when attacking the basement, just to ensure that they can get those hatches without too much messing about. Because they're going to be pretty limited. If I guess they might go the Maverick and just go for the secondary hard breach. We will see. But we have, most interestingly, there's been plenty of talk around it, plenty of talk from you and I, Des. We've got breakdowns on the desk. We've got the Tachanka. P4 brings along the Tachanka. A number of teams now opting to do this. I will say over the smoke. We do have a smoke on side, but I'd expect to see Virtue maybe playing on blue stairs with the smoke instead of playing for that denial. He may be supplementary to the Tachanka. We'll see how they set it up. I think we have seen from a number of teams previously that they will use the smoke to actually deny other areas. So you can basically guarantee that you deny the default plant spot with your Tachanka and then use the smoke to deny somewhere else. So we'll keep an eye on all of that and we'll see exactly where that utility is being used. On top of all that denial, they've got the Echo as well. Absolutely ton of denial for them there.
I feel really bad, honestly, for BDS in this game because it's going to feel like being back in school. The worst time of year being when you sit your exams and you've got that, you know, what are they called? People who walk up and down during an exam. You should know this, Tim.
An invigilator.
Invigilator, that's it. They've got Tim the Invigilator assessing everything they do with this Chanka for the rest of the map, and that's not going to go away anytime soon.
Well, as we can see, if you look at the bottom of the player cards, the Tachanka is currently set up inside of Garage.
Oh, they lost marks for that one, have they, Tim?
Sorry? No, they've not lost marks. They've not lost marks. It's just an alternative line. You can get, you know, a shot through the wall. It's actually a little bit easier, I think, to hit the shots consistently onto the default spot from there than it is from inside of lockers. But obviously, you create a new problem. We've spoken about Tachanka. It's idealistic siege. Everything else needs to go right around the Tachanka to get that maximum kind of 70 seconds plus denial on that default spot. And when you're in Garage, you've got to have some protection for the Tachanka. You've got to make sure he's not being pushed down there, not being cleared out, that his shield stays in position, because if you want that minute plus of denial, he's got to have his launcher out all the time, so he can't take gunfights himself. So that's got to be the big focus. If you want to get a plant spot that's just inside that door, you're going to have to deal with the Tachanka. Otherwise, you got to go deep.
Would you ever be an Invigilator, Tim?
Would I?
Yeah.
I think it'd be very boring.
Oh, don't get me wrong, it would be.
I think it'd be very boring.
You like safe, sensible, and boring. So it sounds really harsh to see you being an Invigilator, but I could.
Honestly, the insults. Why am I catching strays?
I don't know. Good to see you being an Invigilator, man. I think you make a great one.
Get out of here.
Well, there you got this from the centre. Let's go. It's going to Tim. They're trying to get a planted, of course, going down behind. Ooh, maybe not behind the Monty. More using Monty's cover for the gun, of course, because it's Monty that is running around right now with the diffuser in back pocket. They're inside the site, but they need to see something happen, and Boomsy is that something to make it happen. Steps forward, and Virtue is gone. Smoke removes his P4. Now starting to show those Shumakers off to Wild to see if they can impede them somewhat, but no, they've gone deep here, Tim. They've pushed right up and looked to go aggressive. P4 getting one back, but it's still a man advantage at least for now for Wild. Nope, down to a 2v2.
And as we can see, the Tachanka has been completely ineffective, realistically. And why? Because Boomsy's been able to push into Garage. He needs a lot of support to do what they need him to do. Here comes the challenge on the Vendetta. Does he get his man? Just hitting the prone keeps him alive, and Lasmo manages to get the job done. The time ticks down. BDS hold on. Despite that denial not really working for them, Wild was still unable to get a plant down. They lost too many inside of sight. They actually dealt with the Tachanka well. It was more of the good preparation we've seen from Wild on Bank previously. They knew where that problem was going to be and how to solve it, and they went in and did it, but ultimately couldn't get the job done in the late round. BDS hold on and get themselves round one.
It feels like a real wild story, doesn't it? Where they've actually done really good work, like playing aggressive, stepping through the smoke, looking to take gunfights, and Boomsy coming on through garage, doing everything right, but just can't quite get the result over the line when it's needed most. And in this case, it was the dying seconds of the round. So BDS up 1-0, good first defense, and now Wild have got to figure out how to crack through this top floor. And please to God, let's deal with the janitor player. The number of times over the last few days, I've done APAC North, I've done Asia over the weekend. The number of times that teams struggle to remove a player from janitor and lose a round as a result it's had me tearing my hair out, Tim. I can't be having it in EML as well, not for the third time. I cannot complete the trifecta of disappointing janitor clearances.
Yeah, even without the mirror, it's still a real power position. It'll be P4 almost certainly that will play there with the Warden shotgun. He can challenge him behind desk, well within range of that super powerful shotgun that he's got. So they absolutely need to deal with it. Having a look, Sneak is a perfect person to do that. Get underneath, get the track. You know it's going to be the Warden, so get underneath, get the track on the Warden, and use that vendetta from below to force him out. Either that, or you bring along a book or something, which they've chosen not to do. You go in and you open up that floor and prevent him from playing that. Third option, I guess, if we're looking at what they've actually got, get Evan in there, send him in from square into janitor behind the shield, and bully P4 out of position. But yeah, definite power position, definitely one they need to deal with.
Sure. Again, it's still looking to lean in behind the shield. I don't blame you. There's a lot of teams around the world that over the years that we've looked at and gone, oh, shield merchants, you know, everything is about playing in behind a shield. I don't mind it when a team uses a shield effectively and uses it as sort of the tip of the spear, the front point of the attack. As long as they're playing around the shield and not all trying to do their own thing in Narnia, then it's completely fine and can work out incredibly well. And right now, we've got Evan working his way up towards the lobby, of course, joined out by one or two players. Right now, it's Garen there with him. Going to snake their way towards this main wall that normally you'd see obviously opened up by an Ace or her banner, but with the bans that we've got, it stays closed. They're going to have to force this player out instead, ideally with a nade being tossed up, and sometimes you'd see a Capital to help with this, but they haven't got tons of utility with which to force him out.
BDS are playing this pretty smart, I think, at the minute. Not really exposing themselves to danger. They're just keeping themselves locked in, getting the intel. They've lost the York drawn there. But otherwise, 5 left alive because Wild have not really done much to move them around. And opportunities will start to present themselves, which they do. And Lasmo takes it, managing to remove Boomsy. Crackpan Sneak as well, even though he was tracked out. This is good from BDS, just digging in. Max, however, manages to get a big double. And it just catapults Wild back into the round. A minute left to go. Garen finds Lasmo. Can he get another? Yes, he can. That's going to be 2 from Banana. And all of a sudden, P4, we were talking about the power position. We were talking about Warden as an operator. He's going to have to get this done against a Monty as well. It ain't going to be easy.
It's Garen he's got to look out for, and is the one that he needs to beat here is the main issue. C4, I think he was going for a plant denial there, Tim, not quite the shield operator itself. Just carries on walking, Evan unbothered completely. Garen swings round, and Garen does what Garen best, nets a 3K, and finally, Wild get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it was really good from Wild. There was no sort of rattle in them. They'd lost the entry kill. They were not really crumbling, but the round wasn't going their way. And then they had a couple of electric moments where they just managed to get those big kills. Garen's double on Banana being the peak of them, managed to get it done and just really, as I said at the time, catapult them back into a round that was looking like it could be lost for them. So Wild get it done, level things up 1-1. And so far, the spoils are evenly split on the bank. It'll be top floor going to Wild, bottom floor going to BDS. I think we'll see them likely just move on again, and they will go to staff and open area next, as we can see. And it's a discussion that, you know, we've had a little bit of with the site rotations and things like that. And an interesting, you know, way of looking at it as well is where you've had a problem maybe with an operator, like a Monty, say, on top floor. Move on to the next site. Don't try it again, because with the new ban in, after the third round ban, you could ban the Monty and then just go back to the top floor and not have to deal with that operator again.
So with that battle, you ban away the one shield, there's still 2 more available, so that'll be something they've got to worry about. Speaking of shields, Tim, and in this round, it's started changing on the attacking side. It's the defensive side. Clash coming along from P4. Of course, didn't quite have the best look in that 1v2 to close out the prior round. But here, a lot of information you can collect with that clash, a lot of frustration that you can cause to the other side. I still think back to many, many moons ago, and I've referenced the game multiple times. It was an RV game on Cafe when we had them starting out with a attack on towards Kitchen. but there was a clash that met the Monty on the top floor and just zapped his health all the way down, right down to the kitchen, all the way down the stairs. And eventually they came around to the execute. The Monty just simply didn't have enough health to actually survive anything the other side threw at him, whether it was impacts, whether the C4s, it really didn't matter. He could do nothing about it. Of course, now Clash doesn't quite have that same lethality anymore, not quite damaging the same way that she used to. Evan largely unimpeded. However, it's going to be about that time wasting element that we've got to watch out for here, and how we see WYLDE figure out how they deal with that Clash shield.
Okay, 1 minute into the round. It is again going to be Monty on that top floor clearance. We've seen it previously, and looks like we're going to see a little bit more of it. I think the BDS player who was inside of Janitor has dropped away. It's Clash that I'm particularly interested in this on the side of BDS here. P4 has brought on the Clash. Obviously, those recent changes have seen a little bit of a resurgence in Clash play, and just making very difficult to deal with. Can plant that shield, kind of move around it, use it like a portable mirror window. Obviously, the other team can see through it, so it doesn't quite work in the same way. But we've seen some really powerful uses of the Clash over the last couple of weeks and last couple of months, to be fair. Keep an eye on P4 and keep an eye particularly on how WYLDE deal with it. I'm looking across the lineup. They've got 6 nades, so they should have what they need.
Should have what they need, Tim. Should. Doesn't mean that they will when everything is said and done. Here we go. A nade now coming in. Should surely force him to drop away, but no, just tucks himself in a little bit tighter to carry on holding on here as well. Again, not wanting to drop the hatch. It's fell through the hatch, the nade, actually. Isn't going to find his man. That's 2 of those 6 burned through, Tim. And Freck, for now at least, completely unbothered.
Just going to be waiting for this angle around the elevator, but the problem is the defenders don't really have about this.
Oh, we're in.
This is one way to deal with the Clash. Just get in behind the shield. The nade not ideally thrown as it lands. There we go. Really well dealt with by the Monty. The Clash is removed, but still kills have come in the opposite direction. BDS have managed to take down Boomsy and Sneak, and it leaves us in a 3 versus 3 as we have a little backstab coming on in. Mats manages to find one, takes down Lasmo. The smoke at the minute protecting these remaining BDS players. Evan is going to start to put that diffuser down. He's got the shield on his back whilst doing it. The cover is there, and WYLDE are looking good. They're looking that organised side that we've come to expect over the last few weeks, particularly through stage 2, and they take round 3, get themselves up to 2-1, and it's been 2 good attacks from them.
I love that little set piece play there. There's pressure coming around elevators. Nades showing there were players being committed in that direction. And that's why the Clash steps out, immediately plants down the shield on Beepers to help contest that angle and make it really hard for anyone to step forward on WYLDE. That's the trigger almost of the Monty to go, right, we're in. Drop straight through, immediate pressure being applied. And there's just nothing really that the Clash can then do. Of course, as you saw, if you lock in to try and pick up the shield like this, the Monty's going to kill you. If you keep on going as you are, it's probably going to kill you, or a nade is coming your way anyway. Just a really, really smart approach to the round from WYLDE, and I think we've seen that across all 3 of the rounds so far, regardless of outcome. They've come in with really good ideas on how to deal with the defense that's put before them. So it's all very much on the fly. It's not all 100% pre-planned. Looks really good, and maybe now this is why BDS are feeling a little bit rattled. Call an attack timeout to figure out how the hell they can regain control of this game.
Yep, second game and second time that we've seen that tactical timeout coming along. We did see the Monty ban coming in, so that is something that BDS have already done. They've got rid of the shield. Evan has been a bit of a menace on it, really, over the last couple of rounds. They've not had the answer to it, and kind of, as I suggested at the end of round 2, that we might see that happening. A shame we don't get to continue seeing the new R6 share skin. Of course, a whole bunch of new ones came out, I think it was last week, for a bunch of the pro teams. And Elevate being the one that got Monty. Evan showing that immediate respect and getting it on there, one of our Asia teams. But plenty of others to have a look at as well. Some of your favourite teams, particularly in EU. We've got Team Secret with a new one. And we'll see whether that one makes its way into any games tonight. Falcons as well, actually. They got one, didn't they?
Full reinforcement complete.
Yeah.
And we've got BDS's on screen now. Look, BDS. That's not a new one this time. But BDS
Plenty of cool ones, aren't there? Like, I've actually loved every single skin that we've seen come out in the drop.
They're getting so good. They are getting so good. I really like Team Secrets. Secrets is really good. Liquids is really good as well. I like the
DZ is amazing as well, I thought.
Like the dual colour gun on Liquids is really, really good. I think it's like kind of red on one side, blue on the other. Yeah, DZ's the Asami. Looks really clean. All the the white jacket with like the pink and purple flowers and like the ombre hair that she's got to match. And yeah, it does look really, really good.
I love how Elevate went completely the direction, by the way, stuck to what they've always done, which is cats and anime girls.
Cats and anime girls on the front of the shield.
And then slapped Uwu Onslaught across the top. And I was like, I would just ult F4 if a monster ran me down with that shield. It would be the most tilting thing in the world. I feel like I've been killed by anime and cats.
It's already drawn a ban. It's drawn a ban here after round 3. They've had enough of the Uwu Onslaught coming out of heaven. This time Sneak is gonna. I didn't think I'd say that tonight.
I don't think I honestly thought in a professional broadcast career I'd be saying the Uwu Onslaught, honestly.
Sneak is going to bring along the Blackbeard instead, so whilst they have removed one of the shields, obviously they just have a new problem to deal with now. They're going to be back down to basement. It was BDS that won it out last time. How about this for a close range battle? Look at this, they are practically toe-to-toe, ducking and diving, just trying to see who can get an advantage. Sneak really wants to get this rifle on the go. He wants to close the distance, but he doesn't need to, because Evan is there to back him up and takes down Freck.
It's just all bait, and I love that as well. Like, constantly half dropping that shield, so you feel like the gun could come out any moment and kill you. So you can't afford to ignore him, which is why Freck then was dead to rights. If any other player came anywhere nearby, really, really well played set piece play coming out of WYLDE to shut him down early on. But Boomsy's gone, and the problem here, Tim, he's on the Ying. He's got those Candelas. He had so much to live for. Now he's dead. Heartbreak.
Heartbreak indeed. That is a big loss with those Candelas gone by the wayside. Of course, they do still have the Sense gadgetry on the side of Evan that may be able to support them in getting a diffuser down, but they will also still have to deal with the Tachanka. Virtue is positioned in lockers this time rather than in the garage position, but I'm just looking across and they don't have much to deal with it. They only have one nade left that could remove his shield if it is still in position, and then beyond that, you've got to get in there and get a kill. So I'd like to see somebody on the side of WYLDE recognize that, drop vault, drop elevator. You've got to do something to create some rear-sided pressure. Otherwise, Virtue is just going to continue doing exactly what he's doing now, and their only hope will be that he misses one of his shots. But looking at that, I'm not sure he's going to. He's got this absolutely nailed on. Love to see this.
Well, Nate went deep there in towards Virtue there. That might have forced you off at least momentarily, but another one of those vault canisters goes off as well, wasting more time as we get down towards the last 20 seconds. And Tim Vigilator has been very, very pleased so far with what he has seen. I don't think WYLDE are though, Tim. Down to the final, 10 seconds here, and they'll make a drop back and put straight into a free-fire line from Robbie. 6 falling away, P4 into yet another. Garen will try as he might, but Lasmo with the close down, and Matt, well, he can't save it against 4. It's another excellent holdout by BDS.
Yeah, Robbie was in a perfect position there, so this is the other one of the other numerous elements that you need for that successful Tachanka hold there. You know, you need to protect his shield, you need to protect him from garage, vault, and elevator drops particularly. If you've got all that, you need somebody in gold bars, and that's where Robbie was playing. You don't want to get overly aggressive with it because you don't need to. It's easy for players to push up into red thinking naturally default plant spot. You don't need to worry about that because Virtue in this case on the Tachanka, he's going to deal with the default plant spot. So the only 2 options that are left to the attackers at the end of that round is to drop the hatch or is to run through the fire to try and get to the bomb chassis, and that's where gold bars come in because he's holding Robbie there, that angle that goes past bomb chassis towards the back of CCTV for that hatch drop, and as soon as the Blackbeard drops and as soon as they try and get that diffuser in an alternate position, it is easy. Robbie mops him up like a spilt drink. Absolutely beautiful stuff. That was a really good example of that Tachanka defense, and just why blocking out that default spot is so important. Really well played Virtue, Robbie, and BDS, and they get their reward for it. It's 2-2.
And we go back up to this time floor, and I'm sure you recall, Tim, last time round Evan was a little bit of a headache running around on the Monty. This time round he's playing on the Thermite, and you don't typically see a Thermite brought along for a lobby side take. You see it brought along for a square side take. So I think we're going to see a few players stacking up in square here, getting the wall open and looking in for a very standard plant, if nothing else. I think the Raura, said it right this time, the Raura are definitely going to help out with that as well, locking down some of those doorways, some of those anything really that lets the defenders actually get back in to try and flip off the site itself. It ain't going to be so simple. Looking at the line of the Wild are bringing along.
Thermore's going to go out, so that tells us that there will be a level of window play. We don't get too many jump outs anymore as the animation changed. You can't ADS on the way down, so it makes it much more difficult to get that kill. You're kind of hitting the ground before you've got a real chance of doing so, so not many people do, but still a good idea to get them out there just in case. You at least want to be getting the trade if somebody does in the late round have a rush of blood to the head and throws themselves headlong out of the window. For the time being then, all of the defenders are up on the top floor, nobody to play underneath. P4 once again is in Janitor, so once again we will ask the question of how WYLDE are going to deal with that. Evan on the Thermite would suggest that they're going to try to get top square open. That's exactly their first move. Needs to get himself away from that. Doesn't want to be getting damage from his own exothermic, but he'll open the other side as well. He's not. There we go. That's the question that I was asking. Is he going to get it? You remember I asked for this earlier as well. Get the track on P4, get underneath on the Deimos, and deal with him from there. Much better. And look, he's had to clear out a Janitor. Really good from WYLDE.
Steve should have been long. Steve should have got that kill long ago onto P4 as well. He's run over him like 4 times and couldn't quite get away with it, unfortunately. But yes, they've done what they need to. They've got both walls opened up, and by opening up the left side of that square wall that joins it towards Janitor, they'll look holding towards Janitor and make it quite hard for the defender to play inside of there. So they've got a lot of the control they need, Tim, but as we come towards these last 60 seconds, being down without the Raura means they're going to have to figure out a little adaptation in the strat here. They can't always leave themselves exposed as they might otherwise not have done with the Raura on side. So BDS are just waiting to see what comes at them now.
Hostile tag.
Just seeing if he can find anything on that long angle, but he can't. And WYLDE have done some great work here, but like you say, it's maybe just not quite paying dividends for them at the minute. Although Evan does manage to get into position. They've got Janitor held from underneath. P4 gets a kill onto Sneak. That was the big one. It allowed Lasmo to get back in, gets a double, diffuses down. Round is over. BDS fighted back beautifully, and it was all down to the P4 kill onto Sneak, taking out the Deimos underneath, allowed them back into Janitor, and you saw Lasmo as soon as he knew it was possible. He was straight in there. He just wanted to absolutely race forward, retake that ground, and he knew it was round winning. Good stuff from BDS. They get themselves another round. 3-2 it is now on the scoreboard, and they could be coming away with a 4-2 defensive half.
Can we also just appreciate that Lasmo Deagle one tap in the middle of that as well? Effortless is the only way I can summarize it, but you're absolutely spot on. A Sneak we really need to see and get something from below, ideally pick off P4, for example. As I mentioned, he'd been running over his head 3 or 4 times when he could have found him. It was always just not quite at the ready. Ultimately, they pay the price of missing out on such an opportunity. But for BDS, who admittedly appeals to having to deal with all the curveballs that WYLDE are throwing at them here, various different strategies and ideas, it kind of feels like they're the ones that are being tested rather than the ones that are setting the pace of the game. Great shot. Look, oh, so good. They really are being tested, but it's still them who come out on top as it stands. 3-2. An opportunity to go 4-2 here as we go down to staff and open for the last round of the half.
Yeah, it was. Look, it was kind of a a round of 2 good halves, if you will. WYLDE started things off really well. Like I said at the time, I got excited about the way that they moved P4. They used the utility well. They opened up the wall. They got themselves everything they needed to put a plant down. And ultimately, it just shows, in rounds of Siege, quite often it comes down to one gunfight, and that one gunfight was P4 versus Sneak. As soon as they have that clearance underneath, Lasmo reacts, and BDS have a great second half to the round. So both teams, doing great work, but only one of them coming away with the rewards. BDS this time going to be into opening staff as we would expect. They've got a presence on top floor. Robbie also gets himself down into the basement, not uncommon. So I would expect WYLDE to be paying some attention to that, making sure that they either send somebody through there or drawn it out, and that they're aware of Robbie's presence underneath.
Absolutely, the basics sometimes is what you got to watch out for. At this point, it might be the basics of, hey, here's a shield to run your face down. Evan, they've got a lot of work done in that previous round, but the Thermite here has a chance to get back on a shield and move a little bit more light-footed here, be a little bit more aggressive. Boomsy again running around the Nook as well. We've seen Nook a few times so far today. Tim, limited impact in places, but when they do get into a pretty key spot, it can be very, very hard to deal with it. It's Boomsy who's looking to make a bit of a difference with that operator here.
Also got the Fenrir is going to be the one locking down Tellers, and Archives is going to be pinged out, but also those Fnats are going to make it difficult for anybody to kind of wander in and get aggressive onto him because they're going to be doing it with limited vision. I would expect that 2 of those doorways, yeah, exactly as I thought, will be the ones with the activated Fnats. Just showing again the importance of him holding onto that area. Not much verticality as options they really should have been aware of, Robbie. I don't know if that's who they were going to chase. Evan does go in and get the he's been doing really well on those shields, goes in and gets himself the trade, so good stuff. Takes out Robbie from underneath, removes that threat. But yeah, it was a little bit easy losing Sneak like that on the Nomad.
I think they knew where he was because he was down to about, what, 25 HP? Like, he was dead to rights, essentially. Just Sneak lost out in the gunfight, as he has done every single one in the game so far. I mean, you can see for yourself, 0 and 6 across the half. Not an attacking-sided player. Still, of course, he fares in the defense when we get there. But now we're into this 4 versus 4, though, and there's not tons of time left in the round, Tim, which means really the attackers need to get a bit of a wiggle on here. Evan's starting to do just that, but the pressure is building up, and he's going low. He's about to go down, but not out here, Tim. Full blinded, 1 shot to the foot, and he'll be down, but it's Mats to get the kill to start things out into a second as well. We surely thought it'd be Evan falling, but no, it's 2 players on BDS. Surely, WYLDE don't let this one go.
Yeah, great turnaround from WYLDE. They know that the challenge is coming back. The knock does manage to get the job done. Boomsy finishes things onto Lasmo. It leaves it all up to the Tachanka of Virtue. He's not got a bad weapon for it. The LMG, huge magazine on it to be able to keep on firing kill after kill after kill, but he's already at about 75% health. He's being pushed from multiple directions. Plant is going down. Everything is stacking up against Virtue. I don't think he knows that the plant was going down, but there wasn't much that he could do about it anyway. Just takes a little spray with the secondary back to the LMG. Just cutting back and forward, but cannot get the job done. Cut down, and WYLDE managed to level things out 3-3. And honestly, feels like a pretty fair reflection of the first half.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. Like, overall, I thought WYLDE had some really good creative attacks there. They adapted to problems very, very well in the round, but equally so did BDS. You know, that top floor defense is the one that I'd always come back to, knowing that once the Deimos was gone, Lasmo unlocked to step forward and towards Janitor, deny the plant, collect a second kill. Both teams really giving as good as they got in that half, I think. And like you say, a very, very reflective scoreline. Now we get to switch sides and see how things go. I always say 2 halves to a game of Siege, and I still stand by it. I don't think we see a 3-3.
No, I would agree with you. I think one of these teams is probably going to come away with a win. We've got Ibana and Ace. We've got Kaid and Mirror. We've got the exact same bands as the first half that we had previously. And where are they going to go? They're going to go on the same rotation, it looks like, down to basement. I always wonder, once you've got those 2 long-range breach options, it does open up the top floor for you. But WYLDE going to choose to try and get down to the basement and lock things down to begin with.
Very, very classic, isn't it, as well as the go-to site on this map. What I love is that for the longest time, top floor was being ignored. Like, people just did not want to play there. But since those ban changes have come in, where you can now play, obviously without the Ace and the Hibana being able to open up the lovely long white hallway, we go there quite a lot. Some teams even choosing to start the map up there as well. And that kind of speaks, I guess, to the power of the new ban system that we have in the game. I say new now, it's been a while, but new enough.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the Shank being brought along again. This time it's going to be Evan. Interested to see how this gets played. So, the reason that I'm interested to see that is Evan will have a shield, but he won't have any protection. No Jaeger, no Wamai. So, any nades, any Gon 6, anything ranged that can take a shield down would get the job done. However, BDS have only brought along 2 nades. They've just got P4 who is able to do that. Flashbangs, smokes, could create a little bit of difficulty for the Tachanka, but honestly, I think, you know, that's, if you spot that in a setup, if it's something you're going up against maybe when you're playing, and you spot that there isn't anything to deal with those range, take Gon 6 and just take his shield away really, really quickly. Look at this immediate aggression from BDS, trying to get themselves on into blue. They're going to already bait out one of those toxic babe canisters inside the first 30 seconds. Boomsy Just trying to keep those stairs secure. Max takes a little bit of damage there. Just got overexcited, I think. Goes in without full knowledge of what is behind him. This is another problem for that Tachanka, though. Freck has been able to just walk down. He shouldn't be showing himself to Garage. Garen does get the kill, so that removes the threat. Freck did pick up the kill onto Matt. I think it will have been from the hatch drop, but that leaves us now 4 versus 4.
Yeah, bit of a weird start as well. Charging towards blue, and they kind of doubted themselves and backed off and so on and so forth. Obviously, it leads to them getting control of the stairs, and Boomsy's now like, where's that pressure gone? Like, why have they changed the way so aggressively? But that's exactly what they've done to him, and then hightailed it down towards main stairs. P4 falling down quite early on, but look at this. That's the pressure building up, but Boomsy was not white screened. Gets the immediate response on towards Virtue there. BDS, maybe biting off more than they can chew here. Looking in for the one as Lasmo goes down. Robbie with it all to do will find one more. Sneak, yet to find a kill in this game, has now got to go big. Half a round still to play. Doc could be cool on side. Surely, Tim, this is his to find, although it is this SMG at range against the magnified scope of Sneak. Give it towards the wild player. But how the two have stacked up so far, maybe you give it over. No, you don't. Sneak making good use of that weapon to collect the round, but my God, was it close. And BDS showing they can give as good as they get, Tim, when it comes to pacey attacks.
Yeah, I like the kind of 3-2-1 from BDS there. Just that rush down marble stairs, kind of recognizing, look, the Tachanka's in position. He's behind his shield. We don't really have anything to deal with that. We don't really have anything to take it away. So the default spot probably isn't an option. And I think we are seeing this more from teams now where they're recognizing we need to get on the rear side. If that's how, you know, if we need to deal with the Tachanka and we're not dealing with it. Virtus Pro, incidentally, are a team really good at dealing with the Tachanka head on. They usually bring a lot of range utility to burn away any ADSs and to clear the shield out. But it was a great effort from BDS, recognizing, look, let's just push down marble, let's create a bit of space, get ourselves into lockers. It all went kind of well, but ultimately it comes down to a 1v1 that Sneak is able to win out. And don't underestimate the difficulty of closing out that 1v1 at the end there. That's Sneak's first kill of the game, and we're 7 rounds in, and I don't say that to like flame him or anything. The reason that I say that is that's 6 rounds where you've maybe not been involved in a lot of gunfights. You've lost a lot of gunfights, and so you've been kind of sitting cold for half of the rounds quite often. It's the same problem that, like, you know, your support players like Thermite will have. They spend so much of the rounds on drones and using utility and putting the diffuser down that when that important moment comes, when that 1v1 comes, you're kind of a little bit cold, and it increases the difficulty. So great job from Sneak there to get that door over the line for his team.
All right, then, let's see how things go as we step into round 8. Wild take a big jump forward here, move up 2 rounds clear. BDS battle their way back through and bring things all square at 4 apiece. Spoke a lot about the War of the Shields back in the first half, and we've got that clash coming along for Sneak. And it sounds quite harsh to say, but given how his first half went, in fact, how the whole game has gone so far, just 1 kill to his name. Putting on that's more frustrating. Denying Operator is a great one. A nice one-tap from Booms with the SMG there, I think, to get rid of Lasmo. And look at the Operator they've killed, Tim. They've got no other hard breach available. They can't open the wall.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That is a big... You don't always get to pick your opening kills, but if Wild could, I'm sure that they would have picked the Thermite, like you say. It just puts a whole new spin on this now. There's no secondary hard breach gadgets, so they're going to have to use windows, they're going to have to use doors, they're going to have to come up the gold stairs. And the big question is, have Wild recognised that? Do they know it's the Thermite that they've taken out? When we get into the final minute, they'll have a good guess if they aren't aware, because nothing will be breached at that point, and they'll be kind of thinking, well, you know, if they were going to breach something, they would have done by now. So, yeah, Wild looking good once again. It just feels like this roster has grown massively in confidence over the last few weeks, and we're starting to see it play day after play day now. Looking good at 5 versus 4.
Yeah, I'm going to try and call on the powers vested in me as a caster. Observer, please can we go and look at the 2 walls facing off towards square from inside of sight? I want to know where Boomsy got that angle from. I think it's the lower wall that I want to take a quick look at here. Which side of it is open? If we look at the square wall going out towards square, we'll take a look in a minute after these next few fights come on through. By the looks of it, I think we're going to a bit of a scrap, Tim. Absolutely, Boomsy finally dealt with, but I think it's a bit too little, too late, as they have bled 2 of the players. And I think you are right, Tim. It is the left side that's been opened up. Normally, it's the right side they leave soft, so you can test them towards square. But I was like, for Lasmo to get caught on that window, I'm not surprised. He's been a bit surprised by it. Robbie trying to fend off the aggressors as best he can, gets rid of 1. But with 3 of them bearing down and 1 of them being a shield, I think we knew there's only one way that round was going to go, and it was over to Wild.
Yeah, it definitely is a more aggressive setup, like you say, opening that left side. It still allows you to challenge into square, but it gives you that option out onto the windows as well. And those angles always work both ways, which is where I say it's a little bit more aggressive. It's something you've got to be careful with. But look, it's like I said, WYLDE are playing with more confidence. They've found their groove, they've found their stride. They've had a win against Fnatic, a win against Falcons, and right now, you wouldn't go against them having a win against BDS to add to the ever-growing list. And if we look at exactly what that does in terms of the table, obviously they're one of the teams that, you know, will be in that relegation discussion as well. But it puts them up onto 8 points, and until Wolves play later at least, depending on their result, it might stay that way. It puts them up into 6th place.
Indeed. I did say at the start of the round as well, you know, 4-4 would keep things lock and step, and we could see it going towards OT. But when we're at that 3-3 point, I said I don't think I'd expect to see a 3-3 half. I thought the WYLDE might take it, and the reason why I said that is I think we've just seen a little more bounce from WYLDE in that first half. You know, the way they've approached their attacks, I think you'll see them being very, very active when it comes around to their defensive side as well. And just a level we've seen that, you know, the early step out on towards Lasmo, for example, he did not see that one coming. It's a really good start from Boomsy to completely upturn that round before it even had a chance to get started. And I was a little bit nervous for the side of BDS that we would see them quite lack this kind of the same bite we saw from them on the defensive side. That's also starting to build into the fore a little bit here. A little bit of composure definitely going to help them. Let's see if we can get themselves on the board here. They lose this round. They've got a 3-round deficit to catch up on. I don't see them doing that, but if we go to 5-4, it could be a different story.
I love that attempt from Boomsy there of just, I'm going to leave the drone and see what happens. Obviously, as soon as it activates, he knows that he's going to be seen, but the fight here on Loan Office, there's a bit of a... There we go, he gets taken down. Great comms coming in from BDS. Robbie manages to get on the rear side and cut him down. Freck manages to find Mats. There's a little bit of me that kind of wishes Boomsy had that left window double hit and he could have impacted with the right and then jumped out of the left. It'd have been beautiful, wouldn't it? It'd have really, you know, been something. But ultimately, he overstayed his welcome in Loan Office and gets recalled quite quickly as he gets cut down. So 5 versus 3 now as BDS get themselves a really strong advantage. They're inside of the map well, they're controlling things, but let's not forget, this is the 3rd choice site. So arguably, WYLDE, they just need to keep on walking, do what they've already done, go to basement, go to top floor, win them both. And I'd say that, I might not even put this past them to win this one.
Let's just chill out here, BDS. We've got another call coming online from the Dockerby as well. You've got the man advantage. You've got a shield on side. You've got half a round to play. This is one of those rounds that you look at and say there is no reason for a team to be losing it given the commanding spot they're in. Outside of an act of God, outside of someone on the side of WYLDE going absolutely crazy. I was looking at the C4 in the back pocket of Sneak. Now that he's gone, it's even more looking assured. 4v2. This is their round to lose.
Had his opportunity there. Evan just misses the shot. And I know it was a very slim chance, but there you go. He gets it on the second time of asking. 2 versus 3, 55 seconds left to go. Boogie Drone was doing a little bit of work up above. The question now is how much do BDS know? They don't have a lot in terms of drone utility. They don't have a lot to be able to tell where these players are. They need to kind of make a choice and go for it and hope that they pick the right side.
I'm nervous, Tim. I'll say it now. I'm nervous. They're not doing anything wrong. I'm just nervous that we're coming down to this point in the round. It's the final 25 seconds, and we're still fishing for a way in towards the site here. It looks to be that Square is going to be their point of entry. They want to get a kitchen plant down, making use of the shield. But a WYLDE going to let them. Evan dug in deep. You can see the Azami watching out towards the door. Garen ready for to step on forwards here. They've made the cross. They should be able to start getting this plant down. This is going to make life really hard because there is no denial available to the WYLDE players. Ooh. Okay.
Right, with a big double. Yeah, BDS played it well there. Sometimes I think, you know, we are critical of saying that teams leave it too late in the round and only give themselves that one chance to plant, but that is not one of the times that I would say that. I think BDS actually used the clock to their advantage. They used their time. They weren't scared of, you know, I can understand teams being a bit scared of making a call to rotate or adapt at sort of 20, 30 seconds left to go, but they were literally at metal, they were at beepers, they were looking to go in on that side of things. And then the call came, no, this isn't right. The gap is over in cafeteria. We need to, and the Blackbeard straight up the stairs, right across the top. In they go with 15 seconds, maybe less left, and get that diffuser down. And it was a great choice because the Blackbeard was the one to do it. Go in behind that shield. Yep, he gets sprayed down a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Freck's on the cover. He doesn't take any damage, and he can start putting the diffuser down. And behind that counter, like you say, without any actual denial there, it's basically impossible to stop the plant going down as long as the Blackbeards position themselves correctly. So the shield is on their back and blocking any incoming fire above the level of the counter. It's going to go down. It's going to go, you know, be done. And BDS recognized that, and they saw the gap. They went for it, and it was really nice from them.
Well, quick tech pause coming in here then gives us a good chance for that little moment to pause and reflect on how things have been going. We were a little nervous that we would see Wild move up to 6-3 and run away with it, but BDS have got that one back. It's now 5-4 to Wild. So definitely within striking distance, and dare I say it, Tim, horror of horrors, we could yet have our first overtime on the way.
We could, you know, we'll see how it pans out, but at the minute, I still... it is anybody's toss of a coin. Absolute back to the wall. I think Wild win this. I think they win it 7-4. I think they're going to win the basement and the top floor again. I'm not sure that BDS are going to break down what Wild did previously. It depends, I think, whether Wild have got any kind of little adaptations. I think they need to, you know, find some differences to play. I would expect a team like BDS to be very good at adapting and be kind of reactive. So, you know, based on what they've seen so far, I don't think you could just rinse and repeat and do exactly the same, but I can really see a world where Wild win these next 2 rounds and just get it locked down.
See, I'm going to go against the grain here, and though it's very, very rare, I'm going to suggest the attackers are actually going to win this next lock of CCTV attack, and it hasn't been done yet in the game. The reason why I say it is it was very, very close in round 7. Don't forget it came down to Sneak winning out a 1 versus 2, of course, winning out the 1v1 with the Aruni. That's what sealed the deal for them. I think BDS have got a really good understanding of this downstairs site, and you look, don't worry, mate, you look fantastic. They've just got it figured out at this point, I think, and they've shown on the spin of a dime that they can completely rotate their attack over from server side. They can start slow there, feint a little bit and move over towards main stairs instead and make it a play happen from there. I think they're going to have an answer to whatever Wild might put up, and it will come down to a close round again, but I just think we're going to see BDS maybe get it over the line, and that is going to make things very spicy.
We'll be back in just as soon as we can be. I'll get our little tech issue ironed out. And in.
Oh, Tim, we can ask, because I only asked you on the Asia broadcast. How's the garden now? Have you done anything over the last few days?
You see, now that you're asking me on multiple broadcasts, it's kind of difficult for me to keep track of what where each broadcast is up to. In
people
terms
need
of
to know, man. The Asian watchers, they know.
The latest stuff that I've done. So I was pretty sick a couple of weeks ago, and then I've been away for work a little bit over the last few days. So and then the weather was on top of it as well, wasn't great. So there's been a number of factors that have slowed me down, but I did manage to get some stuff done at the back end of last week, and it was actually it's only a little bit of stuff, but a really big piece of progress. So what I'm currently working on is getting the decking into place, and there's a particularly big decking frame that's currently sat on my patio that I need to get back on to what used to be the lawn, and it's going to there's going to be stepped decking up the back half of the garden. So this big frame needs to go back in place, but the reason that it's on my patio is because it's going right up to the fences. So in order to be able to put screws into the side of the joists to secure them, I can't do that when it's in position because the fence is in the way. So I've had it on the patio, I've finished the joinery on it, all the screws have gone in. I did that this week, so all the joists are like secured in, so that now needs lifting back into position. So I've got some muscle coming tomorrow. I think it's probably going to take 4 of us to shift it back in, but I also dug the remaining post holes as well. So for anybody who doesn't know about decking, or maybe those who do and are wondering, is he putting it on posts? Yes, I am. So it's going to be probably about 8 inches off the ground. It's not very high. I'm keeping it as low as possible because I want to keep privacy and things. You know, I don't want to be like sat on a penny farthing up above the fence line. So keeping it as low as possible, but it is going, because the ground it's going on is sloped, so it does need to go on post. So what you have to do is you dig a hole in the ground that's not massive, about 30 centimetres square, about half a metre deep, and then your posts can go in there. You put concrete in with them, it skewers them, and then you bolt the frame onto the posts. That's how you can guarantee it's level as well. You don't actually want it exactly level. You want about, it's 3 millimetres per millimeters per meter drop that you want so that rainwater can run off it. So yeah, I'll get all that lined up and leveled. I've got a little laser level I can mark all that out, get that sorted, and then we run some bolts through the frame and through the posts, and it'll hold it nicely in place. So I'm hoping by the end of the weekend, because my posts are coming tomorrow, so I'm hoping by the end of the weekend that I can have the big frame back in position and secured on its posts, concreted into the ground. And there's 2 little steps that are kind of on the right side of it, because the fence line was higher there, so I couldn't dig down as far. So I need to have a couple of steps to kind of hide that. So hopefully that's all going to be posted into the ground, bolted on, secured, and then I can start. My next jobs after that will be, I need to put the handrail across the front of the decking, because it's not very high, but it's high enough that you'd like, it wouldn't be like fun to fall off it. It's only about 30 centimeters high at the front, but if you took a big step down it, you're probably going to hurt yourself.
Mate, for little people like us, that's basically a 10 meter drop.
It's a big deal, isn't it? So yeah, so there's a handrail going across the front for the sake of safety. So I need to get that put on. That goes on before any decking boards go on, because then you cut them around your handrail and your newel post and things like that. And then yeah, so I'd like to have the handrail done maybe next week, and I need to build a couple more frames for stuff that's like going up towards the back of the garden, like the next level up of decking. So I'll build those frames as well. But we are slowly moving. But I tell you what did surprise me, we had some really bad rain the other day, 14 hours of rain, and I got home. I'd been out for some food in the evening, and I came home and I thought I better just have a look at how them post holes are doing, because I've got these like 14 holes dug in my garden, and I thought I don't want like, you know, any animals like ending up in water or anything like that if they don't, because it's dark. You know, if this rain does stop. And most of them were fine, most of them were empty, but one of them had been absolutely brimmed full, so I had to bail it out. It was like a half a meter deep of water, so I had to bail it out. I know, it was really, that's how much rain we had. It was really bad, but it's clear at the bottom, so it doesn't drain particularly quickly, you see.
For those not from the UK, like that first day of like heavy rain kind of signifies, right, you like when we're pissing about, summer's over, we're now into winter, and it is now quite bitterly cold. Like I thought, normally we sit with the window open for a little bit of fresh air during the summer, you know, I was like, it's quite nice. Last night I went into the room and I was like, God, it's chilly in here. I might actually have to close the window and really now, you know, put the aircon away. We're getting to that point of the year where it's no longer okay. Just have windows open or you'll freeze to death.
Yeah, it really is. We're starting to definitely felt it the last couple of days. Out for little walks in the morning. I like to, you know, get a bit of fresh air in the day, and it's starting to see your breath kind of weather. But
Cover me!
Let's see who's going to have any breath left in them at the end of this one. 5-4, nice and close. Wild have got their opportunity to close it out. We see an immediate trade. It's Garen and Robbie taking each other down. It's the Twitch versus the Goyo. Now, if they haven't got the Vulcan canisters, I'd say that WYLDE have come away with the win there, because it might just mean that they survive to the end of the round.
I can almost guarantee you, Tim, they haven't. And I've got to say, this is one of those defenses where I've not seen a smoke or a shanker on this site in years, I want to say. It's so bizarre. We're relying pretty much solely on the Goyo to get this one done, because Boomsy on the wall is certainly going to get much done here on blue stairs. Halfway into the round, and BDS starting to pick up their pace a little bit. I think losing the Twitch in exchange for the Goyo is awful, because like you say, unless they've got rid of those Goyo canisters, it's going to make hell on earth for them a bit later. And you can see there's 3 Goyo canisters all gathered around this door. This is going to be horrible for BDS to deal with unless they can pop all 3 very quickly.
Yeah, they managed to... I don't know if that was BDS from the hatch popping that one. If that nade gets... They're looking pretty good now, so they're okay. Nitro comes out and takes P4 off the hatch. That's a really big one. They needed that vertical cover. Certainly not ideal for BDS. They're going to have, I think, at least another 20 seconds. I think there's one more Vulcan canister up on the wall that hasn't yet been taken out, so the defenders can do that. So it's just kind of a waiting game at the minute, but BDS will have time to get this done. There we go. Oh, that's smart. So the Vulcan canister's not going to reach them. They're going to plant in behind the shield. Love to see it from BDS, but how about that? They've got the redundancy of the Echo coming in as the spare man manages to stop the plant going down. They get the kill as well. Freck takes the damage, 19 seconds, and BDS might just be in trouble here, Des.
Yeah, I really thought they might be having enough to get over the line here, Tim, but they look incredibly stuck. A backstab coming out from Freck, but can't find his man. WYLDE holding out very effectively again without a Chancre or a smoke, something we're very, very used to seeing, but it's more than enough to keep BDS at bay. And with that, Tim, I'm now with you. I think they win this next site, and I think that closes things out for WYLDE, and they take all 3 points.
What a great performance from them down in basement as well, as you say, without that kind of textbook denial, but using the Vulcan canisters. It was that early kill on Twitch that has really helped to them, because they only had 2 nades on side other than that, so that was their only option to clear out the Vulcan canisters. So there was so much focus on those Vulcan canisters. We got down to kind of 30 seconds, 25 seconds remaining. They go in for the plant, and it was just such a well-timed yokai, because there's nothing that BDS can do about it realistically, because the Virtue, he's shielded up because he's protecting the planter. Lasmo is in behind him, so they can't do anything about that. He can't, even if he sees the yokai drone, he can't come off to try and shoot it. And then WYLDE heads up. They know that Freck's going to push around the rear. Really good stuff. Just in control of the site, in control of the game at the minute. Guarantee themselves overtime, and they could well, over the next 2 rounds, get it done in regulation.
All right, let's see how things go up on this top 4 then. Here we step. I want to say it was the strike last time where one of the players still had a shield left in back pocket as well. It could have actually been, no, it was down in an open area a couple of rounds ago. Someone still had a shield in back pocket, and I was like, well, that feels like a wasted opportunity or a small mistake being made. Here, of course, one is deployed, looking straight down towards lobby. Evan going to lock things up here. Of course, with the bans that we spoke about earlier, the Habana and the Ace, it means that main corridor is safe to play inside of, and you can afford to station shields inside of there. The only worry I've really got, and I guess this is where Sneak comes in on the clash, is you typically want a shield looking out towards Square from just outside of Logi. That isn't a thing, and that's why I think Sneak's here to do the same when he deploys that shield. It gives him the angle to be able to see what's going on down there, but also play a very, very difficult position for the attackers to be able to break.
BDS could, I think, really do with finding themselves an entry as well. If we have a look at how they've done it, it's been more on their side than not. It's actually, what are we on? Round 10? It's 5 each way, actually. So very even so far. Garen, of course, picking up, it was a trade last time around, but taking down the Twitch, which I said was a particularly effective opening kill. That Rotero drone is going to be really nice as well. I think it takes out both pieces of barbed wire there with one piece of utility, so very nicely done. Just going to look to take away that shield and will be successful. How about this though? That's quite aggressive from Mats. Oh no, the nade bounced too far. The shield is still there. That's a big problem for BDS if they want to continue pushing up these spiral stairs.
Well, here we go, a classic Tim. Shields marching their way up here. Flores is in place. I just saw Virtue's whole screen flash bright red then as well. Love it. But here we've got them staring down towards what is going on. Forcing the Echo back, at least for now. So gaining ground as they move through here past that halfway point in the round. P4 sniffing around downstairs to where these yokais might be. It kind of half ruined things for them in the last round. No surprise at all, they want it gone this time around.
Going to get one of them taken out there, so that is good news for BDS. 5 versus 5, still no kills have opened up yet, and they've got the presence of shields inside of sight, just making a nuisance of themselves. Lasmo does take a little bit of damage there, but with the Candelas coming in, he knows this is opportunity. But how about that from Boomsy? He goes over the top rope and comes down onto Lasmo, takes him out and protects his Azami. Virtue manages to find Garen, but Clash is now starting to work from behind. WYLDE have got this, Des. They are cutting them down one at a time. It's 3 versus 2. 30 seconds left to go.
Like I say, it just feels like there's a little bit more bite, a little bit more from WYLDE today. A downs Clash is not going to help. I'm going to say that, Tim. What on earth is this game? 3 kills seemingly out of nowhere for BDS, and it keeps them going just as it looked like WYLDE had this game in the bag.
I can't believe that WYLDE have just allowed the Monty to do that to them. It was in the bag. It was 3 versus 2. The only person inside the map was a Monty. You've got Ying on the window, who is limited in what they can do. You feel like WYLDE just need to play that a little bit more cautiously. It was aggression that had got him to that point, but I think sometimes you need to know when to take the foot off the gas, and I think they maybe just got a little bit excitable, seeing that the Monty was there alone and thinking, let's deal with the Monty while they're on their own. You know, yeah, it's not a bad plan, but 30 seconds, you know, the clock was running down. Maybe force Freck into the building, force him to do something. But instead, they gave them the opportunities. And Robbie, he got it done.
So balls to the wall from Boomsy. I love it. He's like, the candelas are going off. Everyone else will feel so emboldened to make a play here. Screw that, I'm making my own. Bolting over and just dealing with that Blackbeard so handily removes such a key point of pressure for them. But as we said, at the end of the round, it was that flurry of kills for BDS that keeps them in it. One more round and we go to OT. It's Wild with a chance to close things out. And here we go, Tim, into something a bit different. A Teller's archive site. Don't see that every day.
No, you do not. It kind of makes sense, I think, you know, coming in and there may be a little bit of nerves going to a site that you've already lost. Honestly, if I was Wild, I'd have maybe gone back to top floor again. I don't think they wanted to deal with the double shield combo. They're going to deal with it anyway, and they were so close to winning that out. I would have just run that back again. I think they've made a little bit of a mistake at the end of the round with how they've dealt with the Monte, and I think that was actually very winnable. Look, we'll see what happens, but there's going to be a fight over top floor to begin with.
Always, Tim. Always a fight over top floor. But not that vertical control that they want.
I think it was 7-4 or it was overtime.
Fair. Quite a big difference in swing between those two possible outcomes, mate.
Yeah, no, I think they either win 7-4 or it goes to overtime. I think Wild might have just missed their opportunity. And I don't want to say again, but again.
Maybe, Tim, but it's also the site you don't get to steal that often, and maybe BDS don't really have tape on what Wild run on this site. This could be a bit of a surprise for them. Got to figure out their way through this one a little bit more dynamically. Not a bad thing to have two shields for. Admittedly, once again, the Monty and the Blackbeard rolling out the red carpet for us the team. And the Ram, no doubt, that wants to be on that top floor, getting things opened up. But there's a few tricky players to deal with on the side of Wild, mainly looking in towards Boomsy and Garen when I say that. Just keeping those drones at bay, keeping the info away, making life hard for BDS. Half the round already gone here. We're not making significant progress just yet.
Boomsy gets spotted out. He's probably quite lucky that it was the Blackbeard coming down, because that kind of half-second delay of, you know, getting the ADS down and letting the shield drop was kind of what saved the Vigil there, because if that's anybody else, because his scope was up, I think they'd have seen him long before he saw them and they'd have got the kill. But yeah, it's good progress so far from BDS. They've got themselves that top floor control. They're marching down towards site. They've got a minute left on the clock. Freck manages to take down Boomsy, not a problem. The Vigil's been ineffective this round. Leaves us now 5 versus 3 as BDS continue to march their way through. Mats digs his heels in, takes down Robbie, but Virtue is getting the plant down, Des. They've got the space they need. They're not going to stop him. This is not easy now for Wild.
You got 2 shields up here in a post plant? Yeah, wrap it up, guys. This is done. It's got to go towards OT at this point. P4, at least one coming back through as well. It's looking damn good for BDS. Wild, across those last few rounds, have just left far too many opportunities for the other side to fight their way back in. BDS has definitely rallied now, and look, oh, get styled on, kid. Love that.
Just rude is what it is, isn't it?
That is so rude.
Throws his shield on his back to take the fight. Both of these teams absolutely pumped up for this win and looking for it. Wild, I'm sure, you know, going to be kicking themselves a little bit, but they need to save that for after the game. They're in overtime now. They've just got to focus on the rounds in front of them. But like I say, I do wonder if their opportunity has passed them by, and BDS have just woken up a little bit over the last few rounds, and you just feel like that round 11 was maybe their opportunity to get it done and get the full 3 points. As it is, Wild will guarantee themselves 1, and 2 is the best that they can hope for. Same story for BDS, of course. And they're going to be getting into round 13 any second now, but we can see, of course, our highlights from the last round. And I just feel like, yeah, I did question the site choice, and as much as you're correct, as you know, sometimes you go to that site that hasn't been seen too much. They don't necessarily know, you know, what they're doing to attack it and what the plan is. Yeah, for me, I just think go to your best site available in around 12, 6-5. Go to your best site. And I think top floor was Wild's best site there.
Absolutely. Well, OT is upon us. We start things off in the basement. I think this team's alluding to it may well find us stepping towards round 15 to see how the conclusion of this game goes. Both teams at least get to walk away with something from it, as well as the key thing to stress. It doesn't make a massive drastic difference inside of the standings overall. For Wild, not quite enough to push them in towards the playoff position. For BDS, it's definitely not going to make them safe. It will at least help both to have something.
Interestingly, we've got no Goyo on side this time either for WYLDE. So they're actually moving further and further away from plant denial every time they play this site. We saw them originally with the Shank and the Smoke and the Echo. Then we saw them with just the Goyo and the Echo. This time we're seeing them with just the Echo. So no other denial. They're going to have to look for kills. They're going to have to look for challengers. They're not going to fight that one as soon as the Monty walks in. They're up against this combo again. Monty, Blackbeard, BDS are just going to keep using it. And that's why I said I think it was either 7-4 WYLDE win or BDS come back and win in overtime maybe. Because look at the situation. BDS have figured it out. They've figured it out. We just bring the Monty Blackbeard. We bring the Monty Blackbeard and they ain't going to win it because they don't know what to do about that combo. It's something that we didn't see them do until round 10. And when they've done it, they've then won consistently from then on.
So now getting the focusing towards hatches as you come to expect. That double shield lineup has done so much work as well, it feels, for the side of BDS. Like, why change away from it? Back in a good few of their rounds during that half. We saw them start out with some Blitz, for example, no shield in the second. Progress further and further in towards playing more shields. To the stage is now an absolute staple. Surely they know that there's a player dug in here. Surely, right?
I don't think they will, because what they've done is they've played the Kiba barricade to seal him in. So the feeling that you get, they can't be droned. And the feeling that you get is that the Kiba barricade there is to deal with dirt. They did know, there we go. They've seen it. It's an old trick. They've tried it. It hasn't worked. It was a roll of the dice. They've come up with a double one.
I like the attempts at least. Plant now going down as well. Only a C4 to come over and try and deny. C4, well, it does the trick, Tim. That's the most important part. The second kill follows as Evans sprays on towards the hatch. But here, I think you're going to start seeing the limitations of this comp with not a lot of plant to play behind. Instead, you've got to turn towards your guns, and it turns out, Tim, guns do a pretty damn good job.
Look at Virtue's health though, barely anything. He cannot take a single shot. They've got a big problem now, because if he goes to put this diffuser down as exactly that, I thought he wouldn't, because if he turns his back, he leaves his feet, he leaves all sorts visible, just trying to creep on inside now. Nobody has gone upstairs for WYLDE. They might have been best actually going up and looking for the challenge. How about that? Surely this has got to be round WYLDE now. It has gone in both directions. We didn't know he would come away from it, but Virtue, with only 10 seconds left to go, low health, but he finds one. Surely not, Des. He's just got to run away.
To really try and make the plan happen here as well. Evan not in a spot to be able to deny right now, as you know what to expect. I think he does. Virtue falls off and Evan finds the kill anyway. Wow. Really coming down to the wire, but what on earth was that round, Tim? They had no right denying plants going down, but BDS just kept giving them gunfight after gunfight, which they won. And did not want to stick the plant in that closing round scenario. I don't know why we pulled off the plant there. I really thought they could have completed that. And at that point, the round's done.
I don't know who was on watch for the Nitro as well. I don't know if that's a missed shot or whether they didn't have anybody covering it. There was obviously the two, but this is the problem. You know, yes, we've said that the two shields have worked for them. It's bullied WYLDE. It's made it difficult for them, but equally, you're losing a rifle. One of the players that was there was the Monty. You can't generally be shooting. It's a hell of a shot if you're taking a Nitro out of the sky with the pistol. You're dropping the shield as well. It's not something you're going to try and do. And it was kind of really the beginning of the end when Matt throws that Nitro over and gets the kills. Sneak trying to be sneaky, just didn't get away with it at all, did it?
They didn't even know. I've just read the Monty dropped the hatch and broke it by dropping in. And then he was like, oh, there's a guy in there. What the hell? I didn't even realise. I thought they knew.
Yeah. It's an old... I mean, give it a whirl in your ranked games. Anybody watching that? If you, so basically, you trap somebody in with the Kiba barricade. You can even, like, maybe give it a hit already, so you don't have to 3-hit it. But you can't be droned. And people most often presume that you just... It says, Army, try and play it so that you are challenging dirt to begin with from behind that Kiba barricade, because then there is just a big assumption that you've put it there to challenge onto dirt, and then you wait for him to get established and, you know, pop out, well, surprise, and get a couple of kills on the backside. I was surprised to see it in a pro game, but I tell you what, if it works, it works. It doesn't matter. It didn't on that occasion, but you gotta, you know, you gotta love a trier, and that's certainly what WYLDE were. They managed to get that one done. They are up against a full Tachanka Echo defense here. We've got the Jaegers, so we've got ADSs in there to protect his shield as well. So there's going to be a lot of work here to be done. I know they brought the Sense along. It's maybe going to help them get deeper into site to get the plant down, because that's what they're going to need to do.
We just appreciate that Mats has hit 20 kills, by the way.
Been playing really well. Really well.
Well, yeah. I just like the most quietly worked towards 20. It's not like he's been walking 3Ks and 4Ks every single round, but obviously he's made an awful lot of show of things. He's got 4 3Ks throughout this game.
3Ks,
Yeah, real good stuff. And Sneak, not quite having the same game as Mats. 3-11 now. The Blackbeard falling down early. That is not the stuff of dreams. Losing his shield so early on, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, not ideal. I think just wanting to, you know, get in there and mix things up early in the round. Look, fortune favours the bold. Sometimes you've just got to get in there and get aggressive. But they've got a very clear picture of what's going on here, BDS. Interesting dedication of resources there, sending the Yokai drone up into lobby. You lose it for that plan denial down on site, but look at what it's gaining them at the minute. And are they going to be aware of the push that's going to come into Garage? That's maybe going to be the defining factor of this round.
Absolutely, they've got to figure it out as well. That man disadvantage is the main thing I'm worried about. Of course, plenty still to work with on the defensive side. The C4, the Chankras spoke about. Lots of intel coming out from the Valk and from the Yokais. No IQ to help sift those things out either as well. First one's coming over. Evan, I thought might be in a spot there to try and get some cover going on the way, on the step forward. But here we go, plants going down. Not quite hitting the spot. Tim got himself managed to sneak away with this one as well and got himself planted right in the back corner. They haven't got a clue. Turned it into a second as well. Is this a real smash and grab? It could well turn to be, because now they've got the numbers advantage. They've got the diffuser down, and BDS have let them get away with daylight murder here, Tim.
Yeah, they really have. Janka going to send that fire in just to force him out of the elevator, but it's not going to be enough. They've got the track, they've got everything they want, and they're just playing this super safe this time while they don't want to overcommit to it. Mats manages to find P4, Boomsy onto the second, and that is going to be a win for Wild. You've got to say they deserved it, Des. They played really well throughout that. They get the 2 points. A solid performance. BDS had their moments as well. It was an entertaining game, but ultimately, Wild are the victors.
Well, we said, Tim, they've managed to put in all this hard work and never quite get the result they want today. It's 2 points, and most critically, it moves them into 6th place. They are inside of the playoffs. Still work to do, but certainly a good outcome. And for BDS now, they're just getting pulled closer and closer to that battle for the playoffs. It's going to be thrilling to watch it play out.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how it's going to finish, but we know that this one itself is finished. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll be right back to the desk to break it down.
The Wild Wild West is upon us. Wild victorious against BDS on bank. They cash in 2 out of the 3 points, gents.
Finally, a victory after I mentioned it. But it's still, I will say this.
You're speechless.
Yes, I keep expecting more from them. I keep waiting to see those 3 points because they deserve it. They deserve it. They played so well.
They dominated this game.
Honestly, they were in control almost all the rounds. It's just a pity to see them only take 2 points there.
Yeah.
Then you know what? Let's snap back to reality and send ourselves in for our interview. Joining us, of course, is Evan from Wild. And look, Evan, congratulations on the win on the 2 points. We just have to talk about one specific thing. Jack, all yours.
Evan, I've got a clip to show you, and it's going to be Sneak hiding in the basement behind the Azami. I don't know if you've seen this. The Monty drops and opens up the Azami on the dropping animation, and the Blackbeard manages to just catch him. This went from genius to kind of troll within 2 seconds. What happened?
That's I mean, that's very unfortunate. We kind of stole that play from Geek, and I think there's a clip of someone in America doing it and getting fused as well. I feel like that's not got a very high success rate. Teams are catching on.
The thing is, it was so genius. It was gonna work as well. It was gonna work, and then yeah, the keeper just opened.
Monty's been eating way too many croissants.
Honestly, like if he doesn't drop that hatch, or if he drops that hatch at just a different spot, and the strat works, you guys are so lucky. But I guess I have to speak about Mats because he had a crazy game. I think he dropped 20 kills.
21.
Yeah, 21. That's a proper IGL, praising your teammates. And I checked how many operators he played. I think he played 10 different operators in that game. So I'm just wondering, because obviously Sneak is the entry. What is Matt's role in the team, and how do you enable him to get that many kills?
I mean, Mats is a flex, so he just sort of fills whatever we need. And a lot of that time, that's, you know, the nice roles like a 2-bit DMR, which he just happens to shoot better on the day. So yeah, good job from him.
Do you feel like he has, you know, outside of just the fragging power, but his utility usage or his voice comms, how is he supporting you just outside of frags in this match?
He's very good at enabling team play. Like, he's very good at coordinating timings. He's very good at just getting the team on the same page. If I'm not doing it, or if we're in like multiple groups problem solving multiple things, he's good at coordinating that too. So he's very good to have in the comps.
Very good. Now I wanted to ask you here, because if I'm looking at this from the outside and kind of listening through as the game is going on, it seemed like tactically you were outplaying BDS in every way, shape, and form. Why do you think it had to go to overtime again for you to get the victory? What happened there?
I think it was a little bit of lack of composure. Like, it's something we've been working on. It's been sort of noticeable since Playday 1. And like, it's been getting better, but it's something that's very hard to fix, and like, it's super different being composed in scrims to officials. So it's like, it's just a learning experience. We're working on it.
Makes sense. And how do you want to stay composed over next week? Because it is 3 play days back to back to back.
Yeah, it's going to be a long week, and it's a very important week for us. So we're just going to do our best preparing for it and see how it goes, really.
There you go. Evan, thank you very much for joining us this evening. It's good to hear your opinions on things and on one very funny play at the end of it. I'll let you go, rest up, and get ready for next week's going to be a full one for Wild, and we're very excited to see you playing once again. Have a good night.
Also, shout out Vinny, our social media manager.
There you go. Shout out to Vinny, their social media manager. There you go.
Vinny.
What did Vinny do? We'll have to. I don't know if he's still here.
We'll have to see if he wins another game to tell us. I will say this.
First question next week.
First question.
How is Vinny?
Who is Vinny? This is gonna be so important. That guys, let's refocus on the last line.
Sorry.
The last thing he said for me hits a lot. Next week is very important for us. I don't think people really realize. Within 3 play days, these guys can either stay at pro level and continue living off their dreams.
Yeah, that trajectory.
Or their career can be ended really short after a single year in Tier 1. And that is all played next week across 3 BO1s. Just let that sink in. You know, these guys, they live their dream the entire year, and it could all end next week.
Keep in mind, they came from Challenger Series a year ago. This time, they were not part of anything in Tier 1.
Yeah.
And in Stage 1, there were many issues. Seemingly a lot of things fixed going into Stage 2. They're doing way better. Improvement time and time again. there's a lot that we can stand behind in this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, WYLDE are the team that are caught up in every single race that we've got going on. They're in contention for playoffs, they're in contention for finals, and most importantly, they're trying to get themselves out of the relegation spots because of their phase 1, stage 1 as well. So yeah, there's a lot going on. That next week is going to be huge for them. In terms of this game, I will agree. I thought they should have got it done in regulation. That 1 point could come back to hurt them. Particularly, it was round 11 that actually really hurt them. It was a winnable position, 3 versus 2, that they should have got done, and they didn't, unfortunately. However, Matt, he was an absolute monster today. You saw in that highlight package there, he was just absolutely everywhere. 10 different operators, as Evan said, calling as well. He's looking into a real player right now.
How many multi-kills on top of that?
He got 4 rounds where he had a triple kill.
Whoa.
So he really turned the tide.
Which, by the way, is so important when Sneak is dropping 3 and 11. Sneak has been really trying to get involved in the entry. He's trying to be the aggressor in a lot of fights. It didn't go his way today.
He did clutch once.
He did clutch once. But when that happens, somebody else needs to step up in the team. And that's what all the top teams have. You know, you think of a G2. If Doki's not having his day, Loira's there, for example. If Sneak wasn't having his day today, somebody else needed to step up, and Max did.
Gentlemen, it's time for us then to move on to our next matchup. Let's swap this out. Behind us, Fnatic take on Team Falcons. And one thing I do have to say, this Fnatic have not really played at big events in a long time, right?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
I'm part of the problem.
Yeah.
He was the problem.
That's no comment. Team Falcons, on the other hand, you've seen them at the Invitational last year as BDS in the Grand Final. You've seen them every single Grand Final in 2024. The hope is that they can make it to the Invitational. And by the way, SI 2026 happening in Paris. Tickets are on sale. Make sure to grab yours just in case you missed out on Munich. And here's a beautiful trailer just to get you going.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Ladies and gentlemen, our third matchup of the day here in EML Playdate number 6 is about to begin. It's Falcons, it's Fnatic going up against one another. And let's just cut right to the chase with Team Falcons at the top, flying high. G2, the only squad that sits squarely above them. They look for more points and more domination.
Yeah, Wise Man said they're soaring, Milos, and that they are. They're really having a good stage. Big resurgence from them, I think, particularly in terms of the team play. We've gone over it a lot of time. League Fact's so important to them with the IGLing. He's having a great stage as well. You know, bringing up these big kills, getting the team going. From listening to their comms, seems like there's so much more energy within the team as well, which is driving them.
And MACKO seems to definitely be back. And when I say MACKO's back, it means he's doing, what, like 3 times the numbers than anybody else.
He's
typing.
Scrolling on Twitter, his usual warm-up before game.
The warm-up routine.
That means they're going to win. Usually, this is how things kind of work out. But I really need to talk about this because if we're looking back to post-invitation, post-Boston, when Team Falcons, the organization, picked up the former BDS roster that you have here with you, there was a big chat all over social media, all over subreddit, whatever, that it's all about the money, right? Oh, they bought up another big team. They just want to win stuff. And I think there seems to be more to it than just the moolah.
Yeah, from talking to the players, it's not so much a question of salary. It's mostly a question of what is the organization putting on the table for them to perform.
Yep.
And that, for me, is the biggest reason we went from a Falcons that was disappointing us at Reload, that disappointed everyone at EWC, to a Falcons right now that is looking stronger than maybe the rest of 2025 and maybe at the same level as 2024. So it all is about investment. If we look at the org chart right now, we see Lekefak as the IGL of the 4 other players. Above him, Stuflex, the head coach, and all of the teams surrounding them. Eagle is a long-standing analyst. At the same time, Julio, they've taken a great strategy coach with massive experience about how to win grand finals. And then Frenchie, the team manager. We look above, and we see Falcons infrastructure with team facilities for bootcamps, with a nutritionist so that the guys are feeling great, with a physiologist, with a psychologist as well.
Yeah.
All of the things that you need to perform at the highest level here, Jack.
From speaking to them at the Reload event, which is the time I spoke to them about this, their class is a tier 1 team within the Falcons ecosystem, which means they get access to all of this, all of the resources. And in their mind, this is what they wanted in terms of to give themselves the best chance to succeed. We saw them as BDS get to finals and hit that hurdle. In their mind, this was to give themselves the best chance to go and win things, to really start something special.
You take the best players and you give them the best utility to perform. Well, let's take a look at how it enables to them. Because yes, they have infrastructure, but the real thing is, it means unlimited bootcamps whenever they need it. Is it for EML finals? Is it maybe for to prepare a big event? They will have them. Theory sessions is something they've now introduced. Now, before the screen blocks, they have 1 hour theory session where they just rehearse every single default setup so that Lekefak doesn't have to recall them during matches.
And that's great because realistically, one of the things that, and one of the criticisms we've leveled at this team is they get through it on individual skill alone.
Yeah.
And I think they know that, and that's why they've introduced that.
With theory sessions, now every single player in the team understands the calls that Lekefak is making. Obviously, on top of that, you can see gym activities, sports activities, maybe some kinds that bring a little bit of synergy with the team.
My man is a fucking...
He's got strong biceps now, and I see everyone invested in bringing that roster back to the highest of the levels of CG Sports. And it's all of that is in the perspective, I think, of Munich first, but especially SI Paris.
And just to contextualize this is all like there are some teams that we've seen, you know, not in EU for fortunately, but in NA we've got teams that are still looking for organizations that are without salary and that type of stuff. So for Falcons, for this team, all of that resource is so important to their success.
Well, you know all about flying first class, Jack, but we got to take a look at Fnatic on the other end of that spectrum, because I feel like this squad has turned, I guess, these kind of diamonds in the rough into realistic competitors here in EML. They're so high up in the standings, and no one would have expected it in Stage 2.
What's impressive is that they clearly don't invest the same resources as Falcons within the game, but they do it smart.
True.
They just
ROI. It's 5 players and Tristan, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The reality is they do it smart. They pick up strong individuals, young ones with loads of potential. Tristan is very smart with the way he develops this team, with the vision that they have. And so far, they have, I guess, outweighed some of the expectations that was on this roster, especially after Stage 1. It's been a real pleasure to see them play. And even yesterday, what was supposed to be a big test, Jack, against a real big teams in G2. We think that Fnatic strategically was controlling the game, but just was losing the gunfights because G2 has some of the best individuals.
And you're going to get that, especially, aren't you? When you place Trust in a roster that has essentially, I'm going to call them 3 rookies-ish, Sarks. Half a rookie, maybe. It was his rookie year last year. So, but you're investing in a lot of youth. You're going to see when they go up against the big boys, even if they control it, they're still going to fall down to some big individual moments. Fnatic yesterday should have been going through the half at a 5-1. They should have been going into their defense half with a load of confidence. Absolutely tons. It was a 3-3 because they let 2 big moments affect them. When that happens, they let that then snowball onto their defenses. They didn't play confident and aggressive like we've seen them play on their defenses, making the micro plays, using the information. And I think they just lost because it was G2 and it was kind of a big name and the occasion got to them. They have a chance to right that against another big name today in Falcons.
We said it yesterday, this is the test week for Fnatic. Was it all flash in the pan, or do you actually have the shot to contest against the top 2? Even if you can't, there's still indefinite conversation around making it to playoffs and to Munich. By the way, grab your tickets if you haven't. There's only a few left for the Munich Major. However, I have a spot for our map. So let's chat about that. Leo, what do we got?
We're going all the way to Consulate. I find that interesting because every single time I see Falcons play on that map, it seems that in a BO1, they only leave it open if they can end up starting in defense. Once again, a sensible, very defender-sided map. Now I find that very interesting because Falcons love that map. They played it 4 times during stage 1. They beat every single team on it if it was not for G2. But also, they played Fnatic on that map. And they beat them 7-2. It's a direct rematch from the same game in stage 1.
Just an interesting one. Leaky Fact was calling out Fnatic and Tristan, saying they're going to play Clubhouse against
They banned Clubhouse.
And Falcons banned Clubhouse right at the end. I wonder if we would have seen it if they'd have let it through. Anyway, I actually think it's smart from Fnatic. They did this yesterday against G2. They're playing maps that they've previously shown. And I think that's really, really smart because they don't want to show any new maps against future opposition that they've got, how do I say this, a more realistic chance of beating. The game against G2, the game against Falcons, for most teams, is just an absolute free hit. They've already shown Consulate from a Fnatic point of view against WYLDE. What did they struggle on there? Well, they faced the same top floor meeting CEO setup 4 times with the Denari. They attacked it admin side 4 times in a row, and I think they only won it once. So they really struggled to adapt when they attacked this map. So I'm looking to see from Fnatic that they have more adaptation to their game.
Could we maybe see for the first time a Denari ban? We'll see. But Consulate is one of those maps that is extremely well enabled with those crossfires.
We talked about it, and you very plainly spotted the G2 play that kind of everybody had copied within only a couple of days.
I'm booking some other Denari tips for the next.
Hey, if you want Denari tips, Macy J posted a great video with how to counter shields on Denari. Just as I saw it on Twitter, it was great.
Thank you,
Additional tips, always on this desk.
This is good. We always have, whenever there's a new operator that gets added into the game every season, just means that we have something new to look forward to, because it's not just about how you play the operator themselves, but then all the interactions that happen around them. And on top of it, because it's Rainbow Six, it's all about the SimCity also. And Denari plays really well into SimCity, which I'm borrowing a StarCraft term here, which is how you set up a site and the outside using the soft destruction to your advantage. It's a very good term, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think looking at the new operators that have been added recently, comparing Denari to Deimos maybe, or some of the more recent operators, I will say Denari has one of the biggest cookability of any operators in the game.
So much creativity.
Devastatingly good.
You can go into customs, find new stuff every day. We see staff spending a lot of time in the customs and trying to find new stuff, and everyone is copying each other. Honestly, super excited to see what this player, what this operator is going to look like in the next 6 months.
Yeah, feels like the skill ceiling on Denari is very, very high, not just as an individual, but as a team also. How you
very, very. It's what you want from an operator, right? It's such a high skill ceiling. It enables creativity. It shows everything that's good about Rainbow Six. At the same time, can still be very situational, and that's what you want. You don't want it to be overpowered.
It would be very sad if Denari were banned in this matchup here between Falcons and Fnatic, but regardless, our casters are standing by, and so are our teams. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, a bit of a David versus Goliath game, it feels like, Tim. Fnatic starting off strong this stage. Not coming to a halt, but definitely slowing down while Falcons are going the other way, it feels like. I think we all know on paper which way it feels like this game will go, but maybe Fnatic have got something a little extra in the tank for us.
Yeah, Fnatic have absolutely been a team full of surprises so far in stage 2. It's been a tough 12 months for them, maybe longer. It's difficult to find their feet, but they've seem to have finally done it, and they are delivering some results, find themselves sat nicely in the mid-table at the minute. You know, they've beat some teams that you might not have thought they would. They've lost to some that you thought they might have beaten, but ultimately Fnatic are putting points on the board. Today is definitely going to be a true test of that growth that they have shown us, though. Keep an eye on Sarks and Wizard. Their stats particularly have been very, very good so far this stage, and they're going to need to be even better today, of course, coming up against Team Falcons, who we know are just absolutely lethal no matter where they play.
Indeed can be. Well, our bans have flown through pretty quickly. The Dockerby ban, Tim, you know I love seeing the Dockerby pick up for both of these teams, to be fair, Falcons especially, but here's banned away by them alongside the Monty, and the Clash, and the Valkyrie to come away by Fnatic against them. So, interesting bans coming out overall. Does leave a few of the stronger operators that I think we're used to seeing in the game overall, but with this map being what it is, a bit more pokey and tight, then you can make some different variations here in what it is that you choose to ban away. Let's see what they can cook up on the defense here, if they can get a good few rounds away from Falcons to give themselves a bit of comfort going into the second half.
Let's get into it then. Round one. Going to be up on the top floor. Falcons will start off on the defense. And let's have a look at that lineup. They've got the Echo brought along, so keep an eye on Leakafak. I'm not, just let me just, I just want to have a look at this before I say it, but I'm not sure that Leakafak has got the best survival stat when it comes to making it to the end of the round. Extremely good player, just tends to be involved in the, yeah, I was right, 36%. So where does that fall? 50% is kind of the top of the tier. It's a real middle ground. You know, of kind of sort of middle, fair to middle. Echo, of course, being one of those operators you want last alive. You maybe looking towards somebody like Usus or Breeder who've got those higher survival stats. But look, we will see. You know, it may well be that Leakfat will just play a slightly different game. Won't be looking for those engagements that he normally gets into, and will make himself a nuisance with the Yokai drones instead.
I think that always frustrates me, Tim, to see people playing on an oh! I mean, that's certainly a way to start things off. Almost getting caught out placing down the bulletproof there. I don't think it was necessarily intentional, but almost got away with it. I was going to say, the number of Echoes that go for spawn peaks or aggressive early rounds, I'm just like, why? Like, don't do it to yourself. You've got so much to live for. Two Yokais you can throw around the map and cause absolute chaos in the late round. They become useless. Paperweights. If you find an Echo going down too early on. So, but at least, yeah, we're seeing a little bit more caution being shown at the start of this round. Fnatic for now is doing a lot of that setup work as required. We saw the vertical pressure coming around to soften up that floor and start getting themselves ready for what you'd assume would be a plant a little bit later on. Still got things like that final Rotero to come on through as it is now. And the Force players back, and they still haven't got that soft destruction down onto that long desk. Quite critical to ensure players can't play behind there. So there is still work to do, but a lot of rounds still to play.
Sarks are doing some good work underneath on the book, just again making those positions difficult for the defenders to stay in. Jegs is going to look to get aggressive with the blitz, clearing out the keeper barricade, just soaking up a lot of utility here actually. Impact Nade comes out as well, and still making a nuisance of himself. We can see that there is at least still one Yokai left alive, and as we flick to the other view, we see that there is a second. So, not something that Fnatic have been able to deal with just yet. No IQ on side for them, worth noting. Sarks, however, underneath does manage to pick up users. A good start for Fnatic, getting that entry. A minute left to go. They've got time here. They need to get Jegs inside the site to start causing a nuisance and putting a plant down.
Well, Deepek's in. Obviously, he's not the player you really want to be in this position right now, but he's able to support most critically. They've got that bulletproof still hanging around as well. Deepek trying to bait out the swing. These Yokais are causing such a headache for them at the same time. Solitaire up on the close angle as well, now working his way around the back, wondering if there is any cover, and just as he looks for it, a bit of a trade coming through on towards Croxon, but he's down, so can't offer an awful lot. It's a 3 versus 3, and this plant is going down. Sarks, no! He misses the backstab, finally gets rid of Shaiko. Finishes up on towards Solitov as well. They may well get the complete at this point. You've got to get rid of that Yokai, guys. It's been going all game long. They get a 1-for-1, and it's all down to Leakafak here. Another Yokai to go, surely. Realizes he can't get away with it in time, goes to the spray, can't find his man. Deepek's out the window, Jegs up close and personal. Flash coming out, and he can just leave him at bay for a long time here, Tim. In fact, no, gets away with the one, but has now got to be able to get the win on towards Deepek, who sure enough should be able to close this one out. Baits it, almost gets it, but Deepek finds the headshot and closes it out. Closer than it should have been, Tim, but smart play from Fnatic gets them round 1.
Yeah, there was a couple of moments there where you're thinking that 1v2 that maybe Liquefact gets the job done. And Jegs, the first time he blinds him with the flash of the shield, you think, push him, get aggressive, push him. But Jegs instead let off the gas a little bit, settle back onto the plant to wait in, and ultimately was taken down by Liquefact, but Deepak had it on lock from the window. But yep, Sark's a big play on that backstab, just preventing Shaiko from moving in and making things difficult for the planters. But yeah, one of those real ping pong rounds. It kind of went, you know, back and forth over the net until somebody was able to find that final shot in the 3v3. Good attempt at the end, but again, you just think maybe stick it for a few extra on that when he was long-arming it a little bit. You know, maybe see what happens. See if Deepak makes a move, force him to do something. But, well, Falcons don't manage to get it over the line, so we're going to move on. They will go this time to, it looks like Piano and Exhibition, and Fnatic will continue on the attack. Blitz is going to be brought along again. Wizard on the Deimos this time. They're going to want that top floor control so that Deimos can use that Vendetta from above along with the tracks, try and create a little bit of chaos inside a site.
I love the little cute play in that last round, by the way, that they actually left. But I think it's a really by choice that they chose to leave the Fenrir Fnats up there. They were there. They couldn't get rid of them easily without exposing themselves. Fair play. They actually used it as bait. So as they saw the Yokai Blast come out onto the shield alongside the FNAT, they expected a swing coming out from a Falcons player. And I forget who it was, but it was a Fnatic player stationed at top yellow right here, like they're doing now, with a shotgun, who turned and took a blast. Didn't find anyone there because no one was there from Falcons. But it's a real cute little passage of play just to anticipate aggression from Falcons and try and find a response. And it kind of feels like they're trying to look for the same again here.
Wizard, interestingly, bringing along the shotgun on the Deimos, as we see him there, favouring those close angles, of course. But with the Vendetta as a secondary, it gives an option to create some verticals if they do get that top floor control. They're not completely reliant on things like Rotero drones or those hard breach chargers being able to do the work. They can just create those verticals themselves, but it does, of course, limit Wizard a little bit. They're not really moving too far too fast here on Fnatic. They've finally managed to push the two top floor players back a little bit deeper out towards Vending and Admin. Liquefact and Usus now trying to kind of fight their way back in, but Wizard can start to go in and open up a few things. Does need to be careful of the positions in meeting, though.
You've got this bit of control, and now it's about getting to the point of the round where you start tearing that floor up and get a little bit busy. Of course, Wizards want to do the to get it done, as you say. DMRs also can get to work on a similar sort of thing. That's exactly what they're starting to move their way through, but they want to get rid of this hatch first and foremost, of course. Really keeping it locked up nice and tight with that Kaid. As of yet, unable to remove it away. They haven't got any micro EMP, so Tim, unless they can find a way to get rid of this from above, I think they're a little bit stuck here. That won't be able to get opened up. They'll have to work their way down yellow instead to make this one sing. Croxton ready and waiting, expecting a swing at some point. Nothing to come out yet. I tell you what, that is the most infuriating thing in the world when you feel you've been watching it this long in case something does happen, and it only happens as you step in. It's a bit of a stinger, but Sarks gets rid of Shaiko. Second round in a row in which he's done that. It's a 4v4.
Just keep an eye on Liquefact. He's been in break room the entire round up on the top floor, and he's now starting to move forward. I don't think they're aware of his position. They thought that they'd chased him back down to the ground level, but it's whether there's any drones, whether there's any intel that's going to give his position away. He's just paused again. He's waiting for his opportunity for that retake, and it's going to be when Fnatic get busy and start putting that diffuser down, which is the next step of their plan. Liquefact now in meeting. He's creeping his way across. He's looking for that vertical retake, but he's been taken down. Starks was aware of the danger. Super important. Plant goes down. 3 versus 2. Breeder trying to do something. He does stop the plant. It's now a 2v1, a 1v1. It's up to Wizard. Wizard versus Usus. Usus wins it out. How many times have we seen Usus win the big moments? He does it again. It's 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Wow. Comes down to a 1v1. A stinger. I say this like more and more lately. There'll be results that we look back at, that teams look back at and go, it was this score, but it really should have been that score. In fact, we heard it in one of our interviews earlier on today as well. A couple of rounds that could really swing things. There are moments like that, and moments equally like round 1, Deepak in a 1 versus 1, Usus in a 1 versus 2. It has really come down to the wire in both rounds so far, and I'll say it now. I'm impressed by Fnatic. The way they've approached these rounds has been really good. They've problem solved well mid-round. They're taking the fight to Falcons, something special. Like Shaiko has been dominated by Sarts across both rounds so far. Really good stuff. Keeps it nice and close. And I really think we get this. I thought we'd get a bit of a Falcons shutout, especially on defense. It is coming down close though.
It really is. It was down to... as soon as Sarks gets the kill on Leakafak as he comes through meeting, I thought Fnatic had done it at that point. I thought they were able to close it down, but Breede had a huge moment there. Getting in, I think there was only about half a second left on the plant. It was very, very close. And taking Jegs down was a big, big moment for Falcons there. Somebody had to do something, and Breede stepped up and managed to get the job done for his team. So keeps them in it and gets them level. They could have easily been 2-0 down here, but that's what makes good teams great, when they're able to fight their way back into tough rounds. So this time, Fnatic are going to be attacking onto that bottom floor. Deepak will be on the Thermite. They've also got the breaching option of Crocs on the Hibana. That's more likely going to be focused at the hatch. I think Sarks has just taken a ton of damage from a Nitro, would be my guess, because Breede doesn't have one in pocket, neither does Users. And Sarks is looking for worse for wear outside of the garage, so I think he's just got caught out with the old textbook Nitro over the wall, but did manage to survive.
Absolutely. All opened up. Job done. That's what they were looking for. In a while, and it's very rare these days that we see a Mute Mozzie being ran as a pairing, but of course it's what we've got coming along here. Initially focused off along with the Kite to try and keep that wall jammed up and locked tight for as long as they possibly could, but as we've seen, that's now been opened up. Now it's about trying to impede Fnatic, catch them out when they haven't got full information on what's going on. Already seen the one working his way down and towards server here as well. Drone still stays standing. Both fishing here, Timman hoping to catch him out nice and early. Not yet finding him. That pressure starting to build as Sarks actually hits the deck here as well. A little bit of a wiggle room given over. Jegs taking some damage from a C4 but stays standing. But struggle even to get through point one here. I feel, oh! Saw the feet just half a second too late. Could have been a bit of a freebie there, but they've got this awkward crossfire to deal with, Tim. Don't look easy to break through.
Yeah, there's no real way in there. I'd possibly be thinking, if I'm Fnatic, about rotating this and backing out, but they're going to continue to try and fight it, and you know, maybe they'll come away with the kills and it'll all work out, but I think it's going to be very difficult for them for this position. They need a little bit more support. Maybe somebody coming down those Visa stairs would help. Deepak manages to pick up Solotov. That's a good start at least. Thermite's going to open the hatch. This is what they needed. I said they needed some additional help. It is Kaiden, but it is going to get opened up, and there's the kill from Deepak. He's really helped his team out at the backside there. Super low health across three of them, but it does allow them to start this push from the rear side.
Again, really good problem solving coming out in the round itself. Sark's trying to find Leakafak, who's having no more of this nonsense. Brings it down to a 3 versus 4, and as you remarked, there are a few members on really low HP here. Makes me a little bit nervous. Jake's going to try and challenge directly towards Leakafak here, I think, if he can get past. And sure enough, looking to isolate his man. Flash comes out, and Tim, again, great team play. 3 players gathering in on Leakafak and punishing him. Haven't got loads of time left here. Jake's a couple of shots to the feet, still standing. They've only got a few bullets between them worth of HP, but they can get this done. They're in a 3 versus 2.
The big problem is that Shaiko is up above in exposition. It does leave Users on his own in sight, but if he can keep himself alive, Shaiko is in a brilliant spot for possible plant denial. Instead, he takes a drop. He gets a kill as well as Users, and Falcons hold on once again. It looked good again for Fnatic in the middle of the round when Deepak opens the hatch. He gets the kill. It makes it a double. It creates the space for Jegs to walk through. It looked like Falcons had maybe just done enough damage, though, with all the additional HP that had been lost on the side of Fnatic. They weren't able to keep themselves as maybe aggressive or active in the fights as they might have liked, but you picked up on it, Des, and I totally agree with you. The teamwork from them was beautiful. The way that Deepak dealt with things to help clear space, the push onto Banana from both sides to guarantee the kill onto Leakafak. Some really good signs for Fnatic, but ultimately you're coming up against a top team, and a top team that will find a way.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's another round that has come down to a bit of a clutch. Like, Shoko was on his backside then. It's you just getting 2 kills in the close. All the good stuff that you want to see from him. Again, keeping it dangerously close. And I always feel bad for Fnatic, because looking at yesterday, you know, they weren't up to the races. Their defenses were pretty poor overall. Today, they've come in and they look up for this. They look ready to win. But you're up against the Falcons side, who, as I've said, has warmed up as the stage has gone by a little bit. Since that win over G2, they have looked like different gravy. Admittedly beating VP 7-2. Our rank stat could do that, it feels, at the minute, Tim. And I ain't even in a rank stat, but we're going to form one. And I feel that with how low the motivation is in the VP camp, like most people probably have a good time against them. Definitely not at our level, Tim, that's for sure. But Fnatic, at least, I think, are showing that they can still tango with the best, as good as Falcons have looked lately. So, first quarter down and done, 2-1, the scoreline that maybe you'd have come to expect. Not looking bad for Fnatic, but now you've got to push on and get a couple more rounds in this half.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, it's one of them, isn't it? You can have all the positives you want, you can have all the great passages of play, but if it's not converting to numbers at the top of your screen, it ain't going to matter in the long run. So, yeah, they've got to find a way to get that final sort of 20% done and over the line, alongside all that great play that they've been showing us. Falcons, they just kind of keep doing what they're doing. I'm sure they won't want these rounds to be quite so close, so they're going to be looking to maybe switch things up a little bit, whether that be, you know, up the aggression, maybe try and get in the face of Fnatic a little bit more, although you feel like they've kind of been doing that already, and Fnatic have been able to punish it, so we'll see what Falcons bring to the table. Looking for the challenge there onto Printer Window, not going to get an opportunity just yet, and for the time being, it's all very tentative for the first minute.
Yeah, nothing else. Just kind of seeing how far you can push things out, right? How aggressive can you be on the roam? And right now for Liquidfact, it's pushed right out towards admin wall. Keeping himself busy, ready to trick things out. Very often you'll see teams get inside of admin and want to open up this wall just to ensure that players aren't still hanging around looking to be a nuisance, because otherwise you've got to push into these really uncomfortable bottlenecks. You've got to work your way up these stairs. Not a fun time when there's barbed wires and players that can swing you at the drop of a hat. Or other times you have to go in through Printer. Again, trying to repel inside there. It's not a happy fun time. The C4 can come over the top. There's lots of things that can be really frustrating to deal with. So they need to make sure this has been cleared out. I think for now, at least, most of the Falcons players have moved back. But again, you've just got to be so mindful, I think, of Liquidfact and how willing he is to be a bit of a nuisance. Has now moved his way down yellow. So they have bailed on towards that extension, but now you've got to deal with the next hurdle, which is this central hallway.
Have the Rotero coming in, clearing out some utility. We did see a drone lost behind long desk. 1 minute left to go. Fnatic need to get moving. We can see that the track has come in, but it has ended just as quickly as it did. Just run through one of those mute jammers, and it will remove the information that Deimos is being fed. Liquidfact on that, working around underneath, manages to pick up Jegs. That's the opener. Another one comes in from Shaiko, picking up Wizard. Looking like a tough round once again for Fnatic. A lot of activity in the first 2 minutes, but not really much is gained from it. They didn't get any map control, didn't get any kills, and it's starting to prove to be a problem now. They're going to have to brute force their way towards long desk, able to do it as Stark signs one, Crocs on another. That's Liquidfact and Solotov taken down. 3 versus 3 as the pressure is now mounting from admin and long desk. And Shaiko, he steps up to it and cuts down Stark.
Yes, Shaiko won't lose it to Sarks again. He's been battered by him all game long. In this round, it's simply not happening. Up on the high desk goes Croxon, and he just ain't quick enough. I think you were saying earlier on, Tim, you came up against Shaiko and ranked, and he gave you a little bit of a what for, didn't he? So I'm hearing the whole lobby, in fact, I think experiences wrath, just like Fnatic are now.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a tough one, Des. Yeah, it was one of Falcons. I'm pretty sure it was Shaiko. 15 kills inside in 5 rounds. We did get 1 round, to be fair. But yeah, he had 15 kills, and Frenchie was in there as well. It was a tough game, Des. Let me put it this way: you know when you played a game against them.
Well, as we said, they've come close, but not quite close enough. They're down 3-1. For Fnatic, they know that this game's going to get made on the attacking side. They need at least 2 rounds, if not 3, from the half. So attack timeout comes in now. Tristan offering some words of wisdom to get them back on course. So with how things have gone so far, with now seeing Falcons building into a bit of confidence, show the users 1v2, the 3k that he got on the downstairs with Shaiko, a dominating round just now where Shaiko himself got a 3k. I speak often about these hero plays where players put up big numbers and you don't often see lightning striking twice like that. Well, we've had 3 3Ks now from Falcons in a row, and they are looking dominant, not giving anything over to Fnatic.
Yeah, some changes. It's kind of unfortunate, isn't it, for Fnatic? You look at it and you think, you know, they may be good for more than 1 round that they've got so far. There's been some good passages of play. There's been some moments that you could look at and say they've actually worked that. They've done that really, really well. But, you know, ultimately, like I said, history doesn't remember that stuff. It just remembers the score at the end at the top of your screen. And right now, Falcons 3-1 up and looking pretty comfortable. They are going to go back to Piano and Exposition. It's going to be by the looks of it. And we're going to have our final bans coming in. The Blitz has been taken away. So I think, you know, a little bit of respect being shown towards Fnatic there. And Falcons just saying, yeah, you've actually had our lives pretty miserable. Jegs has done a great job on the Blitz and made things very difficult for them. Doesn't have any kills to his name, but has really removed some power positions, has pushed Falcons around, forced them into bad spots. So deciding that they're going to have no more of that.
Absolutely. That's been a slight impediment to Kaid. I think it's been frustrating at the best of times, so that being gone too makes sense. Let's see how things go for the next couple. And we step on forwards. Solus coming out again. League Cup, one of the only players when I think about it around the world these days that makes quite a lot of use of this operator. When I say a lot, it's not like it's every other round that he's playing it, but I've seen him play it more than others. If I thought about a Solus player in the current game of the regions that I watch around the world, he definitely comes to mind as that guy.
Straight away, getting those windows open just makes movement around the map a little bit more difficult for the defenders. Need to be cautious if they're looking to rotate around the outside of sight. Don't know who's going to be watching in from those windows. We're going to have meeting wall opened up as well. There's mute jammer on there, so not going to be able to open up lower than that for the time being, unless they get one of those nades up there from Wizard just to clear away the mute jammer. And it's just again going to provide a little bit of safety for those players inside of meeting and top floor, which is currently Breeder and Solotov all trying to hold on. But how about this early aggression from Fnatic, once again looking to move with purpose and get themselves inside a lounge quickly from Towers.
Maybe so. I mean, if they're just going directly in towards site here, of course, you've got to be so respectful of the verticals. It's a massive risk to ignore it. They have bypassed the admin players for the most part, though. I know there's still a couple upstairs they've got to worry about dealing with. Well, the verticals now being opened up as well by Falcons as they realise, all right, there's a lot going on downstairs here, guys. We need these angles now. You don't want to open it up for the other side, but you still want to have them when you come around to needing to actually make use of them. Shyko removing Geng, 0-5 in the game. Not been a great start for him. Leak of fact dangerously low, but it's still a man advantage to Falcons.
Yeah, it's been tough for him. Like I said, I think he's done good work on the Blitz, but it's just not really helped him stats-wise to get himself on the board. It's been more of a sort of team contribution for him, but certainly not paying off now. We hear those Savannah pellets just being shot off as well. Shyko going to take quite a bit of damage on his Malusi there, but Leak of Fact manages to just swing across and protect his teammate Solotov onto Croxton as well. 5 versus 2, the vertical hold from Falcons doing a great job at the minute. There is nothing going on up there to move them. We spoke about this with Fnatic. They were so keen on going direct to site. They wanted to just ignore that top floor to leave them out in the cold, but they've paid the price. Deepek manages to find Solotov. That's likely all. Gets himself a second though onto Leak of Fact, but still 3 operators ahead of him. Shyko low health, but the other 2 full complement of hit points.
Full compliment as well from Solotov as well for a nice little shot there as well in a good spot, but 2 kills does not maketh a round. I'm afraid it will be Fnatic going down 4-1. Falcons, well, they've been tested. Yeah, in a way, it kind of makes me feel like about WYLDE in a sense, whereas we say, yeah, a lot of the round looks good. Like a lot of what we see, like the ideas that are coming out, the strategies, the approach, it all looks good. And then you get met with that cold, harsh front that is reality, which is you're coming up against some of the best gunners in the world and they're a nightmare to stop. That's what we're kind of seeing coming out of Falcons here, just a brick wall that Fnatic cannot punch through.
Yeah, it just goes to show, you know, against the top teams in the world, you can do everything right, and sometimes it's just out of your hands anyway. But look, Fnatic, there's a lot for them to take away from this, I'm sure. I think that last round, unfortunately, it's probably the worst that we've seen yet from Fnatic. I think everything else, they've kind of, you know, they've got the strategy right. It's come down to a close finish at the end of the round generally, and the rounds have been very winnable that they've lost so far. That one, I think ignoring top floor was just, it was a misstep. You know, just going on into lounge, they were cut down multiple times in there from those angles above, from those verticals. I think they'd maybe seen that there was no verticals opened up and they thought, this is an opportunity we can get in it. But straight away, the shotgun comes out, just starts blasting the floor up, and they've got everything they need. And, you know, if that's how Falcons have played it purposefully, then the baits work perfectly. You know, if not, then it's maybe just a bit of an oversight from Fnatic that they needed to go in and clear those top 4 players.
Sure. At times when it does work out, when teams like ignore and just rush sites, it's a beautiful thing to watch, and it is always a bit of like a high risk, high reward play. Like, we know why teams set up vertically, and it is to be able to deny it from above, and it does sort of draw you in as attackers to have to go and clear it out. But like I said, a few times where it does work as a rushing towards site or this aggression that the attackers then a bit like, crap, we haven't got the control that we need. Like, we've got no safe way back down the stairs now. They've got control of large parts of the map. It can feel really oppressive and make things a little bit awkward for the defenders to have to deal with. So, yeah, I don't blame them for trying something a little bit different. It has ultimately resulted them, as we can see, in losing the round, unfortunately. Now, more of the same, it seems. There's a bit of a dance going on here from Leaky back on that Solus once again, giving himself busy around the map and also denying the hatch at the same time. No one on that north-facing window. Stopping from being able to get away with that one, but I think the hatch has been opened up here. Solotov's got rid of Wizard. Him and Jegs really not having a great game here between them both. 1 and 11 as things stand. Jegs working his way forwards here. Sark's also being gunned down, and sadly, Tim, feels like Fnatic's best fight came in those first 3 rounds, because since then, it has been all domination by the French side.
Jegs does manage to get himself one, but it's no more than a consolation. I don't think 3 versus 2. Croxon and Deepak now still alive, have some top floor control. Falcons have been happy to dip away at this point. The damage is done. They've wasted half of the round. They've got 3 kills out of 5. They can now just play back towards side. It is down in the basement, so they just hold their angles and wait to see what comes, because Fnatic have got a lot of work to do in the next minute and 20.
They do, and although it feels doable, like it's definitely a winnable situation, because of how we've seen Falcons play. Again, that brick wall's going to go up here and make it very, very hard to punch through. You see all 3 of them have drawn back in towards site. They've got the C4 and a couple of impacts to play behind as well. It's just the 2 hard breach players left alive here for Fnatic. Deepek's had a good game so far. Croxon a little less so. But you are asking a lot for them to be able to chew through what has been the clutch master and uses so far. And Shaiko, who, as we all know, can be a demon at the best of times.
Get this rear wall open by the looks of things. The Hibana is there in position. 40 seconds left to go.
Going live.
Deepak, you're going to have to take the drop somewhere at some point. You're going to have to get down there to help your teammate, because right now Falcons have just got themselves dug in. Shaiko is just playing off pillar there, and he's just waiting for that swing. He's just waiting for that moment, that sound, and they've decided to go with the exothermic instead on this wall. 20 seconds left to go. It's going to be a case of going straight on in aggressively in reality, because time is certainly not on their side. They see this army. They can do nothing about it. Croxon taken down by users. The keeper barricade comes out to keep Deepak out. The smoke canister is not his friend at the minute. As he tries to push in towards Pillar, he's going to face a challenge from security, a challenge from Pillar, and ultimately it's Shaiko who comes away with the kill, and that is 5-1 for Falcons. They're cruising.
They are, absolutely. And again, you're not getting through that brick wall when they put it up at the end, especially not between the 2 players that are mentioned in Yuzus and Shaiko. But back in the day, we talk about Bride being the clutch master, but now you've got Yuzus playing in that in their backline, that more kind of flex supportive role. Good luck. You get through 1, you've still got another, potentially a 3rd to work your way through. And again, I have some sympathy for Fnatic earlier. Yeah, coming in, no one expected them to win this game. That's very, very simple. David versus Goliath, I said that at the very, very start. Those first 3 rounds, they played really well. It just so happened that Yuzus got a 4K and a 3K across the 2 of them, and a 1v2 to stop you being able to get things closed out. Otherwise, it could have been that 3-3 half. But take nothing away from Falcons. That second quarter, they were by far and away the superior team, only losing 6 players across those 3 rounds. Now they go on the attacking side. We'll see just how long Fnatic can hold on for, because don't forget, their defenses yesterday, Tim, they really did not look in.
4-2 on the entry in favour of Falcons as well. Fnatic struggling in the early rounds. Maybe that's something that they can change their fortune on. I mention it because, of course, we do see so often that those rounds are converted. 5 of the 6 rounds were in favour of the team with the opening kills, so Fnatic could do themselves some real favours here by getting in and maybe getting aggressive, having a little look out of those windows, taking the fight to Falcons a little bit. You know, what have they got to lose at this point? They're 5-1 down. They've got to make a move. Otherwise, it's just going to continue in the trend that we've seen over the last 5 rounds. Falcons getting them on the bounce.
5 seconds to insertion.
I think long forgetting that first round that they did lose. So the interesting one here is Sark's on the clash. Keep an eye on where that shield is played.
Too bad you couldn't finish the job.
Quite a bit of clash today, actually, when you think about it, Tim. Bitterly to a mixed effect. I love that one on Bank when I ran Beepers. It was used more as bait than anything else as well. Very punishing by the Monty with that hot drop coming through from the Logi hatch to put a little bit of hurt on the down to stock hatch to cause a little bit of bother around that Beeper spot itself. Really running around the shield here in this round. Shock horror. And Shaiko's running around on old trusty Deimos. Full of me shocked.
See, the Shaco could do with targeting Sarks, possibly. It depends what flooring he's stood on. He's currently in the meeting hallway, so there's no vertical options. But if they can force him maybe back into meeting itself or somewhere a little bit deeper, it might offer some opportunity for the Deimos to play from underneath. Nobody from Falcons inside of the building yet. We are a minute into the round. Shaco is the first one to move himself in there. Going to be onto yellow stairs, just flicking through the drones. Just checking underneath. This suggests that they might be thinking about a plan to round window. They're going on to connector window as well. They were checking piano underneath. They want to know what's going on with the verticals. They're just trying to create a little bit of space over that side of the map. It might not be a case of in through piano, in through the window, but Shield will come and join Shaco at some point. I think he gets aggressive. Geng
no.
He's gonna kill Sarks. That's the clash on a team kill, and another 2 downed. Oh dear, Fnatic.
Oh dear, indeed. That's just calamitous. You can't have that happening. I mean, the fact that a man's even managed to walk up yellow, snake his way through the little box room, then in towards site, and then back onto 3 of you, all stood there looking a little bit lost inside a front desk. I just don't know. Definitely not quite looking at the races on the defense, at least in that first round. Same as they didn't in those last 3 attacks, unfortunately. Started out strong, but have definitely faded away in Falcons. That's their 6th round in a row, Tim. Not even dropping a beat from the defense over to the attack. Oh, they don't even get the player themselves as well.
I think it's just one of those moments where you just know that the Siege gods maybe aren't with you today. You know, like, Shaco kind of wanders in, 3 of them go for him at once, and one ends up down, one ends up dead, and then a second later the other one's down and Shaco's still alive. Like, you know, it's one of... You can't even blame anybody on Fnatic there. These things happen. You know, it was a good move from Shaco, creating a little bit of chaos, getting in the back line. There was just a little bit of panic from Fnatic, and ultimately it was punished. So 6-1 now for Falcons. Can they close it out and get a 7-1 quick victory?
It definitely would be a speed run, and again for me it's a little bit heartbreaking for Fnatic as a team that I do really want to see succeed. And I say this because Fnatic as an organization is one that ever since I first got into esports, for a whole generation ago now, it feels like a long time ago, they're an org that I've always held very, very fondly. They've got a good presence in the UK with a London HQ. I always want to see such a prestigious name doing well. And it kind of felt at this stage things were starting to come to bear, and we were seeing them put up the sort of results we expect. And then again, the cracks have started to show over the last couple of weeks, unfortunately, is now how things are starting to set up. And they have come close, but if the scoreline sits at 7-1, it won't really reflect how effective they were, I think, in the early game. Just a reminder again that, as they were saying on the desk before the game, you come up against a team like G2 or against Falcons, you kind of see that game as like a free hit, a free punch to you as well. So you kind of know going into it, you're going to get battered a little bit, and it's a hard one, which is why they were saying Falcons came to this map. They've already shown it before. Why show other maps that you want to save for things like playoffs or even the major?
Opening kill for Croxon onto Leakafat. Good start. It was something I picked up on for Fnatic. An area they could really help themselves with. Shaco's going to take a bit of damage there as well. And surely this is going to be over for... No! I was going to say over for Useless. It was Sarks who actually managed to hit the Nitro onto the shield to protect the Fenrir. Great teamwork from Fnatic shown once again. Right. Crocs makes it a triple in the round, hitting Shaco with his pistol. And Fnatic look like they're going to be living to fight at least one more day.
Well, I come back to what we were speaking about in the first half, Tim. You know, rounds 2, 3, 4, we had a users 4k, a users 3k, a Shaco 3k. We needed our heroes to save a couple of those rounds that looked like they would otherwise be lost. And Croxon have done exactly the same in this round for them, right? Netting a big 3k there, leaving Brede in this 1 versus 4. The round is largely done, and we've still got 60 seconds of which to play. You know, Brede on his day as a second be a big clutch player, but do I anticipate him being that guy here and now? Sorry, Brede, but no.
No, you wouldn't expect it. We've seen it from him before, but, you know, those are the exceptions, not the rules. And Fnatic playing this smart. They've got themselves back to site. They know that they don't really need to do much with this. They're just going to allow the clock to do the work for them, and ultimately Brede will have to take a risk. There it is. And Deepak takes him down. Beautiful stuff from Fnatic. A great round from them. Well, the Fenrir, it looked like it was over for him, but the call came in. The Nitro was deployed. The Blitz taken out. And that was a real turning point in the round, I thought. Fnatic able to then use that momentum to build flowed into the rest of the round. Couple of kills quickly followed, and they were able to close it out and get themselves a second on the board at least. Still, 4 rounds in a row are needed to get them to overtime.
It is a lot to ask. It's a very tall mountain to climb. We've seen it happen before, but in a David versus Goliath situation, I don't know if we can see it happening, Tim, this time around. I do think Falcons will just find that one little flurry, that one moment like we saw in the first round of the half, where someone works their way through the defense, bypasses everything, and team kills fly, 2 players get downed, and you just completely clean up around here. It's going to have to require some of the best defensive siege I think we've ever seen out of Fnatic to be with a chance of getting that close.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, look, you know, if we get to round 11, we'll start getting really excited. You know, but for now, reality calls, and that is that Falcons likely find, as you say, a way over the line. Just have a look at users as well. Going fantastically well. 10 and 2 so far in this matchup. Shaiko 9 and 4 as well. A couple of big performances from them, but they need one of these players. They need somebody to step up Falcons on the attack and get it over the line. Have another one of those big rounds. A lot of those numbers, of course, coming on their defensive side. We move on. It's going to be that mid floor. This is the real sort of acid test for Fnatic here in terms of this matchup and how likely they are to go on and come back into this, because they're now on the 3rd choice side. They're on that piano side. Nitro goes out, no good. Chaco manages to use some fancy footwork and get out of the way. But yeah, for Fnatic, this is their 3rd choice side. This is the one that's going to be more difficult for them to hold on to. If they can do this, 6-3, you can see a world where they then take top floor, bottom floor, and it's 6-5. It's game on, but this is the key round.
Well, being heavily on the pulse, I think would be a great shot here alongside the Solars. That's a lot of information they're going to be able to collect, but it then means playing off the back of the C4s. They've used one of the 3. They've tried to get a little bit cheeky early on. Jegs, yeah, Shaiko's felt this before. He's ran the gauntlet many a time, so people trying to spawn peek him and shut him down. And look at this, 2 players early on the side of Fnatic, taking a bit of sting, although a C4 comes out. Leakerfat's gone. Ace offline, still got their ban. It's not the end of the world at all. But I love the aggression and the confidence being shown. But I think Shaiko, he learned his lesson early games him from being domed by Sarks one time too many, and has had his number ever since.
Shaiko seems to be doing a very good job of avoiding nitros. Another one comes out and will not do a lick of damage. And we'll look at the side of Fnatic. 2 players seriously low health. Is not looking good for them, in all honesty, because now the tracks come out. They're going to be chasing down the pulse. And look at this aggression, just wanting to get straight up there to make the challenge. Great is Geng, who finds the next, taking down Breeder. Nade comes in, kill comes in with it. Users picking up the kill onto Deepek. That's one of those low health operators. Finished off, Croxon being the other one. But it's now 3 versus 3.
Yeah, no C4s left, Tim, but a lot of intel collection, right? We've got the Pulse still, we've got the Solars to play behind, Jammers they can sit inside of. That's going on towards the Mute, who will get sniffed out here, but of course should be near his own Jammer, you'd hope. This will be a nice close one. I was going to say, surely enough, Shoko should know about this, but no! Wizard playing inside of a Mute Jammer gets away with it too. They had no idea he was there. Shuts down the Deimos, frees his teammate from Deimos' leering eyes, and now he's got to get himself into a spot where he can assist the rest of his team. But Croxon, activated here on the defense, finds another. This will be another comfortable round coming out if they can get the close here. Croxon finally falling down. Solotov with 2 more still to find and 30 seconds in which to do it. It's not looking the prettiest. And can Fnatic hold on? I think they can. That'll bring us to 6-3, Tim. 1 round closer to that round 11 excitement we were speaking about.
Yeah, they've both dropped down to site. Worth noting, Solotov doesn't have diffuser in hand. He's going to have to go and collect it. Does exactly that. Might take the opportunity to put this down here. 9 seconds left to go. But retaking the vertical is going to be Fnatic. He will stick the plant. Gets the opportunity to come guns up. If he wins this, it's a big mistake from Fnatic. Solotov is low health, but you wouldn't count him out when all he has to do is win a couple of gunfights. The challenge comes from above. He gets himself out of danger for the time being, Des.
Now he's a bit trapped in, but they know where he is. The problem I was going to say, they knew where he was because Solar's getting on the scanner, sees where the diffuser is, knows that he can't have moved far because he has no idea where the last 2 players are, and sure enough, they get the punish off the back of it. Are Fnatic waking up on the defensive side here, Tim? If they can get a 5-1 half, that'll be unbelievable.
Like I said, you know, that was a key round for me. If we look at a Fnatic side at the end of this game that got themselves back into overtime from being 6-1 down, round 9 is one that you'll look at and say, that was the 3rd choice side. They were able to get it done, and now they can go back through top floor, bottom floor. Yes, they lost top floor, But that was round 7. That was the end of Falcons' 6 rounds in a row. They were carrying so much momentum. Fnatic had been beaten up by that point. Now they've got 2 rounds to their name, and maybe they come back with a different confidence. Maybe they hit those shots that they didn't last time. 6-5 starts looking really, really plausible, and we could find ourselves fighting over that side again to see whether we go to overtime.
WYLDE and Falcons, there's some in the breaks on now, Tim, and I don't blame them, because that has been a couple of rounds that have been pretty convincing. You know, 3v1s in the close coming out for the side of Fnatic. They've looked like they've largely had a steer on the game across those first few rounds. Of course, the first one, absolutely calamitous. I mean, Fresh, for example, a minute ago just sent me a screenshot of the kills breakdown for the round, where there were 2 team kills, there was down players galore, everyone died in the space of like 5 seconds. It was just absolute mania in round 7, but since then Fnatic have looked pretty good, but they need a way to get this over the line here and now. And I don't want to kind of hark back to the problems of old, but I look at Falcons and how they struggled to close games out. You know, grand final days, when we think about it, the number of times where they just seem to lose themselves a little bit. I don't think you're going to see that entirely in a best of 1, but we've seen them lose games that they shouldn't have been losing at points, and I wonder if this is one of those that could find themselves, they could find just slipping away from them if they're not too careful.
Okay, then let's get back on into it. It's going to be back up to the top floor for Fnatic. I'm excited to see this one. Like I say, last time around it was at the back end of that huge amount of momentum that Falcons had, but this time maybe slightly different.
10 seconds left.
Got the Tachanka on side. Got the Alibi on side. Vigil. I mean, it's a very different lineup, is what I will say. I like the Pulse to play underneath. I'll give him that. All the way down in basement is the Pulse.
I tell you what, Tim, I would go as far to say, and I would put 50 quid on this, that we have never seen this specific lineup of operators ever.
That's shuffling a deck of cards.
Almost guarantee we haven't.
What's the stat that every time you've ever shuffled a deck of cards in your life, it's been in a unique order when it finished? Never before or again will that same order of cards have existed. There's people in the chat going, no way! Because I did that when I first heard that stat.
It's a very interesting stat. It's definitely got me thinking now. I'm like, The
It's
thing
because
is,
because there's so many combinations that people it's a generally believed stat that no matter how you shuffle a deck of cards, it will never have been like that before and will never be shuffled like that again.
But who's going to sit there and really check the exact order of their entire deck? It's not going to happen. Well, Tim, there's an execute coming on here already by the looks of it, trying to burst their way through. Falcons, smokes are going down. User slowly bleeding out here. They've tried to make it work, Tim, but they've been held at bay. 3 versus 5 now to try and recover. Jegs just doming Shaiko. Wizard another. Forget about your attack timeout, boys. Fnatic are fighting their way back in. It's now a 1 versus 5. It's far more dominant than even the last 2 rounds. And are Falcons starting to run out of ideas, Tim? Very possibly. Fnatic could do this.
Kind of as expected. I said coming into that, they're going to be carrying a lot more confidence, a lot more momentum. If you remember, I mentioned entry kills a couple of times as well. Interestingly, on the defense, I wanted to see an improvement from Fnatic on the entry. They've got every single one of them so far. They only lost round 7. After that, they are doubling down. They are winning the rounds. They are closing them out. Much, much better from Fnatic over the last couple of rounds. And look, it might have been a little bit of a weird and wonderful lineup. We don't often see a top floor with a Tachanka and an Alibi in the lineup and a Vigil as well. You know, it was unusual, but sometimes unusual gets results because how do you play against it? How do you plan for it? That's not been seen before by Falcons. They can't come in here with a game plan of what they're going to do against it. And Fnatic took full advantage of that. Great stuff from them. Love to see it. Love to see something different, something new rather than the same old, same old. Great stuff. They deserve the round. One more and this could be anybody's.
Even at this point, Tim, now we've seen them win all 3 sites in their rotation, and that's what makes me a little bit nervous for Falcons. It's not like we're waiting for them to come back round to a main site so they can just get a win out on it. Fnatic have looked good in every single one, and it makes me a little bit nervous for Falcons, but let's see if they can make it work this time around. They're going to write off last round and say, cool, look, we tried a bit of a rush. We got bitten in the backside. We're going to try the glads again. We've got Yuzu stepping across onto it. Worth noting, by the way, he got 7 of his 11 kills in just those first 3 rounds. It was round 2 where he got 4 kills. 3rd round where he got 3. Since then, has been pretty quiet, but the same can be said about pretty much all the Falcons. It has been a very quiet half for them overall.
breach is going to be open immediately, so good progress from Falcons. Look, maybe the answer for Falcons is don't overcomplicate things. Don't, mess about and play into Fnatic's games. Just get in there, get a diffuser down, and work from there. But the problem that they're going to have is the upper floor presence. You got Wizard in Visa, you got Jegs in admin, so they are over the far side of the map at the minute, but they're only a few seconds away from being in places like Piano, which, if we get Wizard in there on the Solis, he's going to be all the plant denial you need, because he's just going to spray through as soon as you start to put that down. So they need to be aware of this. He's actually dropped himself back down to servers now. He's going to be playing underneath and providing a bit of intel for Jegs. It's as easy as that. We've spoken about Fnatic's teamwork, and there it is in action. Beautiful stuff.
They are in their heads, Tim. So in their heads. And I'll come back to the sort of things you said before about teams is, if they're a little bit slow, not quite too fast to get moving and around, defenders get the chance to capitalize and go a little bit chaotic. That's what you're seeing coming out of Fnatic now. The potential plant was coming through into that smoke, I think, or at least that's what Fnatic expected. Nothing quite to follow. It was more of a bait, try and draw out C4s, or the only C4 that Fnatic have got. For now, they hold. These keeper barriers proving a real headache too, because it means Falcons can't see most of these players.
And it's becoming, rather than keeping it simple, it's becoming Falcons just kind of stuck banging their head against the wall at the minute. They lose another player there. Now Solotov, Shaiko, both taken off the board. They can't do anything about this pillar position. Croxton's just there, Nitro in hand, ready to launch it if anybody goes in through that breach, if the call comes that there's a plant going down. Breeder is going to look to just put a bit more of that smoke utility down. Maybe they can get something going with the glass. Users needs to find some shots, but they just keep teasing him at the minute. They're just teasing him, Des.
And that's the minute they've got one smoke left to use after this as well. Fnatic are being so patient. Leak back, I was going to say, is above here. He can give a little bit of cover. They get rid of Wizard, and now they make their move. Plant is going down, but look who's gone deep. His uses up nice and close. C4's up, and it's over and finds the man. 2 kills come through yet again. A 3v1 for Fnatic, Tim. I think it's time to get excited. They've just won round 11.
Yeah, not only round 11, but 4 in a row now. What a response. They're going to have to make it 5, though. And as I suggested it might, it's going to come down to that final battleground. It's likely to be Piano and Exposition again. Third choice site. They won it back in round 9. Can they win it again? It came down to a lot of fighting over top floor. Ultimately, they were able to retake it. Wizard on the Solis. Put down the last man after he got that plan down. Honestly, it was a beautiful kill, that. When you see the whole context of that with the Solis in the basement, put it in a frame and hang it in a gallery, because it was absolutely beautiful. I know it was a simple thing, but it was just such a great example of what Siege is about and what's great. You had that mixture of utility. You had, finding that location and having Jegs in position to do something about it. Beautiful stuff, truly beautiful stuff.
Ooh, okay. Does the gravy train deliver all the way to the end of the 12th, Tim? Or is this where the conductor Falcons step out and says, nope, the brakes are on and the party is over. It's time to go home. Let's see how this last one plays out now. Croxton already being a bit of a rat. He's been down here on this pulse the entirety of that prep phase. They do not know that he's here. But that's a lot of information he'll be passing across to his team when they step on forward. Thought that was you then, Tim.
Well, I would say, have you ever seen me and Pulse in the same room? But
I have
there is a photograph that exists of me and Pulse together. So.
Ah, shit. Okay, never mind.
I know.
Fraud.
Right, the scanner is going. The information is being fed. They know that there's one in or around Visa. It's actually going to be just outside of Visa for the time being. But again, something that Falcons haven't really dealt with. We don't have the Thatcher brought along. We don't have the IQ brought along. They know that the Solis is being played. They know, that the Pulse has been played. They know that the Intel has been a problem. And they haven't really done anything specifically to counter it. They've got Shaiko on the Deimos, but he's not bringing it as a counter. He always plays that up. So, yeah, for me, Falcons haven't adapted enough to what Fnatic are doing so well, to what's working for them.
Hopefully this time round, at least for Falcons, no nasty surprises. No players jumping out windows, C4s heading towards windows, all the things that Fnatic have done to be disruptive. And their call comes out. They're going to move in towards this top floor fast here. Maybe hope to catch someone out, but there is no one here. Looking around, expecting to find someone. But Fnatic have already scattered away every single player, either in the basement or on that first floor. They aren't hanging around up on that top floor, Tim. If nothing else, it gives a bit of freedom to Falcons to move into the building. But half the round has gone, and they've only just got this top floor control. There's still plenty more to figure out in this labyrinth that is Consulate.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a possible problem. It's a possible solution for Fnatic. Either they've wasted half of the round and they've got themselves away safely and we'll be saying how great that play was at the end of it, or at the problem side of it, they've given a lot of time to Falcons on top floor with the book. They can really start opening things up. The Vendetta as well, creating these angles, making it so that Fnatic can't fight back into sight, create a situation to put a diffuser down on the ground. But Wizard, he's ready for the drop. Leak of Fact gets taken out, and it starts in favor of Fnatic again. That's 6 entries in a row now. 5 versus 4. 40 seconds left to go to decide the fate of what could be an awesome comeback from Fnatic, Des.
They've played so well around the Dockerby calls and the Deimos, knowing that it was coming, playing as far away as they could and giving nothing over to Falcons. They used all that utility and got nothing. Sark's now dug in close, and he might be able to take Shaiko, scalp him, become nemesis throughout this game. The back and forth between them has been ludicrous, and here he is, finds one, now maybe a second as well, almost gets rid of the Blackbeard, and that's hit him. They've got 2 kills, it's a down to nothing, it's a flawless round. Say the line, Tim, because I think it deserves it.
We're going to overtime, Des. Fnatic, 5 rounds in a row. They've just turned it on. They've hit the afterburners in round 8 and 9 and just never looked back. Falcons have not been able to keep pace. Right now, Falcons look punch drunk, Des. They don't know what's going on. We've seen them there just straying into the lines of sight of Fnatic, giving them free kills, cheap and easy. And Fnatic, they're cooking. They're happy to hoover them up. They'll take every bit they're given. 6-6, and we get a few extra rounds.
And I'm pretty sure Fnatic start on defense because the Des were talking about this. Falcons will go here, knowing they get to start on the defense, which means getting into OT. Fnatic get to pick the side they start on, and you'd be a fool not to pick to start defense on this map. I really hope to God we see them on defense now, or I'll cry. Especially how things have played out so far. Yeah, there we go. Fnatic are on defense. That train keeps on going, Tim. There's no brakes installed on it, it turns out. I'm now really worried for Falcons and their ability to fight back. They need some magic over these next couple of rounds. I don't think Fnatic are ready to give it over.
Similar lineup to the one that we saw in round 10, except the Alibi swaps out to a Smoke and the Vigil swaps out to a Denari. So going to be a slightly different defense here, but it is really fascinating. It's one that I want to go back and look at a later point when the play day finishes, because I want to see what work it is that Deepek's doing underneath. He's always underneath with the Tachanka, opening up Piano, opening up Exhibition, and I think it's about just making the verticality difficult to play for. Again, you can't go in and confidently take control of that area as attackers, because you can be attacked from halfway across the map, and it makes it really, really tricky. But I definitely will be having a look at that one and seeing just exactly how that's working out, because it looks pretty innovative. It's not something that we see teams doing on the regular.
All right, let's see how things go. Big lean towards that Dinar with the Chanka and the Smoke. Spoke about it to death on Bang, of course, on this map. A little bit of a different story and a big focus on this upstairs. So looking for heavy denial around the default plant spot itself, but of course with things like the Smoke and the Chank, you can still deny in towards the door at the top of Visa stairs. So lots of options and lots of flexibility afforded by these 2 operators on this site. On the other side, it's a lean once again in towards the Dockerby, Tim, but I remarked on it in the previous round. Falcons love playing Dockerby, and I hate it when they don't play with the Dockerby. I think they look like a much slower and worse team for not having a Dockerby on side. It's some stats I'll have to go and crunch at some point to see their win rate with versus without. Watch my luck now, and they have a higher win rate without it. It will kill me. But I think they always capitalize a lot on being able to move forward as a team off the back of a Dockerby call. Now that they've only got that on side, they've already gone through one of those calls and not really made much process off the back of it. I'm a little bit nervous for them. They won't actually have a lot of the resource they need to get the required map control to make and execute happen.
Interesting that they chose to leave meeting walls soft. They've got, if the count up at the top is correct, they've got 2 reinforcements left in pocket, but it was a simple case of getting the Rotero straight on there to open things up. And I know they would have got that done anyway, but I just don't see what you gain from leaving it. Nitro goes out, will not have any joy. Users manages to find Crocs, and not a great start. That is the first round in 7 that Falcons have been able to get that entry kill. Jegs does manage to find a response, takes down Solotov. That's the Pulse and the Grim off the board. So important operators on either side. Falcons right now stacking themselves up on the admin side, looking to get aggressive towards meeting. And Leakerpack, he might just make his way up. He goes through the smoke, he charges up to the top of Spiral, and he's trying to challenge onto the long death now.
I was going to say another smoke onto Leakerpack could almost kill him here, or at least force him out of the window. If it wasn't open, he was dead to rights. He's very much pinned in for a second, but they've got to deal with the kills that are now starting to flow through. It's a double for Yuzu, who's quiet throughout the game, except for those first few rounds that I mentioned earlier on. And I tell you what, stepping onto a drone at this point feels like a bit of a crazy one, but he'll try and get away with it just to get a bit of forward momentum here. Shaiko in for another. Tim, they've absolutely blown through them here. Going to find themselves an attacking round win, like that second half started out with. So now all pressure will move over towards the side of Fnatic. Fire at the ready. This one's a little bit hopeful, I'm afraid. Unless you can get it over towards down, on towards the player going for the plant, it's not going to happen. Falcons, they get the win they need, Tim. Up to match point. All they've got to do is lock down this defensive site.
Yeah, way better attack from Falcons there. I think just looking a little bit less at maybe what Fnatic are doing and more at what they're doing. Just, you know, we're not going to play their games. We don't care what they're doing with the Tachanka downstairs. We don't care, you know, what they're setting up. We're just going to take what's given to us quickly. They open the meeting wall, for example, put that pressure directly into site, and then we're just going to get aggressive. Up Spiral we go, through admin we go, and we just push in and win gunfights. Falcons there, it feels like have taken a little bit of a reset and said, look, what are we really good at? We're really good at winning gunfights. Let's just go and do that. And it's worked out perfectly for them. So it breaks the 5-round streak that Fnatic were on at that point. It is Falcons' first round in 6 that they will win. But what a time to win it. It gives them an opportunity now to close this out and get themselves 2 points.
Do. That's system special out of Fnatic, I think. Back what we saw in round... In fact, both teams, I believe, won round 1 to their half, and then since then we've seen nothing. It was this top floor where we saw the win. It was that 1 versus 1 for Deepet that saw things over the line. Thought it was a really good attack back then with the way that they anticipated a swing, for example, coming out from Falcons that simply didn't come. They know how to deal with some of the things that Falcons will throw at them. Could yet extend this on to that last round and probably also then send us down to the basement to see how the game concludes. I'm pretty sure Falcons don't want to see it go, that they want those 2 points here and now and to get this game done. Having a good time, Tim?
I'm having a fantastic time, Des. what a game this has been. You know, it's been brilliant. I'm just sort of sat marveling at the quality that both sides have been able to show in different parts of the game. You know, and a lot of grit and resolve from Falcons in that last round to get it done. Not going to get the entry there as he just sprays through that soft wall, tries to take a guess, and look, sometimes those guesses pay off, but not this time. It will give away his location though. Falcons 50 seconds into the round. And still everybody alive, but Croxon is able to get in on the IQ, start doing a little bit of clearance. Nobody's going to challenge him down there at the...
Changing back.
But now at least, yeah. Just my eyes fall towards Jegs on the shield. I know he's had a pretty quiet game compared to his teammates, but a shield is always one of those main focal points of an attack where the pressure starts to build. We've seen it for Falcons, we see it for Fnatic, we see it for every damn team in the league at this point. Now it's about getting inside and getting the floor softened up exactly the same as they did back in round 1. Make sure they can start getting ready to apply some pressure. Right idea is they've got a tag coming in from Bees as well, coming out from the Grim. Not able to capitalize with Sarks on the below. But again, it's restricting movement here from those players above, but can also get challenged on the reverse. Nearly loses his life here, Tim. That's what he's got to be careful of. Those holes do work both ways, but it's Croxon to start out with the entry. Shaiko deleted.
Maybe we are going all the way to 15, Des. Who knows? That's the Azami lost. No more keeper barricades. Brede taking damage on the Tachanka as well. So you imagine if a nade has gone in that they're aware of his position behind long desk. Users picks up Starks though to level things out. The track will fail. Jags picks up Users. It is just trade for trade at the minute. 5. Just over 50 seconds left. 4 versus 3. Fnatic with an advantage, but also the requirement to do something. And they're taking damage, Des. Over and over again. They're being chipped away at.
They've got to double up with the shield here, same as they did back in the prior round. They're so mindful of top Spiral. They keep on looking across at it, understandably so. But no one on the side of Falcons wants to step in for that just yet. Blackbeard coming in nice and close, but Solotov wins the one. The shield bash comes on through. He's down again and finished off by Geng. Down to a 3 versus 1. Tim, they're going to hold on here. It's just Brede by himself.
Croxton gets the kill, and we're going to 15, Des. We get every little bit of entertainment out of this, and how about that? We have 2 halves that favour the defenders. 5-1 on the scoreline. Rarely do we get a game so one-sided towards one side or the other. The defenders today won in regulation, but then it's attackers in overtime. Nobody can hold a defence anymore. And that's going to be the final question that we will get an answer to in round 15. Are Fnatic able to do it? They took defense as their option. Is it going to prove to be the right choice? They're the ones who get 2 bites at that cherry. They went for top floor to begin with. I am fascinated to see where they go for their second chance.
We often speak about not replaying that same site and rotating through, but in overtime, that rule kind of gets thrown to the wind because you're bouncing between sides. I expect downstairs. Sure enough, is it not downstairs? Are we in Expo? Okay.
Piano and
this
Expo.
is a surprise. Yeah, I thought honestly we'd go to basement, but no. We're going to find ourselves inside of Expo, and I wouldn't be shocked if again we see a lot of focus on players running around through basement. If you recall last time, there was the Dockerby and the Deimos. They were trying to hunt players across the top floor and the ground floor, but 3 players of Fnatic, they were down in the basement, Tim. They weren't giving anything over to Falcons. They let them burn through all this utility to get top floor control. And then we're like, yeah, cool. And now we can absolutely slap you about because you have no idea where we're coming from. It was beautiful to watch. Could yet grow to see more of the same. Let's see how it goes. In 3 minutes time, we will know who is the winner. It has been a nail-biting game, but only one can walk away with 2 points.
The only concern for Fnatic is the change in lineup again. It's one of them. It's another one where you can look back on it and say it was genius, they won the round, or you could ask questions about it. I don't hate it. Look, do something different. Yep, mix it up. Keep Falcons on their toes. Keep them guessing. You know, but this is now the 3rd time on this site. It's the 3rd completely different lineup, basically. You know, we've got the Asami brought along this time, the Echo, the Scorpos, the Vigil. Very, very different kind of mentality to the last time they were here when it was the Warden, the Malusi, the Fenrir, the Ella. You know, that was more of a slow down and waste time, make life difficult. This is more of a play out on the roam and try and use that intel and get aggressive onto Falcons. So it's just a completely different play style to what they've won with previously here on Piano and Exposition. Let's see if it pays off for them. For time being, Falcons trying to brute force their way in through the main door.
It's like, we see you. We know everything you're doing. I'm going to chase you around the map here, just watching your heartbeat. Not at all creepy. Wait and see where he steps in, and can't help but look at the number of impacts stacked up in the back pockets actually here. Tim as well missed that one entirely. Wow. Normally leaning towards a lot of C4s for playing with the pulse, but instead it's more towards the impact. Shaiko finding himself the one. It's one of the games where we've seen such a defender-sided regulation game, but once we get into OT, it's all about the attackers. And Shaiko, of course, it's that goddamn man. 2 kills here in round 15 to keep them going. Deepek with a bit of a response, but it's still a big fight back. But Deepek, what a shot! Brede. He's getting the plant down, sure. They've had to use no capital utility. And they're stepping in as well, holding on to this one nice and comfortable. What can they do here? They've got to find a kill from somewhere, Tim. No utility they can rely on. Got to find the Blackbeard kill more than anything else. He's the main problem for them to shoot through. Yuzus finds the one. It's all down to Deepek, a 2K in the round, but has now got to finish off the rest. And it is, as I say, a very tall order. The Blackbeard staring him down. At the drop of the shield, can finish him off here, no problem at all. He's got to make it happen sometime soon, though. Tim is going to run out of time here, knocked down to the ground and finished off. He was so close to Fnatic, yet so far, Falcons taking the win 8-7 and walking home with 2 points.
Yeah, Falcons just showing that little bit of class at the end there. I think, you know, kind of recognizing what I was speaking about with the way that Fnatic had set them up and how they've kind of changed their focus, you know, away from making it difficult. You look at that other lineup, you think Malusi, Ella, Fenrir would have made it very difficult for Falcons to get in the building like they did and get aggressive in towards main reception and in towards lounge. But look, ultimately, a great attempt from Fnatic, a better outcome from Falcons. They showed us some true class to get that one over the line.
They did, and we've of course got plenty more to come still tonight. Gen.G versus G2 up next after a little bit of a death segment about that game we've just seen. What a game it was. See ya in just a few.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, by the skin of their teeth, really the claws of their feet, I guess. Team Falcons are victorious against Fnatic, but what a match we just had. We have our interview ready. Let's bring them up. Like Efak joining us on the interview once again. Monsieur Efak, we have to say, this was a back and forth matchup the entire time. Please walk me through the energy and how it was oscillating throughout this whole game in the team.
I mean, we were 6-1 up. Everything was going good. And then we start losing ground by small mistake every time. Like, oh, someone can take this drone, can't hear, like just this kind of mistake. Then we start being a bit mad, but at the end, we managed to win. So a win is a win, but it feels like we didn't win like we should. Like we just get 2 points instead of 3, but I take it.
Does this feel like an example for you of where you guys don't necessarily play your best, but you've got those big individuals that can just kind of grab you out of it?
Yeah, I mean, it shows on the last round mainly when the team play wasn't that much on point.
Yeah,
communities as well, but we showed individually. So yeah.
I personally think that you guys are not playing much worse than last stage, but you lost to WYLDE 8-7. You win this one 8-7 against Fnatic, and both of these teams were like at the lower tier of the standings last stage. And I personally don't think it's you playing worse. I think it's the other teams really stepping up their level. I'm wondering, do you feel the same about the competition in EML right now? I feel like it's much more stacked than it used to be.
Yes, it's clear this. I mean, I used to in the past, like when I'm playing with Sheko, the team will be always on another level. But I don't know, maybe we're the problem because we always lose to worse team than us statistically and stuff. But no, they play well today. We didn't play that good, but we still managed to win.
Okay, now in your case, it's a good day and a good time for Team Falcons in general because you're locked in for the EML regional finals. You're locked in for playoffs. So what motivates you to keep things going now since next week's the Super Week and after that it's straight into playoffs?
We are also like we're really motivated for because of our dream. Our dream is to win SI Paris, and we'll not be able to win SI right now. So we have to work on every single match, every single time, no matter what. And it will go like with playoff, then major, then the final, and then the SI. So it's just to keep grinding until SI.
There's a lot of steps over the next few weeks, and I can't wait to see it. Ligavac, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Again, we'll let you go rest up. Next week is going to be a doozy, so hope to see you then.
Thank you. Just one thing.
Yeah?
If you're still on time.
S'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Guys, remember to buy the Falcon skin. Because
I knew this was coming.
Yesterday I forgot. I did have a live game yesterday with Ace. I did play good today with Ace. So just buy the Falcon skin, guys.
What did I put it as? An A tier yesterday?
Yeah, I think it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I don't know if you watched the tier list of the esports skins.
I did. I don't know why he's not on S tier, but yeah, that's fine.
Because well, I mean, if you had gifted me a skin, then maybe you'd be lower on it. But still, it's very good. I praised it. It's beautiful, and clearly in your hands, you're doing great. So is it you? Is it the skin? Who knows? Regardless. There you go. You heard it here first. Ligavac, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bonne nuit, les amis.
See you.
That's one from a Fabian playbook right there.
Well, there we are, gentlemen. It seemed like Falcons had full control, and then Fnatic, they clawed back off of
No. Fnatic had full control for the first 3 rounds.
Not Falcons.
And they bottled the late round twice. Fnatic should have got that done in regulation. I didn't say it's a leaky fact, but Fnatic should have got that done in regulation. It was a half of 2 halves first and foremost. Fnatic won the first 3 rounds strategically and lost rounds 2 and 3 just to big individual plays, and then really lost the second half of their attacks. And then a crazy comeback from Fnatic. The only attack Falcons managed to get in regulation, by the way, was when Jegs committed a double team kill and then died to Shaiko on his own. So yeah, I thought Fnatic really did well to bring that one back.
Yeah, and those highlights we just skipped from 6-1 to 6-5, but I want to tell a story about that comeback. I want to tell a story about that comeback because I want to speak about the comms that we hear from Fnatic. Did you hear Fnatic give up an 80 point, Jack?
No, they were vibes. There were so many vibes. Somebody was singing. They were 6-1 down and they just started singing in prep phase.
That's my main point. Look at Star's face here. Even if they lost, they will be happy they took a point of that. To be honest, they are down 1-6. They never stopped fighting.
Yeah.
They never stopped fighting. They saved so many match points.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful to see because I don't care about the rules. I don't care that they should have recruited an IGL. I don't care they invested in another young rookie that's a fragger. I care about team vibes. I care about team identity. I care about those comms. They're building a real team that feels good, that actually plays good.
Yep.
It was just a couple of rounds where, yes, they lost to clutches from users, for example, but except for that, honestly, they can be proud of themselves.
We said this was a real test for Fnatic this week, and yes, they only got 1 point. And this is a results-based business, right? 1 point isn't great. But actually, when they look back, they'll go, right, we dominated attacks against G2. We can build off that. We dominated free attacks against Falcons. Maybe should have dominated more. But then we had a massive comeback. We managed to get a point. They've got stuff to build on going into that Super Week. They've got momentum to take into it, and that's good for them.
Between that and the maps they showed over these past couple play days, next week is looking good. They're already in a relatively safe position regardless. The big question becomes, how do you play on Super Week, which is a first test of how you can keep things up. And after that, of course, it could be playoffs, where then we turn to best of threes, and that is a whole different ball game where you really do get tested. Regardless, I'd say it was an excellent match of the day that we had today, and a beautiful story that we could witness between Fnatic and Falcons. Let's flash it on the back, change it up. It's the G's that are up there. It's, of course, Gen.G versus G2, but on G2, there's a few people that people really like. Stomping, I would say Doki, but we could disagree on whatever you want.
like Doki.
Who doesn't like Doki?
Doki's got the best
Everyone
name.
likes Doki.
Yeah.
That's fair. There you go. Unbiased at all. But both Zach and Jack, that's Doki, Stompin, and Doki, well, they had some things to say. We sent Tim out to talk to them. Ace, they were on a golf course and the whole shebang. You'll hear from them and their story after this break. Enjoy.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at EML, we are big fans of personalities. And one personality that rises quite high above all the rest is none other than G2 Esports' own Doki. So we had to go and have a chat with him. We'll see what he had to say to our great ace of Pirate. Take a look.
Well, I've got to say that it's an absolute pleasure, Jack. Not just that you've asked me back, but that you've actually had me back to play this time has been a bit of a beauty. But stage 1 is finished now, and it was really good for G2. How was it inside of the team? How did the performances feel? What was the overall stage like?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, way better than your golf. That's for sure. I didn't really notice like a massive like performance increase in the whole team instantly, but Jesus, I'm terrible at golf. But yeah, like I think that's the hype was that coming into the league. The whole morale boost was just that really pushed the team to give an extra 20-30%, I'd say. Yeah. And then obviously Zach's absolutely crazy. So I mean, it just feels like the whole team's being completely reborn, like rejuvenated and stuff. So I don't really know. Like it's not so much of a something that can pinpoint exactly. It's just like
right place, right time.
Right place, right time, type of thing. You know, like a lot of outside factors coming together at the right time. Zach's came to live with me. We've had a good bond.
What's that hype been like? Is it kind of just noise in the background, or is it something that you're aware of? How's it felt?
It's definitely a strange thing for me because I'm not that type of person. Like I know people see me as this kind of outgoing guy, like funny guy. But yeah, like I mean, it's great. How can I say no? You know what I mean? Like we have more fans, we have more audience. We have a lot more people who are maybe not so involved in esports who are now watching because of Zach, which is fantastic not only for G2 but for the whole game and the whole esports ecosystem as a whole. So thanks, Zach. I mean, I really believe that. I think all the players, all the teams should be thankful. So now with Zach here, like we're at a train station, there's guys coming up to us here in Scotland. I don't know if you've noticed, there's 2 guys behind you taking pictures of us standing here. So people know who Zach is, and that's definitely not for me, that's for Zach. That's for Zach, I'll tell you that for sure.
I love how you've just written me off there, Doc.
It may be for you too.
It's not. It's definitely Zach. If this goes in, I'm going to be fuming.
Oh, that was close.
I would kill for a piece of just Tim and Doki at the pub that is just a show that you watch. That would be so cozy and yet at the same time so inspiring. I love hearing this from Jack, that we know sometimes as a very fiery person in interviews, being very real, very pragmatic in a chat like that.
Yeah. I feel like it'd be better at the bar than that golfing, for sure. just knowing Doki.
Have you ever golfed before?
Huh?
Have you ever golfed before?
No, I've not.
Me neither.
At least
I can recognize when he does not get the ball into the hole.
At least he can hit shots on the server. That's all I'm going to say.
Great analysis. Very good. Anyways, gentlemen, let's analyze our way through this next matchup. We'll start by G2's opponents, Gen.G in this case, who, well, they've been impressing over the past couple playdays, gents.
I am excited about this roster. Not only because they are French,
but especially because they're French.
I tried to defuse the situation, and I knew you were going to jump at my throat. But
I'd forgotten about the fact that you're best friends with this roster.
Look at those stats. Look at the stats. Everyone is in positive or neutral. Everyone is stepping up. Everyone is accomplishing his goal. I feel like the entire team is stepping up. When we used to see this as a MACKO or Sky, when you used to see Asa struggling after leaving Wolves, when you see Deadshot who was struggling after leaving Wolves, all of these guys are stepping up. All of these guys are playing much better. And we're seeing another contender, just like Fnatic, for example, that is stepping up after a rough stage 1.
I would hate to be the bearer of bad news in this because there's one person here, MACKO, that how long was it when the first time he lost to G2? 2 years at this point? That's a lot of history to go back in.
Yeah, he mentioned this to us yesterday, that he's never beaten G2, and of course we jumped right all over it. Actually, yeah, it's 2 years ago tomorrow So almost 2 years, 1 day short of 2 years. All the way back to the team Valor days from the open qualifiers, when we used to have open qualifiers to go into the major and the teams would drop down. Valor was the top tier 2 team then. They qualified into that, lost to G2. They got slapped around in that game, if I remember rightly, just about 2 years ago. And since then, it's not even lost, never taken a map. Even inside of the best of threes.
I mean, it's the most importantly, look at the scores. It took them 2 years to get off to 3 rounds won against G2.
Hey, I tell you what, by 2030 they might get an overtime.
So I'm just here. It's not only that he's losing always to G2 and that he admitted to it in the interview. It's also that it's never close.
Yeah.
And this is something that we also asked about. That hey, this is a big roster on the other side. Starstruck, all of that. They're laying that all to the side. They're just focused up on performing game after game. Speaking of which, let's speak about G2. We were highlighting Blaz as the unsung hero on the squad, and the man has been putting up numbers on this team.
Yeah, I was very thankful they didn't take too much into that word cloud yesterday. But yeah, no, Blaz had another strong day. I mean, he's leading the roster in terms of EPS and kills, and I think the one thing I'll say about G2 is it feels like chess pieces very often, and it's the way IGL, Alamo IGLs as well. But they've got the round pegs in the right holes. They've got the right people, the round pegs in the round holes. They've got the right people in the right places. And it's great vibes. We saw from Doki there just in the interview, and we know the G2 team, it's very, very much vibes based about how they function and how their chemistry is as a team. When it's good, they will operate at such a high level, and we're seeing that this stage.
Yeah, we've seen an evolution still. I know Doki was saying that he maybe did not notice at first the instant progress from the team, but I think through the long term, through the last 6 months and the stage 1 and now this stage after EWC, we're still seeing this team basically maturing, maybe outliving the period of honeymoon and trying to build something strong enough for them to win their first title, maybe in Munich.
Well, G2 has been showing a lot of things for us to learn from. We talked about Denari.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some more being cooked up.
G2 has been cooking, and I will say this, it is Cameraman's birthday today.
Yes,
happy
birthday.
We should praise Cameraman, not only because he's an amazing guy, but also because he's been cooking for G2 the entire time. Not only with Denari, with some incredible rush ideas. And so here, guys, this will be a gift from G2. What if you cannot get a full stack into ranked and you've only 4 people and you're playing ranked on border and you want to rush Armory bomb site? Well, let me teach you how we went into a situation where G2 is 5 versus 1 on that border game with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining here. You only need 4 players to do this, and it starts, and it is the most important one, it starts with Sense. Because as you can see, Sense will be very important in here. The lineup here is very important. You're in the parking here, and look at this lineup. I'm gonna pose it right at the right time. You need to hit perfectly that satellite here. The reason for this is, if you're aiming straight here, you're gonna send a Sense straight from the parking into the CC window. That's gonna cover the range from CC into Armory. The second one here, bounced off the ceiling, is gonna go straight here into that line of sight, and it's gonna cover the rest of the bunker side of Armory. Then you need a second player. That's Grim. That's gonna Grim bunker side. That's gonna Grim bomb. That's gonna Grim the entirety of Armory and rappel in. At the same time, Amaru flashes and goes up the hatch here in server, and most importantly, and this is the new innovation, they have a player in stock. And that player in stock has made an angle here, left side of the shelf, to hold top metal. Whenever the 3 players of Grim, Aruni, Sense are rushing in Armory, you send that stock player to hold metal because everyone is going to come back from CC into the bomb site. And you get a first kill here if that guy is strong, and you will maybe get a second one if you make another hole here to be safe, and boom. That's how G2, with 4 players, was able to win this in a 5v1 with 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the round. That's the cookability of G2, that explosiveness, but also those rushes. They're absolutely insane.
Thank you, cameraman. And again, happy birthday. Can we get a Feels birthday man in chat for cameraman, the one and only? But still, I love the lineups. I love the positioning. I love the awareness to kind of predict what would happen. So thinking always of the late round positions that they would hold. Beautifully executed. Though, will we get another border or not? Let's take a look at our map ban phase, Jack.
Yeah, so we're actually going to see a Chalet. No border this time. G2 are going to ban it. They don't want to play it, even though they can cook on it with that Sense. Chalet, big surprise. Because Chalet is Gen.G's permaban.
Gen.G
We've never seen them play it inside of Tier 1. They've brought out their permaban in what is a massive game against G2.
They've brought out their permaban on a map where G2 destroyed Furia at EWC. 7-3, if I remember well. I don't know. You know, maybe it's just a master plan of Agdar just going crazy and thinking, oh, we're gonna go on a map that they don't expect. I would do that, to be honest, against a team that's really high tier and you're not supposed to beat that.
What's crazy is that second, the map that they banned away the skyscraper to go to Chalet. Now, Gen.G and Secret, Gen.G and G2 actually played on skyscraper at EWC, where Gen.G played really, really well on the attacks. They got ahead in the attacks, first game of EWC, and then they actually lost because G2 was so good on their attacks. It was an attacker side skyscraper, a little bit weird. So I'm not surprised to see them take that one away. But Chalet, I wonder if it has caught G2 off guard.
Well, gentlemen, before we get into our matchup, we took a look at Doki and how he's performing over on that golf course. However, the man himself, I guess, what would we call him? Nowadays, one of the most anticipated.
Maybe he will be my esports commendation for Rookie of the Year in 2025.
Hey, that would make a lot of sense. That is Stompin', and we, of course, had to catch up with him. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, the weather looked like it was closing in a little bit. More of that famous Scottish rain could be on the way. So we've knocked the golf on the head and we're just going to have a little walk instead. But stage one, obviously I saw you right at the beginning of stage one, just before that first game, coming into the pro scene and the workload and everything that went with it. Was it like more of a shock than you thought? Or because you were very relaxed first time I saw you, like, yeah, it's fine, we're just getting on with it. Was it kind of like that throughout the stage?
I like playing the game a lot. Like, I enjoy the game, I love the game, so it didn't really bother me at all. I would prefer to practice more to win, you know, like the more you practice, the better you get. So I think we've done a good job with that. We practice as much as we can. We barely take off days and it's been paying off. So I think we can do it at the major in Munich.
Okay.
I really do, because after our loss in EWC, I think we've learned a lot. Just fixed a lot of mistakes that can get us over that line to win.
What have your thoughts been now that obviously it was 2 days before, now you've been here sort of 3 or 4 months on and off? How are you finding the country and everything that goes with it?
I don't dislike it. Obviously, like, I miss America, mostly because like the weather here is complete opposite of where I live, Texas.
I mean, the real question, are you looking forward to the winter setting in now, or does that scare you a little bit?
To be honest,
the Scottish winter.
Because I've only seen snow like twice in my whole life, so I'm not really prepared for it.
Scotland is about to bless us with a little bit more rain, Zach, so I think it's about time that we get on back inside.
Beautiful to see Zach surviving through the Scottish autumn at this point. But we've talked about Doki, we've talked with Zach, and now we're going to have both Stompin' and Doki together in a full piece to round it out. That'll be after this matchup. So this way we keep you ready and waiting for some more. So make sure to stick around for that piece coming after the game. Though, gentlemen, seems like he's being settled in. Of course, Stompin', young player, young man being put into this position. You know it yourself, moving to a completely different country, different weather, different food, different expectations, and he has to live with Doki. That's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, and he has to live in Scotland with the weather in Scotland.
But he doesn't dislike it.
Yeah, at least I moved from Normandy where the weather was not good to Kentucky where the weather was not good. He came from Texas. So obviously Texas, Scotland, I understand where that can be a little bit of a culture shock.
Never been to Scotland. I would love to travel there.
Cold and wet, basically, just as you've seen in the video.
Wonderful. All this nice promotion for Scotland.
But I don't dislike it.
We are in Denmark. I think at some point it is going to get pretty similar to what is Scotland, although we were blessed with beautiful sun. Let's keep it up for these couple days. Gentlemen, we are ready to go. It's Gen.G, it's G2, sending it to our casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Tim, you're back. How was Scotland?
Scotland was wonderful. I always love a little trip to Scotland. It is one of my favourite places in the world, to be fair, and I'm not just saying that. I don't think there's many more beautiful countries out there. But it was also a pleasure to get to see Doki and Stompin' again. Obviously, I really enjoyed my last visit up there. It was great to go back and have a chat with them. You just get such genuine, honest conversations with them that, you know, it's really sort of insightful and fascinating as well to speak to them both.
Well, speaking about Chalet, given we're stepping onto it, this is the only map that we haven't seen Gen.G play ever. Or at least over the last year, they've played every other map at least once, of course, of varying success, but Chalet is one they have kept very, very firmly tucked in the back pocket. It is their permaban. For G2, we've seen them play it a few times. Although it's not their favourite map, it's one that they will go to and play. But make no odds about it, Gen.G are hoping to catch G2 off guard here. So it's a question, can they overcome that team that everybody wants to bring down, or will Stompin and friends reign supreme? They're going to start things out in defense here. G2 gone through our bans already as well. We've seen the Azami and the Mirror coming away as standard pairing. And interestingly, the side to Monty, that's not so surprising, but the Grim, I've seen it banned away every now and again, but it tends to be target bans against teams that run it an awful lot.
Yeah, if we see the Grim ban, it tends to be paired with the Geng. It tends to be, let's just remove kind of the entire execution option. We've seen it with the Monty this time. I often talk about this, particularly with the shield side of stuff. It feels like it's kind of a halfway house to take one of them away. You know, you still, if a team wants to bring a shield, they're just going to bring the Blitz or a Blackbeard. Or I feel like it's either go all in on it and go for the shield bans, or maybe don't. But I guess, you know, you can look at individual teams and you can see, you know, maybe what they like doing as well, and kind of prepare for that a little bit, and maybe you're taking away something very specific from them. But we'll see how that one plays out. So we'll get ourselves onto Chalet. As you said, there's not one of G2's favourites. 1-1 in the last sort of 3 or 4 months. So, you know, middle of the road. And for Gen.G, probably pretty similar, really. We don't ever see them on it. We don't really know too much. It's a perma-ban problem. Maybe they've been keeping it in the bank for when they need a big win. Maybe they just don't like playing it. We'll find out. But they're going to have a tough day of it today. G2, I think, have looked like top 2 or 3 teams in the world recently.
I agree. Definitely not infallible. Of course, we've seen them have that OT loss recently as well against Falcons. So can be beaten, and that's why I think we've seen Gen.G come to a map here. They're not just playing it for the sake of it. They've deliberately come here to counter G2, I think, and you're going to see them coming in with some ideas, showing what they can do. Of course, G2 could have completely transformed everything themselves. That makes for a very interesting game where both teams are having to figure each other out mid-rounds. That makes for a whole lot of fun for us. Now, for now, we're on this top 4, as you can see. G2 for now, at least, largely unbothered. Have got themselves spread across this second floor. While we get Gen.G figuring out exactly what their play needs to be. No surprise at all, the Deadshot is somewhat fearful of what's going on inside of Ivy. That window, always see someone flash up there at some point and spray some bullets up range and normally find someone. It's Deadshot to start things out, though, and the King is dead, Tim. Down goes Stompin on the Denari.
Good opener for Gen.G. Just taking away at least a little bit of manpower. You'd expect all those trip connectors to likely have been placed at this point. Asa manages to take down Lyra as well for a map that they don't ever play. Gen.G are looking pretty good in the opening round of this one. Managed to get themselves 2, and G2 are left scrambling a little bit at the minute. The only thing I would say is not a single one of Gen.G are in the building yet, and that's kind of a negative for G2. You can't be losing 2 bodies when nobody's even set foot inside of the map. It's a big problem. How about that, though? Alamai with a beautiful swing there. Rips Azox off the rappel. And G2, at least, closer to level pegging.
It is one of those kind of one of those maps, though, Chalet, I think, where a lot can happen from outside the building. Makes you feel like border sometimes as well. There's so much soft destruction that you can make use of, a number of long angles, crossfires that you can set up. Very, very hard to play as defenders and feel very, very restricted by where those attackers are pushing from. Now, at least that momentary pause after Alamal's got one back, but still, as you say, Tim, even they weren't inside the building until the last 50 seconds or so, they've still got a bit of coverage to do. Good nade coming over the top, but Blaz is there for an immediate response. Deadshot falling down.
If not
D2, despite being in that 3v5, don't look too bothered right now to get towards the last 20. This is where the mistakes start creeping on through, and G2 could capitalize.
Yeah, this is why I mentioned Gen.G not being in the building at that point. It was like, yeah, G2 have lost the couple, which isn't ideal, but it's without Gen.G really, you know, having made a move yet, and G2 will look to punish them when they do, and that's exactly what has happened. Leaves us now effectively in a 2 versus 1. Sky's taken off the double window rappel, and that does not look good for Gen.G. They've got themselves into a 5-3, and then they've lost it from there. G2 able to fight their way back in. Like I say, not being established inside of the building when they got those opening kills, certainly not ideal for Gen.G, and they've been punished on the back of it. It's all been about getting in and getting control, and they were unable to do it.
I get what they were looking for there. If you can kill Alamal, for example, and get control of Master, get a shallow plant down, fantastic, and you got Skies in the window to cover you as well, but obviously with them losing the gunfights and that push on through, can't set everything else up for a little bit of failure. You can see Stompin there, tried his very best early round to get that swing out and pay the price for it. For me, maybe if Skies had worked his way over towards being on the piano window, for example, then had a bit of a pinch coming from that direction, things could have gone a bit better. But it was well played by Alamal, locking things down at the end to G2 hold on despite being in that 3 versus 5. Good stuff. Now we go downstairs, of course, see how things shake up for a kitchen dining defense. As long as, of course, this fly-through is actually what we're going to be seeing. I'm pretty sure we are. Yes, we are. Good.
It is.
So I don't know if it's pre-recorded or if it was like actually live, and now I know it actually is live, so it's good to know.
So we are going to be looking at a top floor hold once again from G2. You would expect it's going to be over on the master and office side of things, much the same as they did last time around. This time I'm certain they're going to want to avoid losing 2 before Gen.G even start pushing into the map. That was certainly an area for improvement for them, but overall the round was a successful one, so no harm, no foul. Interestingly, it looks like we're going to have immediate pressure coming towards the library, so Gen.G may well try to get in on that side of the map and go for that full top floor sweep across. Just looking at what their hard breach options are, they have got the ace, that is all, so they need to be very, very careful that Asa is in the right place at the right time. They need to breach the office wall, they need to breach the fireplace wall into dining, I would imagine, and that will give them access to a plant spot around the bomb chassis, and they know a lot about G2's movements here, so Gen.G may have opportunity to punish them.
I'll do for now, just keeping themselves busy in the basement. That's what we saw between Falcons and Fnatic in a way. It's just being willing to use the full size of the map, play in the basement if they're trying to push onto the top floor, leave them to kind of drain a bunch of utility and time, searching through the map to try and find you. And you're very, very difficult to uncover. You even see 60 seconds here again, like no one's really inside the building at this point, Tim. A couple trying to work their way through towards terrace, but that really is about it. It's being so cautious about being caught up by anyone on G2 going aggressive, and to be fair to them, doing all right so far. They dealt with Adoki a bit of aggression. Haven't quite dealt with Blastos. He's now got rid of Deadshot. Cheeky little bugger, managing to at least get rid of the sledge here.
Yeah, late trade came in, but MACKO manages to find Lyra 4 versus 3 and advantage restored to Gen.G, who managed to move up west main as well. The battle comes in and Blaz misses a couple of shots in there. It was a tough fight, but the opportunity was there to take Skies down. He wasn't able to secure it, and it's now Stomping 1 versus 4. This is a big, big ask to fight back. He knows roughly where the positions are based on the tracers that are raining through the wall towards him, but it's unlikely, I think, that he's going to be able to successfully do this. Moves in, the plant goes down. Can he find the first? No, he cannot. Skies will shut him down. That's going to be round to Gen.G. More of what we maybe expected from them given their start to round 1. We didn't really see it develop in that round, but round 2 certainly was for them.
Yeah, interesting there. Really interesting from the boys overall. Like, going from being so slow, where they're not even getting inside the building, almost inviting aggression from G2. Think about it. I spoke about it a few times now. Teams on the attack, if they're too slow, the defenders are going to get a bit impatient. They'll want to get disruptive and stop you from doing whatever it is that you're slowly trying to formulate together. And I think in a way, Gen.G are almost kind of leaving that out there for G2 and saying, oh, you know, okay, we are being a bit slow. We're still outside the map here. Like, oh no, what a shame. And then G2, as we've seen, 2 players trying to go aggressive and jump out or run out windows, whatever else. They're the ones then paying the price, as Gen.G, it turns out, are actually quite prepared and aware for it. But not just that, as we get through the round, like we saw just then, they turn their heat up and suddenly switch from being a very slow team to a very fast team. I remember speaking to IGLs around the world at previous events and them saying the hardest teams to deal with are the ones that can flip between those modes at the drop of a hat. You know, a team like VP back in the day were always very slow. You knew what you were going to face up against. And although you might not always win your gunfights, you knew how to adapt to what they were doing. When a team can go from being really, really slow to suddenly being really, really fast, it can just break the whole flow of the round apart and make it really hard to deal with as a defender. So just really cool to see Gen.G doing that. It does obviously only leave us at 1 apiece so far, but it does set up some very interesting things for the rest of this half if they keep on playing this way.
Yeah, I'd have to say Gen.G certainly looking better than I might have expected so far. A little bit of a hot breach there from Deadshot. Not really a breach. I guess it's a breach in Hammer, so we'll go with breach. Goes in through the barricade either way, repels straight on in and gets aggressive across that top floor. And is going to be supported by Azox on the blitz as well. I like this from Gen.G. You know, round 1, I said they were a little bit tentative about getting in, got their kills, but then it was the process of getting that map control that really cost them as they went on through. But no messing about this time. They are moving through the map quickly and they are taking some control. Haven't found any kills yet, but pressure is going to mount on G2 fairly soon, I'd have thought, as now Gen.G have got themselves established in Office and Master. They're starting to look towards Library.
Absolutely, just sniffing out everything they need to. You kind of know what to expect coming into Chalet, to be fair, that you're going to see this little like trifecta defense up on that floor with Sometimes the shield being down, the amount of barbed wire that G2 have got down suggests it's all about trying to slow down Gen.G here. Don't let them go fast. The Flash, of course, playing into that as well. So for Gen.G, it's a case of figuring out where do we find the weak link here? How do we start to break this open? How do we steamroll our way in? And a Capitana Blitz is certainly a great way to help with that. Not able to get rid of that barbed wire, which again is going to be a bit of a headache for them as they try and step on forward at some point. Fire going on through here, smoke's coming out as well. And this really should be the point where they can step their way through. But like we said, G2 was more than happy to slow things down here. 2 kills going back and forth, but it's still G2 that come out on top in the end. Alamau eventually cut down, so we're into a 2 versus 2 with half the round still to go, Tim. Explosive stuff.
Yeah, an absolute bloodbath up there on the top floor. We find ourselves now, as you quite rightly say, 2 versus 2. Smash through the Clash shield, which you're now able to do. And that leaves us with a little bit of a pause here. A minute left to go, and there's going to be drones sent out from Gen.G. They're just going to use a little bit of that time to see if G2 present them with an opportunity. And Stomper nearly does, showing off his legs. And that's nearly going to get the Jaeger taken down. He does live to continue fighting, but he's going to have to be very, very careful. Deadshot, however, is in the same sort of predicament. 35 seconds, Des.
I was going to say, still got a smoke to use here as well. Blaz bringing it out and choking. Deadshot out. That's with it all to do. 2 to bring down and finds 1 for himself. Stompin has literally got a bullet to his name, Tim. That's even got to try and find the head here. Can he drop in and get this denial away in time? I don't think he quite can yet. Instead, bolts his way over, seen on the drone, which is going to be the worry. Sprays through the wall, but not quite finding his man. Has no idea how close he is. Thinks up towards his left, but it's the wrong idea. Down on the ground was Stompin. Ace still finds his head anyway. It's another round going Gen.G's way, and G2 starting to struggle a bit here.
Yeah, difficult one for Stompin there. He's up on the hatch, but you kind of... his bullets down got Asa off the plant, and I think if he just gives it a half a second more and he realizes that sound has stopped, then he keeps the vertical. He keeps the vertical and he keeps the advantage. That was his chance. He needed to burn the clock down until there was no longer really a choice to come off that diffuser. That's the position he wanted to put him in. Very, very difficult and easy to call it afterwards, of course, but as he goes over the steps and down, he gets spotted on the drone. They know exactly where he is, and then he has no choice but to take the fight. So a tough one for him. But yeah, I think in his head, after he'd stuck 2 sort of, 2 animation ticks on that diffuser, he thought, he's sticking it here. I'm going to have to drop down and do something. But yeah, very, very difficult. Well played from Asa. Well played.
Absolutely. And instead, just building into things, that ability to go from slow to fast. G2 brought along a learn that they thought would sort that, but once we had that crazy flurry that resulted in 3 dead on either side, turned out that they could play however the hell they wanted to in the close, even if it did require a 1v1 to close things out. I've been the summary of a lot of tonight, I feel, Tim, is it's just been very, very close rounds, back and forth, like our last game. Falcons coming up against Fnatic was the exact epitome of that. Every round felt like it was going down to the wire for the most part. A couple of these have felt very much the same. I suspect this could be another long game to see us through game 4.
It's quite interesting. I'm just looking at the stats for these 2 teams as well. I was interested to see, through the stage how G2 have looked so far on defense, and are we seeing kind of above or below par performance from them? As it is, they're not doing too badly by their own token. They're at 56% defensive win rate, so if they can come away with a 3-3 half or better, they're pretty much on brand at that point. It's not too much of a problem. And actually, Gen.G are really similar. They're at 54.8%. So then I thought, well, G2 must be much better on attack if they've only kind of been winning, just more than half of their defensive rounds. So I have a look, and of course, G2 second overall on attack, 65.4%. Who is third? Gen.G, 62.5%. So very, very similar in terms of their attacking and defensive performances so far. So it's actually not too much of a surprise to see, what's coming out in front of us here. It is kind of what we would expect an attacker-sided Chalet. But the big surprise really is that it's Gen.G's permaban, and they're coming out and actually playing it really well. How about that, though? Stompin, I think, not happy about that last round and not being able to lock out the 1v1. Absolutely slams Deadshot at the beginning of the round. Alamau manages to find MACKO as well. Make it 1 for Blaz. They're all getting in on the action. Doki, this could be a team ace at this rate. They need 1 more, and it's Lyra who needs to find it.
I love how normally it's the attackers that call out a Dokkaebi call and make moves off the back of it. Here it's one of the callers come out and G2 has said, oh, that's the go side. And they're the ones that have gone aggressive and killed 4 players incredibly quickly, with only one of them being inside the building at the time of death, I'm pretty sure as well. This was, I think, how they anticipated round 1 would go, just showing outright aggression and not giving Gen.G any time to breathe. Here, at least they can have a conversation for the last half of the round, Tim, because poor Azox, I don't think he's winning a 1v5.
No, I wouldn't have expected so, especially given that he's not even inside of the map yet. The only question for me at this point is not where this round goes, but is it who G2 know what's going on and try to let Lyra get that last kill. We always love to see a team ace. It's quite a rare beast, really, and it would be good fun to see it. I'm not sure. Where is Lyra? Lyra's in library, actually, so he is over this side of the map. Very much a possibility if he tries to push up main stairs here. Oh, it was... I thought it might be Lyra. As soon as he dies there, I'm thinking Lyra was in library a second ago. But no, it's Stomping who manages to find him over the handrail. That's going to be 2 kills for Stomping then, and 1 for everybody but Lyra. G2, flawless round, and they get themselves back to 2-2. As I said, I think for G2, a 3-3 half, not the end of the world here. They've been better on the attack and will probably continue to be here on Chalet. So, you know, I think they'll be confident with a 3-3 that they can go on and win it.
Absolutely. Cozy as they stand, cozy as they continue. These things stay even. Okay, now we're seeing the all chat. Oh my god, you're not going to win. Doki obviously is just up there trying to do a little bit of mental warfare, Tim. I remember actually seeing Turstro, I want to say it was, in an interview. In fact, no, it was in the content before the APAC broadcast where he was doing the content piece with Dev, and he was kind of saying it's all about the mental game, you know, you got to win the mental game. And that's why talking so much smack can be such a good thing. So if you can get in their heads a little bit, why not?
If you're somebody that it's just letters on a screen and it's like, you know, absolutely zero effect.
I am not that guy.
I'm well aware of that, Des. But yeah, you know, if you can not get drawn into it and not get kind of baited by it, and you can just type a message and forget about it and get on with your game, you know, versus somebody who, you know, maybe does take it a bit more to heart and is like, right, you know, and it starts affecting their emotions, then yeah, absolutely, you know, it can be, as long as it's, you know, within reason, you know, it can be a very important tool at times. And, you know, from your own perspective, you need to make sure that you're not affected by things like that, because it's far too easy. You know, if it does start impacting your performance, it's just absolutely free for the other team. So let's get into it. Round 5, 2-2, nothing between these two at the minute. G2 with a very solid round last time out, but Gen.G always seem to have an answer, don't they? Deadshot comes through there, takes down Doki. That's an entry for them, and Gen.G yet another advantage.
He called Lyra there on that spray to the softball as well. Of course, not finding the head. That would have been pretty tilted for Lyra, I think it's fair to say. But no, there's a tickle of damage on his way through. Azox also inside the building. So starting to build it to a couple of them at least now, starting their entry in towards the map, because that is largely what G2 have denied away from them, is access to the map itself. Now they've got their feet on the ground, we start to see a more standard round start to build up. Lyra now being hunted down and finished off by Deadshot. Really is playing that strong entry role for his team here, creating space, taking out those that wander too far from the block. Looking good, almost a third as well. Blaz going dangerously low. Deadshot really living up to his name so far, Tim.
You mentioned the strong entry role, Des. Oh, there we go. He'll get himself out of the frost map, but there'll be no running for him for the foreseeable future. Yeah, you mentioned the strong entry role. It's actually really interesting. Deadshot has been involved in every single entry battle so far. All 5 rounds, he's won 4 and lost 1. So it is currently 4-1 on entry, not just to Gen.G, but to Deadshot himself. He's got 4 entry kills. There was only Stomping that took him down. Interestingly enough, Doki has been 3 of those 4 entry deaths. So Doki certainly having a tough day so far. Deadshot get himself another MACKO, manages to find one, Stomping with a double though to keep himself in it. It would have to be another one of those aces if he wanted to be able to win this round, and he's like half health. Diffuser can start going down and will. This is not easy now for the Denari.
No, he's really not in a good spot for this either as well. Now that Diffuser's down, it's a 3 versus 1. He's still full white screen, has no idea that MACKO got him behind Piano. He gets the shutdown he's looking for too. A great round, and you sort of said it yourself, you know, Deadshot has been that entry player. Admittedly, it's hard for anyone else to get involved when 3 of them are outside the building for half the round. But when Deadshot has got in and capitalized off the information they're providing, when they've hunted down these roamers, he's been a cracking shot to get rid of them.
He has. He's been really doing some damage, and it's definitely something G2 need to think about, and Gen.G need to support. You know, whilst he's hot like that, keep the drones in front of him, keep the intel coming, keep the opportunities there for him. Gets himself a 3k on top of it in the round, and if effectively wins the round for his team. So great stuff from Deadshot and good stuff from Gen.G as they found themselves now 3-2. Not ideal, but he'd
to handicap himself for the round. It's fine.
He'd already done the work by then. Like, you know, it wasn't a problem at all. But yeah, overall, good stuff from Gen.G. Another good attack going in there and making life difficult for G2. So round 6 and final defense. G2 need to win this one, I think, if they want to be looking at a regulation win. I'm not saying they can't do it on the attack of Chalet from a 4-2 down and get a 5-1 half, but it's looking difficult from a Gen.G that actually seemed pretty well set up to play Chalet at the minute, you know, considering it's one that they normally ban out. So yeah, I think G2 need to get this round if they want to be going on for a full 3 points.
Absolutely. Well, something needs to change on that G2 camp because this could prove to be a 4-2 half. I think it's fair to say both teams probably saw this map being decided on the attack, and you'll see a different G2 when we get onto that second half. Equally, we'll see a different Gen.G, and they'll know that there's a hard task before them. They need to be the ones to go aggressive and disrupt G2. Certainly a tall order, but the two of them being very, very similar in stats, I think tells you the full story, Tim, in that both have got identical playstyles here, and it is going to be just blow for blow as it has been already across those first 5 rounds.
Let's see where the first engagement is going to come this time. So basically, where is Deadshot? It's actually Azox that's gone in first, supported by Skies. Deadshot's just going to be holding his angle for now. Will find himself in a goo mine as he does come into Master. And he continue that great run of entry kills he's had. It looks like Skies is particularly going to be the one chasing things down here, and Stompin knew he was in a difficult position, but just bides his time and manages to make his escape. But already top floor control is going towards Gen.G.
Cover me! Yes, I mean, the good news is I think that G2 have lost the entry too early on here as well, because that has sort of been the theme of the game. Much more withdrawing this round is letting them have the map control if they want it. Not really being willing to step up and challenge it too directly just yet. We've got the top floor control. We're halfway through that round. Still a lot more work to do. Switch Chalet can be quite a nice map for attackers. You know, again, lots of soft walls, lots of ways into the map in which you can cause bother, lots of angles that you can be contesting. There's still 3 floors of the map you've got to work your way through when thinking about it. Even then, you saw the Wamaya of Laura tucked him behind this bookcase. I don't know if they actually know that he's there at this point. If they do, he's dead to rights. If they don't, well, he's screwed.
Stompin's just going to peek himself up above those stairs. Now knows that Skies has got himself established out in Ivy, so he's just going to back off a little bit. Nade will be sent, but will be picked up by the Magnet of Lyra. So that's just going to keep Stompin safe a little bit longer. 50 seconds left to go. G2 actually looking pretty comfortable here. They haven't been picked apart. Doki manages to find Scars. That's the entry they needed, and also the improvement for Doki to get him into the game. Deadshot does pick up Alamau as he's on his way back inside the map. That levels things out at 4 versus 4, but with 35 seconds left to go, you feel like there's a lot of work to be done by Gen.G. They do start doing it though. Deadshot on a double. He's absolutely flying at the minute 3 in the round. Make it 4. Surely not, Des.
How on earth has he got away with that one, Tim? I thought for sure Laura would have his name for free, but no. Actually deleted him and then spun for a second, and has still got fire in his belly, but it's aces to close things out. A 4-2 half for Gen.G, and I tell you what, it is the Deadshot show so far.
Yeah, it really is, and as I said, I feel like that puts G2 on a big back foot here. 5-1 half required for them to win this in regulation, given the way they've been playing so far as well. I think it's a big ask, despite their superior attacking numbers. When you look at the stats, it's going to be really tough for them. The honest truth is they need, I think, the first 3 rounds of this. I think they need to go for a complete sweep, put Gen.G backs to the wall and say there's nowhere that you are safe on this map. We are going to attack everywhere and we are going to win everywhere. Without that, I think if Gen.G even get one of these first 3 rounds, they start looking at getting themselves onto a guarantee of overtime, if nothing else.
Absolutely. However, always 2 halves to a game of Siege. We'll see if G2 can come out with a lights out performance, or maybe, who knows, maybe they crumble here and instead it's Gen.G to battle their way through to a win. That will certainly make things spicy, because I think as much as we all look, and as you said, G2 probably a top 3 team in the world right now. Gen.G have definitely leveled up themselves, and I think it's only because of last stage that we don't look at them and go, wow, these guys are actually a real serious team right now. They've only lost 1 more game than G2. They're on 10 points, 3 points below G2. If Gen.G win this game 7-4 or better, they take, in fact, even better than that, 7-5, and they would still just jump over perfectly fine. So as long as they win in regulation, they jump over G2 and slide into 2nd place behind Falcons.
It's serious stuff at the minute. Like you said, Gen.G up in 3rd place, and you know they were a little bit quiet at times through stage 1, but have shown some serious growth and are looking very, very good at this point. Certainly, I think if you look at those kind of group of new teams, MACKO, WYLDE, Gen.G that have come in, WYLDE are on a massively upward trajectory at the minute, getting another win today. Great stuff for them, but Gen.G I think have just taken it to that next level again. They've kind of elevated themselves through stage 2, and this is absolutely winnable for them. They are 4-2 up, and like I say, if they get anything more than 1 round in the next 3, they are looking good to take a full 3 points, and as you quite rightly say, jump themselves to the almost top of the table. They'll just be behind Falcons.
Will make things very, very interesting as we get towards our final few playdays. Reminder, of course, we've still got 3 more playdays to go yet as well, which is going to make things really interesting with some of those teams that are fighting it out in the middle. You've got Gen.G, BDS, Fnatic, WYLDE all up there. Usual suspects. Secret are starting to creep their way back up too. We're all still kind of hoping Virtus Pro wake up, but it feels a little too late now for that to happen. So there's definitely going to be some teams that probably deserve to be in our playoffs that end up missing out just on virtue of 4 teams that would otherwise be near the bottom of the table are fighting incredibly well. Stompin not able to win this entry as Azox holds firm, looks for a second, but no, Doki there to capitalize back on that one. Sky's there for a trade. It is like a game of ping pong, Tim. They're passing kills back and forth over the table, but it's Gen.G who have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, it feels like Gen.G are playing the trade game really well, which says good teamwork. They're there, they are together. There's always somebody to try and take that fight, yeah, Doki got a kill, but then he was put in a bad position. He was having to kind of backpedal a little bit. He's thinking about ammo in his gun. He's thinking about all sorts of things. Again, trade comes in. Blaz picks up MACKO, but is there for the answer, and what does it do? It keeps Gen.G with the advantage. 3v2 becomes 3v1 as Deadshot picks up Loira, and all of a sudden it's looking like, I'm talking about one of the next 3 rounds, they're going to get the very first. They're going to back it up and maybe go for even more here, Gen.G. This is going to be 5-2. Alamau comes in, tries to get Deadshot, cannot get it done with the DMR, and that is going to be Gen.G looking good on the defense, just like they did on the attack. I don't think teams are going to be rushing to play them on Chalet after this.
No, like I said, it was a perma ban, and they were definitely only bringing it out to try and bring down G2 on it. No tape on them playing this map, no previous results to go off of. It is literally a total dark horse map almost coming out for Gen.G, because they know that a win against G2 leads to some big points that they can sorely need. Again, they jump over G2. If they win this game, they're then guaranteed to basically be in our playoffs, I'm pretty sure. In fact, they could probably still get caught by some of our teams that are a bit lower down, but assuming they get any points at all for the rest of this stage, I'm then pretty sure they're safe and secure and would be in our playoffs. G2 tech timeout coming through, because I think anyone could tell you this one, Tim. It is not going according to plan today.
No, absolutely not. Ral, you're definitely going to be having a few words here and trying to interject. Not the perfect birthday present for cameraman at the minute, we will say that. But big changes are needed. They're kind of losing out in every category at the minute at G2. They're struggling, on the entry. We've seen Gen.G continue to do well there. With 7 rounds in, it's 5-2 in favour of Gen.G. Deadshot is on a storm himself, 12-4 overall, 4-1 of which is entry. 86% cost for both him and Asa. They are effective in so many of these rounds. And there's also, the thing is, there's space for improvement on the side of Gen.G here as well. Some of the players have been a little bit quiet. It's difficult when you've got Deadshot running around killing everybody, of course, to find that space for yourself. But the point is, even with a couple of quiet rounds, there's always the opportunity for somebody like Skies, Azox to step up and get more involved. And it feels like they're definitely capable of doing that. So 5-2 Gen.G, they are looking very, very confident. They're going to move on to dining and kitchen this time. So it's going to be the other mid-floor side. It's going to be more of that top floor hold. This time the opposite side of the map. G2 likely will try and get themselves in, I would imagine, through library and move across from there.
More control, I think, is definitely the name of the game, because the one thing about that previous round was, they were securing trades, but as we saw, Gen.G were there every single step of the way, ready to trade back themselves, and that's never a good thing for the attackers as you bleed out more and more of that utility, more of the ability to pull off a team-based execute. It's going to sting. And so I think we need to be playing more as a team, as we sort of said, but in a different way. Be looking to try and catch up these players that are more isolated earlier on. Like here, you've got 2 players down in the basement, 3 up on that top floor. One, right now, Skies is very alone on blue stair, on library stairs. Hard punishable, assuming they can read into that and get themselves moving on towards his part of the map. But now at least they tried to drone in towards Big Car Garage to figure out where these guys downstairs are. And they found out onto MACKO. He's not going to stay in one place for too long. Moves himself away back towards West Main. So now it's that horrible game of cat and mouse they've got to deal with.
Beautiful nade throw there, straight in through the window into the bathtub. Will not get any joy out of it though. Gen.G just going to move around that. I was going to say, please take out the drone. They will do so. Skies sees it as he's just moving up there. Can't be forgiven for letting intel like that continue to live on the field, but won't be the case. G2 are looking a bit more tentative here, Des. After that timeout, I think, you know, maybe the message has been... Obviously, we don't know what the message has been, but it certainly seems to have been, you know, let's just take our time a little bit. Let's try and put them in bad positions, and let's try and make sure that we're, you know, playing to our advantages. But Skies manages to get the entry again. G2 struggling with those openers. It's Lyra that's gone. The clutch drones go with him. Deadshot picks up another onto Doki. And this could be that guaranteed overtime that Gen.G have been looking for. They continue to have answers. 2v2 though, as G2 get a flurry of kills in the middle of the round. 1 minute 10 left to go, and they are in and around the site.
It's just looking how much space Gen.G have been given, right? Like we said about trying to find these players and isolate them if you can. They've tried, but Gen.G have constantly moved back together as a group and made it really hard for G2 to do that. It's got to the point where things are at least close. Reload. But can they still get the diffuser down in this situation? I think it's going to be a bit of a battle because, as you can see, a lot of this top floor is still held by Gen.G. Both players are up there right now. G2 have got 40 seconds to figure this one out. Blaz and Alamau to go big and keep it going. Otherwise, like you say, OT at the very least is guaranteed.
Utility being thrown up above. The plant is going to start to go down, and they'll look for the challenge to come in at the same time. Blaz times it perfectly. Alamau manages to make a move as well. And G2 in the 2v2, able to lock it out and get themselves a round fight back. And we now find ourselves 5-3. G2, I think, need the next 2 rounds. As I said, they needed 2 out of 3 minimum to begin with. All 3 would have been better. But yeah, get yourself the next one. And it's 5-4. Level things up, and then we'll see. It's anybody's, but I'm not sure Gen.G are going to allow that to happen.
No. I don't think they'll make it easy for them for sure. But again, it's about Gen.G feeling like they've got more of the map to play with, I think. Like G2 weren't the kind of like flood in, rush, punish. They've tried to do that throughout this half and hasn't gone super well. This one, much more composed when they started out slow. Definitely got a bit scrappy, I think, in the mid round once they came to blows with Gen.G. It was still quite a lot of back and forth. However, they played out the 2v2 very, very well. So still trying to figure their way through the playstyle of Gen.G a bit and adapt to that as we go. Up to the top floor we step, and we've got those double architects coming along here. Timira and the castle being brought along to make life a little bit more difficult for the attackers here, getting some things to chew through before they can even think about trying to take a gunfight.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to see Alamau moving away to the Doki bit. That's going to just give a little bit less of an option. He's moved away from the Ash. The Ash, of course, being a great option to be able to deal with those mirror windows, which they now don't have. So they're going to need to maybe do that from below. They're either going to have to push in horizontally and just try and smash the glass. But it is going to give Deadshot a little bit of freedom if he's playing in behind those black mirrors to get some value out of them. So see how that plays out. I like the Doki big. Great pick, don't get me wrong. You know, that global phone call able to help track down the roamers. But I feel like on a top floor side, you kind of know where everybody's going to be. You know, maybe you've got somebody down in the basement, maybe not, but other than that, it should be fairly dronable and keep your option to deal with the mirror.
Well, you know what they say about assumptions, Tim? Make an ass out of you and me. So you can assume they'll be in those places, but you've always got to verify and double check. That's what I think G2 will have to be careful of here. It's all good assuming you'll know a player will be at top library, a player will be on Mez. Let's make sure they're definitely there, because Skies here is going quite aggressive on towards this Ivy window. Spoke about this one earlier on. But be so careful about that step forward. Doki uses that scan as his move forward, but immediately they're at that window. This is what it means. They won't even let them breathe at this point. But Lyra's in. Has got a freebie. Yes, flashed out by his teammate on the way through, but who cares? He's got a kill off the back of it. Doki taken down by those Caracan traps. It's a 4v4.
And that's a problem. That's something that they should be picking up. If you remember, I mentioned the mirror windows. Asta's going to use it absolutely perfectly to take down yet another G2 member. 3 versus 2 for Gen.G as they do manage to find Deadshot in the melee there. But
I've got the diffuser.
1 minute 30 left to go. No diffuser in hand, as you quite rightly say. A phone call to their name, and that's about it. A flashbang. It's hardly much to build off.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. The guy that was floating around the mirror that was there earlier, it's still Ace hanging around this part of the map. We've got Azok's double back inside of Solarium, so they try and get the diffuser here. They could be in a spot of bother. Need to be so careful. Here we go. Alamau's in for one, but wasn't aware about the second man. Double down inside of Solar. Loira, 2 kills to his name already in the round, has now got to find an extra 2 to close things out. He's got the time, 60 seconds to work with. But it's a tall order because, again, Gen.G want to give nothing over to him here. Expecting someone to swing him? Absolutely are not. He's now recovered the diffuser. Can he get the plant down? Looks to try and do so. He's got to be careful of that soft wall behind him, by the way. Could get sprayed through there. And surely now the movement start for these players. MACKO stepping his way forward. Loira steps off at least for a second. Makes use of the fire extinguisher. Bit of a smoke screen coming out, but needs to isolate one of these 1v1s. But they're like shadows, Tim. Couldn't quite find either of them until MACKO steps forward. He finds the kill, and Gen.G move up to match point.
Again, G2 just not finding the responses. Those kills coming in one after another. And, you know, all of a sudden it's something that Gen.G have done so well if you look back through this game so often. Might not be a huge advantage, but what they do is they get themselves into a stable position where it's 3v2 or 4v3. 2v1, and they always have, even if it's just one, they have that man advantage, and it means that they can play the trade game. We saw it. Alamau runs into Master, gets himself a kill. Doesn't matter because they step out from Solar. So a 3v2 becomes a 2v2, and within a second is a 2v1. And so again, they maintain that one-person advantage all the time, and the trade game has just been really, really nice from Gen.G. And, you know, I don't see the value that they really got out of the Dokkaebi. The calls, yeah, they're very, very powerful, but on a top floor site where everybody's going to play inside, you know you're not going to get too much value out of them. They knew where the Capcan was anyway. They got the kill on him. And I just think that mirror window has cost them the person on Solar Repel. And then look where the kills come from towards the end of the round, the player out in Solar. You know, had G2 been able to control that window, had they been able to control that side of the map, that position, they'd maybe have been in a much better spot. But as it is, they die super easy because you can just quick peek from behind the mirror window that they have absolutely no way of dealing with. Big problem for G2, and I just feel like maybe the lineup wasn't quite tailored to what they were going to face.
And Gen.G want to get this one closed out ASAP as well. Interesting you take attack time up when really it's kind of handing over, I'd say, assistance to the other side here. They're the ones who need the attack time out more than you. But they obviously want to plan something here to get this one finished and put G2 in an early grave today. Crazy because, again, looking at this game, it's one that are definitely going towards G2 at face value, and maybe I could see it going to OT if Gen.G played out of their absolute skins, but they've done just that. And now on the verge of taking all 3 points off G2, jumping over them in the standings. That's going to make our last few weeks incredible. Well, our last few days very exciting, because next week is Super Week. We have 3 days in a row of Siege. Everything will be wrapped up and decided by then. We see who goes through to playoffs. We'll know what finals looks like. Lots going to happen in the next 8 days or so, Tim. I think we're casting next week as well, some of it actually.
We are. I think it's Tuesday that we're on. It's the middle of the table is just going to be an absolute maelstrom. I'll tell you that now. When it comes to finishing, that I think 4th down to 6th, those 3 places are going to be so heavily contested. It's going to be ridiculous. A lot of fun coming up, a lot of entertainment for us. G2 need 3 rounds in a row here to get themselves even back into this with a chance of winning it. You know, do I think G2 are going to be in danger of dropping out of a top 6 playoff spot? No, I don't. But let's not forget, those top 2 spots are valuable. They get you a bye through that first round.
Oh,
how about this? Gen.G are just doing what they want. Aster out of the window, takes down Blaz, back into safety. Again, where's the trade from G2? Where's the team play? Where's the working together that Gen.G are showing us?
I think it's a bit of confidence in the early round is biting them big time here, and they're being punished for it. Skies a bit of his own there as well, and trying to go aggressive on towards the office balcony. Both teams really working hard to keep the other out of the map is the key thing that I'll probably remark on as well. They do not want to give him an inch on this map. It's like watching a game of Border where you're almost forced to challenge every window and doorway just to find any opportunity to fight before you start looking at the site itself. And both teams have approached this chalet in a very, very similar way. It's been super aggressive.
Deadshot 15 and 6 at the minute. absolutely flying, unstoppable right now. Whereas you just feel like Blaz is having another great game. I want to shout Blaz as it out. He's had a phenomenal stage 2. Really seems to have settled into his position at G2 now, and he's putting up good numbers. But around him, it's a little bit quiet, and he needs that little bit more support. It needs somebody right now to step up. Deadshot manages to take down Doki. They did shoot out an Nitro there, but that's about as good as it's going to get for G2 as they find themselves 3 versus 5, struggling to get in the building a little bit, but they managed to level it out. But look at what happens. Even when it shakes down, it's still 3v2 for Gen.G. G2 need to prevent any trade coming in now. Keep it at 2-2. Give yourself a chance.
Surely they can't swing this one around, but they start doing it. Lawyer and Stomping coming together. Just 8 to left with no C4 in pocket. And a lot of time to play with. Now, we've seen Gen.G in the reverse of this one. We had that 2v2. They grouped up well. I want to see G2 look to do the same here. They've got the man advantage. They've got the numbers. A nade, another pull of those nanobots to go in. They just need to know where Acer is at this point. They just don't, though, as he's got himself tucked in so tight, Tim. Couple of shotgun blasts, and this could all be over.
25 seconds, they're going to push down together here. Could give an opportunity for Acer to go through them both together. He sprays down, gets neither, goes to the shotgun, finds one, blast through the wall, but can't pick up Stomping, who closes it out, and G2 keep themselves alive for another round. 6-4.
Stomping with a big 3K in the round to keep it going for G2, but you can feel them hanging on by a thread. Quite a climb to work their way back up here, but Tim, it could be yet another overtime game. If G2 can lock in and get this game back on their side. Gen.G certainly not letting them get away with it. You saw just how tight that round became overall. Who knows how this one goes, but I would expect Gen.G to be able to close it out at some point.
It certainly feels like they should be able to, given the way that they've played so far. You know, but equally, don't write G2 off. They are a team at the minute that are seriously hot, and if they just find that bit, we saw it from Fnatic already, getting themselves back into it against Falcons. You know, if they just find that bit of momentum and start chaining rounds together, I think Gen.G could do with getting it done now. I think they don't want G2 getting back in striking distance, getting this round, going 6-5, only one round. They've also then got 2 in a row, 3 out of the last 4, and G2 start feeling themselves a little bit.
10 seconds
you don't want that if you're Gen.G. Get it done now. No messing about. You mentioned the timeout. I'm not sure about the timing of it. I'll agree with you. I don't know how much good that's done for Gen.G. Rather than just keep that momentum rolling. You're winning here. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, I'm sure the members of G2 might have been a little bit like, oh, you know, great. Yeah, we'll take a chance at a tactical. You know, we'll take the opportunity for a tactical timeout. I think it might have come as a little bit of a surprise to them. It seems to have been a positive for them.
All right. Couple more rounds to go, G2. Otherwise, pack it up. Game is done. And it requires a moment of magic from one player on Gen.G. Not forgetting that it was Stomping in that last round with the 3K. We've talked about it a lot during our Falcons Fnatic game, relying on individual players to be the heroes. Can't do it forever. Someone's going to have to slip up at some point and make a mistake that just lets the other side completely sweep over them. For now, we get ourselves focused, Tim, of course, with the Flores on side of softening our way through all this juicy utility. Loki rolling him through and clearing away. Shields, barbed wire, anything he can get his mitts on. Probably also looking most especially for that bulletproof camera that could otherwise prove to be quite a nuisance.
Smoke canister going to go in. What are they going to play behind it? Of course, the glass looking through. Gen.G were just concerned about exactly what I was thinking was a possibility, and that was somebody flying on inside of that smoke as it was just to offer a bit of cover for the glass, but Blackbeard of Alamau is down here as well. G2 looking like they're not too worried about a whole map clearance or control here, thinking rather about getting on inside. Is going to miss Alamau. As the opportunity, this diffuser is going to go down. The smoke canister has missed the man, and the Blackbeard will secure it. Surely no. How did Gen.G get away with it, Des?
The smoke, Tim, the smoke has given them the cover to get in and do what they need to do. It's down to a 2 versus 4, making a 1v4 blast. Trying to find a way to save this for his team, secures a kill, but there's still more to chew through. One on main stairs, exposes his head for half a second. Azox, though, trying to poke up again, loses his life. Surely you don't see Blaz walking away with all of them. No way, it's Deadshot to shut it down. stepping up towards that 20 kill mark. I think he fell just short, but for Gen.G, Tim, it's 3 points. They jump over G2, they take second place. What an outcome.
Yeah, what a performance there. We can see exactly why they've been keeping Chalet under wraps. It is not down to not wanting to play it, it's down to wanting to play it when they need it. They get themselves some really important points, and it just mixes that table up unexpectedly. Great performance, Gen.G.
Well, let's go to a break. When we come back, our desk, as you know, will break it down. Back with you in just a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it? Gen.G, they turn it up. G2 take the L with all 3 points going the way of Gen.G. Let's bring up our French squad, of course, with MACKO joining us on the interview. MACKO, we're getting used to these.
We're becoming best friends.
Hello again.
I'm getting used to it.
Sorry, he's already best friends with Leo.
Yeah, sorry.
But that's something that's not. MACKO, I just want to remind everybody of a talking point we had before your matchup is that in the 2 years you're playing, you kept getting rocked back and forth by G2, and now you bring it back with a 7-4 win for yourself. How does that feel to you as a person, as a competitor?
I mean, I can't describe it. I'm so happy right now. First time beating them for 2 years. Like, it feels amazing. But I mean, I told you yesterday, of a win streak.
I mean, it's not back and forth. Now there's a streak. There's 2 against after one another. And actually, that changes the standings because now you overtake G2 and you sit clearly in this. I say clearly in second place. It really is by the skin of your teeth, but still in second place. How does it feel for the entire team being in this? Because this is a huge achievement now ahead of the Super Week next week.
Yeah, I mean, we all feel amazing. I mean, yeah, first time we beat G2, and now we are placed second in the league. So yeah, comparing to the last stage, it feels great. Like, can't lie, it's amazing.
What do you feel is the game changer here for you guys to finally beat G2?
I think every match against G2, we were trying to, like, I mean, about me, we were trying, like, even in the veto map, we need to go on the map, we are strong, we need to go, on the strong map. And I was like, we need to, like, the G2 playstyle is basically going on the strong map of you and countering you and destroying you. So now I just get it. I said, okay, Chalet was our permaban. I said, guys, we need to train Chalet and we're gonna bring it against G2. It's the only way to beat them.
Master plan.
We did see that because it was Skyscraper or Chalet, right? And you played them on Skyscraper and they weren't going to expect Chalet. Yeah, that was genius. Is that why you played? So there was a round where you played Capcan on site as well on the top floor. Was it all around that G2 playstyle of trying to kind of be explosive?
Yeah. I mean, I just said, like, guys, maybe we can, for this specific match, we can forget our strats and we need to bring a lot of traps because when we are gonna, like, try to kill the lurk or anyone, they're gonna be on site. So if we don't have any traps, we're gonna lose. So we need traps.
So
and Skies bring the Capcan. He said, guys, I think Capcan is good. I said, yes.
The site Capcans. I am a Capcan enjoyer.
It looks great when it works out, and it definitely did in this case. Now, from all of this conversation, I'm gathering, great preparation for best of ones. Now, next week, of course, there's a super week of 3 best of ones, but with 13 points, you should be pretty much set for playoffs. There's a bit of bit here and there, but 13 puts you in a pretty good spot points-wise. What do you think will be the biggest challenge going into potentially best of 3s compared to, hey, we can pick a specific map to counter their play style, playing around certain operators on a specific round? What's the deal for you there?
I mean, we always prefer the best of 3s, so I don't think it's gonna change much. The only thing that will change is that now people know that we can play Chalet, but that's it. We can play any map, so it's fine. And yeah, that's it.
Very good. Love the confidence out of it. MACKO, I mean, we're loving this. Hopefully we get to see you once again next week in our Super Week.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yo, Doki, you are putrid, bro. Stop it. For the first time I can say it, you're putrid, guys. I love it.
The accent makes that so much better.
Yeah.
I don't know why. You're putrid.
How do you say it?
No, it's correct.
Yeah, it's correct.
But putrid in French also passes. It's fine. You won. You can pronounce it however the hell you want at the end of this, MACKO. Again, congratulations on a big win today. Finally, after 2 years against G2. We'll let you go. Rest up. Get ready for Super Week next week. And have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Deadshot is the GOAT.
Do you know what's interesting is, for people watching, you might have looked at the VP game earlier and be wondering why am I talking about VP. VP play the same set strats and do the same thing time in, time out. There, Gen.G have gone on a map that is their quote-unquote permaban and haven't played strats and have just focused on playing together and playing against their opponent and playing in the right way. And it's paid dividends massively. Look at every single kill that happens. Obviously not this big dead shot, you know, montage that he's got in. But every other round that Gen.G won, whenever G2 were doing something, they were met with not just one, but two, sometimes three, even four Gen.G players refragging each other out, focusing on team plays, and then bringing the traps. It was the perfect execution and the perfect game plan for playing against their opponent on that map. And yeah, fair play to Gen.G because that was an incredible showing.
Honestly, it's great to see Deadshot finally stepping up in that roster. If you think about it, he was one of the guys that we expected the most to step up whenever he joined from WYLDE.
Yeah.
And we waited for months and months and months to see him come up.
Yeah.
And this is maybe the game changer aspect I was looking for when I asked the question to NACKO. Azox is stepping up, NACKO is stepping up, Skies is stepping up, Asa as well. But most importantly, Deadshot, the fragger, the one that was basically the star of the show when he joined that roster, is also putting up numbers now.
I actually was going to say in the pre-match, I was like, actually, it's maybe testament to Gen.G and where they're at that we've not really spoke about Deadshot, even though he's not necessarily been putting up the numbers until today's game. The fact that they're still doing so well, the fact that, you know, it is the NACKO Skies, it's not an individual show, it's a team performance. Whereas previously, in previous stages, I know certainly last stage, we were saying, where are these big hitters for Gen.G? Well, they don't need them now because the team dynamic and the team unit is playing so well. And then Deadshot still shows us why he still got it and that we still need to remember who he is.
I will say this, it did felt like an off day for G2. I felt like they were completely stunned by what was going on. They did not expect what was going on.
I don't think they expected the map.
Exactly my point there. I was thinking that they did not expect to play Chalet today. They did not expect the game plan. And the Gen.G just came up with the right idea. They cannot know what we're doing if we don't know what we're doing. It's exactly the Corey strat is working well.
Funnily enough, that was G2's way of doing things also, which is where, hey, we don't know what we're going to do. We're going to go in here and we're just going to play our own way and somehow we're going to find a win against you. And it works out they got outplayed their own game.
It just goes to show the fundamentals of the FPS and if you focus on the right things, the synergy, the coordination, the communication, you can produce results even if the on-paper element of it doesn't sit with you.
It goes to show that if VP were on the threat of relegations and would be known to only have a 5-map pool, they could go and use the entire week before the Super Week to train Skyscraper, to train maybe Labs,
I feel like he's trying to hint at some
new maps, and maybe surprise everyone in the 3BO3s, 3BO1 story that will define their career.
You imagine an alternate world where VP plays Skyscraper map round 1 and there's an Amaru like plant strat going on?
Honestly,
I would lose my mind. That would be crazy.
They're gambling their entire rest of playing career on those 3BO1s next week. This is the moment to throw everything away and you know, come up with some maps that nobody expects.
Pull out the Gen.G playbook from this. And honestly, not just Gen.G, other teams have been doing it.
As well, yeah.
Exactly. Now, gentlemen, we're just going to change those teams up behind us because we have one last game. No. There you go.
He always gets it right.
Secret versus Wolves. But let's go on close-up for this one. We promised you before the start of this matchup that we wanted to talk about Doki. We did. We talked to Stompin as well. How about we put them together for a little cozy moment with them and Ace of Pyrite? And let's see what they had to say.
So we've come inside out of the famous Scottish rain. We've got our desserts. Jack's come and joined us as well. Obviously, last time I was here, I think you'd been here like a day, Zach. I think it was like maybe your second day in Scotland or something. So famously now, I think you two guys are living together. We've seen the celebrations on Cam and everything after games have been won. Do you think it's been good having Jack kind of knocking about and, you know, so you've not got that kind of loneliness element or just getting a bit stuck on your own?
I mean, yeah, like if I would have moved alone into a different country at 18, I would have been so like lonely pretty much. So yeah, like living with him is a lot better than living alone for sure. And like a few times he's had to wake me up for scrims.
Just a few times?
Just a few times.
It's every day?
Okay, that hasn't been lately.
Roommate and built-in alarm clock. Sounds fantastic.
It's weird because you always go to bed dead late and wake up dead late, and I'm the opposite. I always go to bed like quite, not dead early, but like 1 AM maybe I go to bed. Zach's more of a 7 a.m. type of guy.
And for you, Jack, prior to this, you know, you were living on your own. How's it been having somebody come in and trying to adapt to that and somebody living in your space?
It's always good to have your teammate around. You can talk about stuff, even if it's just like banter and stuff. You can discuss things, and it's always like maybe we have a problem in the server, but like as soon as it's like game's over, we're back to being mates. Like there's never really any conflict or anything. Or like nothing that we can't talk about at least. So. Yeah, I like that side of it.
Who's the king of the household then?
It's my house.
What's his house?
He does have a distinct advantage, to be fair. But, you know, not setting you against each other or anything. But it was just an interesting thought I had as to like, what's the best thing and worst thing about living together? We'll start with you, Zach.
Best, I would say just like having company. Like it's better than living alone for sure in a different country, like I said.
Is that also the worst thing? Simultaneously the best and worst thing.
There's a lot of worse, but I'd say the main one is probably like just the internet. It's so bad. He has the worst internet I've ever seen.
I have really bad internet.
I think it's just...
No, Scottish internet's fine, it's just your internet, right? Okay.
I can't upgrade it either. It's not as if I'm like cheap. I can't. Like I just can't update. It's not available where I live, which is just terrible. It's like 30 MBs download speed. It's
it's not even that. It's like you download a game every like day somehow.
Actually, no, it's updates. It's Valorant updates.
He does an update every day, and like if you're updating something in his house, no one can be on the internet.
Yeah, like can't even load like a YouTube video.
Yeah.
It's just
you can't open Twitter.
Like you're living in the.
We're really getting to the bottom of it.
You're living in the Victorian era.
And what about you, Jack? What do you think? Best and worst?
The best thing. Yeah, I like the company. I mean, just talking about the stuff outside of the game, just joking around every day. I take the piss out of Zach. I'm actually a bad influence. I wake him up like he's went to bed at 7 a.m. and I'm chapping his door at 9 going like, good morning, wake up. And that's the try to piss him off. I'm probably saying some worse things than that as well, but we'll keep that away from the camera for now. But yeah, the worst thing, I don't know, what is the worst thing? There's more food to buy.
I'm just perfect.
Has there been any impact in game? Because you know, like you've said there, Doki, you know, you like to talk. It gives you the opportunity out of game to, you know, maybe talk through those things that have happened in the game and things like that. Do you think it's transferred and helped in the server or not?
I mean, probably like mentally wise, but I think like Zach's one of the best players in the world. I don't think it matters if he's playing in Scotland, America, Brazil. I don't care where you're going to live. Like, I don't think it really matters. Like, you're going to still be the same Siege player that you are. You're going to put the same effort in. But I think it is good for you to like see, like maybe learn from. Not that I'm a good role model or anything, but like learn from me like outside of the server and stuff, and how to just kind of I don't know, like just be how to survive in this hard world of gaming. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, how do you feel?
I mean, I would say it definitely makes it easier. Like, just specifically, like say like we disagree on something, we can talk about it in person rather than on text or like in a call. It's just not really the same. And like, say like he doesn't like his role on a certain bomb site, me and him would switch. Like we've done that multiple times when I first joined the team. Yeah, we would talk about it in person, like what he likes, and switch it around, and it would work out. So I would say,
like if we have an argument in the server. Like I just walk down the stairs and chap in Zach's door, and I'm like, if you want to take this outside, come on, big boy. Yeah, and then he's like, oh sorry Jack, I'm sorry.
Do you think I'm thinking back to like the footage that we've seen through EML, particularly stage 1. At the end of stage 1, like there was some scenes where like you've kind of like run into Zach's room and it had been a big win and everything. Do you think it's made those moments better as well? You know, like having somebody to share it with when you get a really big win, or like you've had a couple of big aces, and you know, things like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Has that been good?
I like that.
It's pretty much like if I was playing from home, like it would be my family, but instead it's him doing it, you know? Like, especially when we're both the ones winning it. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what?
Sorry.
You're just hyping me
Just
up.
hyping him up. I'm his hype man.
Anyway,
Yeah, he is.
welcome back to EML. It's Wolves versus Team Secret.
Delirium. Yep.
And we're going to have all of our eyes, all 6 of them, on our map bands. Let's bring them up. Put it up immediately because we're going to get
to Chalet.
Chalet.
We almost went back to Clubhouse, and why is this very important? Why did Secret ban Clubhouse when they 7-1 BDS yesterday on that map?
Why?
I don't know. And this is the question that I'm asking. Why did they go there?
I was just thinking, I have no idea.
Why did they go there? Why did they choose to go to Chalet? Well, I kinda know.
Okay.
The reasoning for this is Secret has a 4-win streak on that map. Whereas for Wolves, this is completely the unknown. Since putting up that roster, Wolves has not played Chalet ever. Ever. Not in Malta, not in EML, never. And the reason for this is they were keeping it. And exactly like Gen.G just did this to G2, they played their permaban of Chalet against a strong team to try and upset them, to try and surprise them. It's exactly the same thing here. Secret, they're going there because they're on a 4-win streak. Wolves, they're going there because they think they can surprise Secret. It's a big gamble.
I like it. Just like Leo did, they're playing a bait and switch, and we're definitely getting pulled into it. Team Secret are here. Mowgli has been kind of revived throughout the past couple of days, but honestly, Joom, everybody in general has been putting up numbers again.
I mean, these Secret stats on your screen, they don't read well because of the start of Secret stage, but I will say, if you showed these stats from just the last 2 play days especially, they would look incredible, because Secret really have... They've gone through that grind period of something's not working, just keep grinding out, trust the process, we will get there, and they're looking phenomenal.
And let me be clear here, I don't know if we can pull our close-up camera for this little piece just for everybody watching out there, because you will see that Team Secret are 3 points away from qualifying to the EML regional finals, and that'll be happening in December. I know this is the group stage, whatever. There's a bigger story in this for the end of the year in December. Should they win today with all 3 points, that is all locked in.
And why is that important? Because actually they're outside of the playoffs picture right now for Munich. So it could go wrong, they could miss Munich, but the regional finals in December will give 1 spot for SI if you win it, and therefore that could be massive.
And on top of that, their opponents have something that they could pull off today.
Also, if they just take those 3 points, looking at this, they will make it to playoffs so far, at least in playoff spot, which is still something that is a good news. Looking at Wolves though, it's not the same battle, is it? The good thing is, if you looked at the group stage just before, Wolves is still in a position, if they win those 3 points, to also be within contention for playoffs. The thing is, it's not so much a playoff run, and most importantly, trying to avoid relegations. With VP dropping the ball today, they have, I guess, more pressure on themselves, because MACKO went and created another big gap from them.
Exactly.
So now they really need to perform, because WYLDE also took a point.
At least you can knock VP kind of out of that story, so it's not as bad as you think.
No, that's not true, because VP had 2 points ahead of them as well.
True.
So everything that could go wrong kind of went wrong for Wolves right now in terms of points, and the pressure is high on them.
Ooh.
Exactly.
Wolves. Jack, what is the redemption today, though, for this team? What has to happen?
Look, I mean, when Wolves have found success, in my mind, it has centered all the way around one player. And that player is their new pickup of Creed. He's been so good. When he's been on it, when he's been finding those kills, he has genuinely really sparked something in him. Like, he isn't quite an unassuming player. He's quite a quiet character. He's a little bit dainty. You know, you don't really hear a lot from him. But when he lights himself up inside the server, he is the one that's finding success from Wolves. This is the game yesterday. And the reason that Wolves got 1 point yesterday is the fact that Creed produced 3 individual rounds of brilliance. You've just seen a triple kill from him there, where he managed to get the guys on site. Here, he stops the plan and kills the guy dropping the hatch, and literally wins that round. And then when we get to the very final round here, he gets a 1 versus 2 for his team. Gets them a point, didn't get them over the line. But not just this, when they go back a week and we're on border going up against VP, Creed gets triple kills, he gets quad kills, we see him walking on glass, getting multi-kills. He was a big reason why they picked up 3 points when they played against VP as well. So, for me, if I'm Wolves and I'm a Wolves fan and supporter, I want them to revolve their strats around Creed as much as possible, because he is the key that is unlocking rounds for them right now.
Creed has become what Azure was supposed to be for Wolves, in my opinion. These 2 players were supposed to step up as the main fraggers of that roster. Azure so far has not really lived up to the expectations that I had on him. I thought he was the best player on ITB and maybe at some point on Fnatic. Creeds really has stepped up alongside him and is right now carrying the team, but they need more help. Creeds is not a one-man army. They need someone to step up a little bit if they want to go and make it to playoffs. Their stage 2 is already looking better than stage 1, but they need a little bit of a push, and that starts today against Secret.
Secret on the up and up, but today has been opposite day so far, so who knows how this match will go. Thanks so much, gents. This is the setup for our final matchup of the day, so we'll send it to our casters ready to go. Designates, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, Tim, it's another one of those where it feels on paper you know which way this game is going to go, but given recent forms for both teams, we don't quite know, do we? It's another Falcons and Fnatic in my eyes.
Yeah, it could be anybody's realistically. Well, I don't know if Secret have maybe just come out of whatever little tailspin they got themselves into, because obviously they had a really good win yesterday, 7-1 against BDS. Big win for them. Also then the 8-6 against Gen.G the week before. Yes, it went to overtime, but another good win. So you just feel like, I said it to, I can't remember who I said it to, but somebody was talking about Secret, and you know, they were down towards the bottom of the table. Will they be in the playoffs? And with the most conviction that I have said out of any of the teams, you know, I look at Virtus.pro and no, I don't think they will be in the playoffs. I looked at Secret at that point when they were towards the bottom, and I said, Secret will be in the playoffs. It won't matter. Like, they will absolutely turn it around, and they'll get the points that they need to be in the top 6. I still fully believe that 100%. I think Wolves are going to have their work cut out for them today. They've, again, a good team. They are growing forward. You know, we are seeing better performances out of them. I just feel like Secret might have unlocked what we've seen from them previously, and they're going to be very difficult to slow down.
Absolutely. Double shield ban coming out against Shock Horror Team Secret. As you know, that Savage absolutely loves running those shields, so expect to see a third one follow in round, well, after round 3 at the start of round 4. To get that third operator ban to come on through. May well see a good bit of Monty to kick things off, or maybe Secret just think this ain't quite the map for it and instead go in a completely different direction. Find out when we get into it. As you can see in the top left corner of your screen, we are in a very short tech pause, and then we will get ourselves moving.
Yeah, of course, we'll get on with this just as quickly as we can. But yeah, overall, I think, you know, looking at the side of Secret, I just want to bring up and have a look at the match from yesterday. Is it still going to be on my screen? Let's have a little look. I'm sure it will be if I scroll far enough. But yeah, I'm just going to bring up the Secret game from yesterday. But yeah, I think overall, I don't know what was going on with Team Secret at the beginning. At the beginning of the stage, you know, Mowgli seemed a little bit quiet and they were just struggling to put things together. But yesterday, it really did come together. I know the BDS have been a little bit up and down, but they had entry kills in every single round but one, the Team Secret. June was absolutely flying. Adrian was up there with him as well. And yeah, they just looked like a different beast yesterday. We had, you know, 3Ks from Adrian, 4K from June, 3K from Mowgli. A lot of big moments being spread around the team, and I think that was one of the strengths of Team Secret. You know, I look at them as a team, and if you ask me to pick a star player, it's kind of difficult because I feel like they've all got, you know, their skills and abilities that they bring at different times, and it really showed that yesterday against BDS, and it's something that I think Wolves need to certainly be aware of in the back of their minds, that they don't let, you know, it's difficult, isn't it? How do you stop a team of, I don't want to say a team of 5 individuals, but a team of 5 great players? You know, how do you focus on stopping, right, okay, focus on Mowgli, he's really dangerous. Oh, Adrian's popping off, right, okay, what do we do about that? Savage has just gone crazy. You know, it's so difficult to play against a team like that. It's what we've seen from Falcons over the years as well.
What I do find really impressive for Secret is, as much as their stage has been difficult so far, they still stand up there as one of our top planting teams. You know, something I think we're very used to seeing from them is they love attacking. They've always been one of those teams that have had a better attacking win rate than a defensive one. So it's quite apt, Tim, that they actually start on the attack here on Chalet. See how they fare up, and of course our Wolves can do on the defensive side before we switch things around, and then see how things close out later into the game. We're going to kick things off on this top floor. So I've Master and Office and all the standard stuff that you're used to seeing by now being set up on this site as well. Not only craziness film running around downstairs or being an absolute lunatic to get things off. So really for Secret, it's going to be a case of, again, making use of those shields while they have them for 3 rounds. Savage over on towards the Monty. On the other side, we haven't spoke about those bans yet. Seeing the flash banned away by Secret along with his army, no huge surprise.
Another important stat, whilst we're looking at the numbers for Team Secret in particular, is the trade. They are second overall in EML so far this stage. 20% of their deaths are traded out. There's only Falcons that betters that number. So again, you know, working really well as a team, supporting each other, and I think it's just the outcomes really. And in all honesty, I don't think it's something they need to worry about. I'm confident they'll still get themselves into the top 6, and I think, you know, just keep doing what you're doing and the results will come. I think we're starting to see that, but Wolves of course will be making it just as difficult as they possibly can for them. 50 seconds into the first round. Secret know that there is somebody locked deep into that bathtub, not wanting to move. They've got a shield in front of them, but it's shaping up for some solar-sided attention.
It's like shadow support for Savage, who's the only one inside the building. Birching not working on 4, but he's got Mogan on window off towards the far right-hand side. He's got a player behind him as well. So it looks like the Monty is very alone. I can guarantee you he is most certainly not alone. You've even got Doom down in the cellar looking to give some support upwards here as well. Need the drone there, mate, I guess, rather than the ADSs. We'll take the drone with the ADS and all the end of the world. A lot of fire coming in towards Noodle, and Mowgli's patience is finally rewarded. Been sat there for over 60 seconds and gets the entry here. Noodle falling by the wayside, no problem at all.
The important thing that they've been able to do is clear out that Denari trip connector as well, the one that was running the full width. We've seen this a couple of times tonight on Chalet, where teams are just covering that entire area and managing to block off every doorway. The important thing for the shields there is that it does factor into the shield break mechanic, so when they go through it, it will drop their shield. So got to be very careful with the shields going through those trip connectors. You can't just kind of think, oh, I'll just go through and tank the damage. It's fine, because it really opens you up to an attack from the defenders. But 4 versus 3, as Azza manages to find one, they're going to go in for the plant here. I don't see any way that Wolves will be able to get across to stop this. Secret have got themselves in great position. You came in there saying that they're one of the teams that love to plant. They proved you right in round 1. It was a great setup from them. Little that Wolves could do. Leader's taken a ton of damage there, not been able to deal much back, and it's all over as the final kill comes in and they take round 1. Good start from Team Secret.
Granted, Wolves didn't offer a whole lot of fight back there, but that was so clinical. You could almost call it robotic as an attack from Secret. Yeah, we had Savage by himself up in solar on the Monty first, and he had support from 3 different directions. Doom down below him, a player behind him on solar, Mogi was out looking in towards bathroom window, and just one by one, he applied enough pressure to force players to have to move. You know, nades were being tossed in as well. I think Doom was catching out Noodle inside a bathtub with nades coming out from below even, so that was quite crazy in itself. But then just one by one, you get players like Noah appearing on double window. I think they only really ever had 2 players actually inside the building at any given time. It was crazy, but they made it so simple to just meander their way in towards site, get the plant down, pull off it again, hold more angles from the windows. They made it look so stupidly simple. And again, as much as that's impressive from Secret, part of that I think is on Wolves just largely standing there and waiting to die. They gave Secret all the control they wanted in that round. So I really want to see Wolves, you know, bare those fangs a little bit, get a bit more aggressive, be willing to fight for that space on the map. You can't be afraid of the windows forever. At some point, you've got to push back. So we'll see how they're doing in round 2, but at least with how the things in round 1 went, it is looking like a Secret map already, just on pure playstyle that we saw.
Round 2 gets underway. The Wolves, I think, need to stand up to this Secret side sooner rather than later. Could be a bit of a problem if it continues rolling in this way. You just know at the minute they are feeling pretty confident, I think, with the way that yesterday has gone, and they let them get on top of them. It's going to be difficult to fight back. So Wolves, I think, a little bit of aggression might actually be the call of the day. Get yourself up in their faces. Don't let them take that control. Already, I'm kind of concerned that, you know, already walking on through. Not really too much of a challenge, which is fine. If you're holding that library side, it's not the end of the world. But I'd like to see them just not give them this for free. There's a lot of reinforcements in there. There's a lot of resource actually being put into Office to not really hold on to it.
Well, that's what I mean by that. Savage is definitely getting banned away after round 3. The Monty's gone. Like, it just has to be gone. You can't let it carry on. because again, they're bullied their way through. It's almost identical to the last attack, to be fair, with the window repels that they've got, a second man joining Savage. You know, last time it was Doom, this time it's Mowgli. Enough they can push forward, but now we come up to the sort of first point of resistance. And look, another kill from outside of the map. They're making this look so easy for themselves, Tim. And I'm a little bit worried at this point that we're just going to see Wolves just, again, largely stand there and just let Secret do whatever the hell they want.
Pushing on forward once again. This mirror window is going to be safe as Leader manages to pick up the kill onto Savage. That is a big pickup for Wolves. As I said, they can't allow Secret to keep doing what they want. Adrian will manage to find Leader. That gives them library stairs. Secret can continue to push on down here now. Challenge goes on in towards site. June finds Azza. 4 versus 2. 1 minute left to go. Awful long time for Tyrant and Noodle to try to survive here. A little bit of information coming out. Noodle can use it. Is he going to escape from library? That is the question. They're both up above at the moment, and Secret are trying to work on into site, but they might actually pay the price if they don't clear them from upstairs.
Well, Doom, he steps in, B's the hero, finds himself the third. Tyrant also on for a 3, so one of them has got to collect their 4th. The other has got to fall incredibly flat, unfortunately. Still quite a bit of time to play with here. I say 30 seconds like it's a lot of time. It's not, but in a 1 versus 1, it feels like forever. Doom with the vert, Tyrant with the sight, and no real idea where the other is right now. That's what they've got to be so mindful of. I think probably Tyrant's a little more informed as to what's going on, but here we go as Doom starts working his way down library stairs. Must know, sees the shots come out, and that's all he needs to know exactly where to look. Pre-fires through on towards him, but can't quite find him. Just waiting for the right swing. Tyrant goes low, both down to a bullet. Rounds off towards the side here. Doom has no idea where he's looking for this one. Goes in close, must know where he is. Can't quite find the shots, and no. There'll be Wolves holding on here in round 2. It looks so good for Secret for so long, but just couldn't quite get the job done.
We continue on then, as Wolves are going to be looking to get as many of these defenses under the belt as they can. We've seen quite a lot of success for attackers on Chalet so far, and we will expect to still see some joy for them as this one continues. In the third choice side, I'm interested to see where that's going to be. So far, we've had a top floor and mid floor. Is it going to be kitchen and dining, or is it going to be down to the basement? We didn't see too much of the basement in the G2 game, but we will see it here. We're going to go downstairs, and 1-1. Wolves not looking too bad on the defense. Secret a good first round. They were also pretty punishing in that second one, but Wolves stood up to it well, and 2 that were left alive, Tyrant and Noodle, fought their way back into it well.
That's exactly it, right? They showed a little bit of fight in that second round. The first one, they just sat there, rolled over, showed their bellies, and just died. There was really nothing more to it to say than that. At least in the second one, there was that scrap towards the end that brought us down to a 1v1. Bit of a heartbreaker if they'd have lost that one. At the very least, there is a round on the board. We'll get to see the third site here, Tim, as you say. Probably for this quarter, then we'll repeat those same 3 sites again. Classic rotation that we see most teams go through. This time, it will be without a Monty. And I'm not just speaking about the next quarter, I'm also speaking about this round as well. Savage over onto the Capital, dropping away from that shield, maybe feeling that now they've got a bit of a sense about what's going on. And here we go. That's the aggression that I wanted to see. We saw it a lot on Chalet on our previous map. Obviously, when we've seen G2 come up against Gen.G. Good to see some of that's being echoed through into this game, as well as Mowgli has been chewed up and spat out dead early on in this round.
Straight away, getting the pressure on through Office. How about it? No, horrible. That is not what you saw on your screen. Goes in and just manages to pepper him through the soft wall, but also puts the boogie drone in as well. That was, I think, initially just to get him in through the door, but just rearranges things and gets it going for the verticals above sight. And again, a big start. Noodle down, Mowgli down, 4 versus 4, halfway through the round. And it seems to keep happening in this one. A little bit of a kind of flurry of action, then we go back to the drones, it all settles down, and then it comes along again.
Wonder if a lot of the focus here is controlling this dining hatch, by the way. It's closed up at the moment, and of course they get it open with June. That's what his main focus is going to be here. Because of course we're attacking into the basement, and you might look at it and go, well, why are we opening up everything on the second floor? Well, surely you want to do that on the ground floor. Absolutely, but again, it's about controlling this hatch. You don't have control of that, and the Roamers manage to get back onto it and deny it from above. You are going to struggle to get a plant down. It's going to be an absolute headache. So I think maybe that's part of the focus. Maybe even now they're trying to control it. I think they've actually left that hatch closed up now. Unless the Capital managed to get it earlier on. Savage now working his way in towards this basement. You see Secret starting to get their ideas together. It's a big topside focus. Not bothering with the main breach. Not bothering with lobby. Everything is more looking towards wine cellar.
Drone goes in, Nitro goes out onto Trench, but they're going to be able to back away. Savage keeps himself safe. Just trying to find that electrical. Can't quite do it yet. You can see the electrification is still on the wall. Just very cautious. He doesn't want to overstep here, so in goes the smoke instead, just to offer an alternative route in. I think they're going to be punished though. Adrian and Noah do manage to find one apiece, and that's going to give an opportunity to put the diffuser down. Doom thinks about it, but Noah finds himself downed. Instead, goes for the kills, finds a double, and Secret get round 3.
Why plant when I can shoot? June probably thinks there at the end. And enough to close it out. And again, another round that felt very mechanical. And I don't say that in like a bad way, in a negative way. I'm saying it in a complimentary way. Like Secret just knew, right, do this, then do that, then do that. Here's all our checklists to work through. And we were in the round when we get towards the end of our list. And Wolves, again, for the most part, just sat there and were ready to get battered around. Yeah, they got the early kill onto Mowgli. But it speaks a lot to the capabilities of Secret. They managed to recover the round and win, even without having all 5 of the players they intended for that execute being online. Really good stuff. And the ban's coming out. No, it's not going to be the Monty. That stays available. So I imagine Savage will be straight back on that. Instead, it's the Ace being taken away and the Kaid away from the defenders.
Beautiful from Noah, just going in and spraying through a little bit of it, just because to show what a little bit of intel can do, what half an idea can do. You just go in and, you know, give it plenty, and you get your just dessert. So we're going back on the same rotation now, I would imagine. It's up to top floor, Master and Office. Last time we saw the Monty being brought along, that could still be the case. Rather than going completely in with the shield bans, they've decided to take the Ace away as their third ban here, Wolves. So it does still allow Monty as an option. Savage locks it in straight away. We did see a decent bit of success with it. As soon as they'd sorted out those trip connectors, Savage was able to be aggressive in towards Master. And I think that's probably going to be a little bit of the plan once again, given the lineup that they've got. It's fairly similar to what we saw last time. Mowgli on the book this time instead of the Lion, so maybe just working to kind of clear solo stairs. But saying that, everybody's stacking up towards main lobby, so we'll see how they shape up.
Absolutely. More, like you say, watching out where they push from. Like, I could imagine for Secret, you look at it and go, well, if we attack the exact same way, of course they'll have an answer to it. So we need to have another plan, another trick in the book here to deal with what they're going to throw at us. And so a lobby side play would make complete sense and probably is what we're going to start looking for here. We're already see that this wall is opened up and it gives a good angle for Wolves to be able to come and challenge through here. So it's quite dangerous in a sense, and to be able to step on towards Office balcony and feel like they control that, open the wall when they please, and then start looking at the site later. They've constantly got to worry about the threat of someone coming for a little bit of a run out. Doom finding Kreese to kick things off here bright and early from the basement. 8-0. He's going in this game so far. Tim Noah's going to find Tyrant as well. Already we're in a 5 versus... I can't even finish the sentence, guys. We're in a 5v2. It's another one of the rounds, just like we saw back in the very, very first one. Outright dominance by the side of Secret. Barely even looked at the site itself, Tim. But they've won every single gunfight. They've overwhelmed the side of Wolves, and this one could be flawless.
Looks like it's going to be. There you go. Our skill comes in. Noah manages to pick it up. And that is... overall, I think Secret looking far more comfortable in this matchup than Wolves at the moment. Looking really good over the last couple of rounds. Yep, Wolves had round 2 where they were able to lock it down, but it was fairly close. It took that 1v2 from Tyrant to close it out. So I think, yeah, overall, Secret certainly coming away on top. On the attack as well, you know, I've said we expect to see some success from the attackers on Chalet, but in all honesty, you know, I look at the way Secret are performing. Do I think it's because they're on attack? No, I don't. I think it's because they're hitting the shots. I think it's because their intel game is good. I think they're working together as a team, and we can see, you know, the response from Wolves coming as that tactical timeout as well. So, look, ultimately, I think it's probably going to continue on the defense as well, and Wolves are going to have to find a way to change some stuff.
That's exactly why it's at timeouts here, right? Because they have largely just been bullied around the map here, more like just standing there waiting to die rather than actively trying to play it. The only time you've seen that really was the early aggression on towards Mowgli in round 2. After that, it has been very cut and dry secret domination. Hopefully we see a little bit of a change here. Maybe those are the words Kendra offers to his team is, guys, you've got to get more up in the face in the early round here. We can't give them all this map control, all this pressure for free. We have to make them fight for it. Go about dying for the badge, die for the map, boys. That's what we're fighting over here. Keep the wine safe. Hopefully now we're getting back into things in just a second. See it bubble up into a bit of success for Wolves side, because we have had some real long, close games today. I kind of hate to see it all peter out in a very, very dominant one-sided affair to close things out.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Secret then, where they're going to be attacking this time, it's going to be onto that mid-floor. This was what bothered me last time about this mid-floor. I know they ended up winning it. Tyrant got the 1v1 locked off, but there's so much utility going into the Officer Master side, and they didn't even play anybody over there last time. So all that happened was Secret just walked through. They just literally walked through it all until they reached Library, which the setup is there in Library again, but you got reinforcements, you got bandit batteries, you got utility over on that Master and Office side, and if nobody's going to play over there, what is it going to really do to keep you safe? As it stands at the minute, Noodle is in there, he's in Office on the bandit, but he's the only one that's over there, and let's just keep an eye on that and see how quickly he's flushed out of there. If you know, he just leaves there as soon as he's challenged, or if they go in there and get the kill quite easily, then, you know, I think it's probably a little bit too much investment in that side of things.
Oh, possibly so. Well, here we go. So that's us lined up. As I mentioned, Doom is still yet to find himself going down early in this round. The ace not available. But we're trying to make that life that little bit easier with the Ash, he said, to try and get through onto that mirror window. Finally taken out here as well. Smashed rather than destroyed, but enough that it cannot be comfortably used by the defenders. So nothing else is now just a part of the furnishing, part of the wall itself. It means they can start their march on forward. Adrian as well looking to cause a bit of bother on the Nook. Of course, they've got no idea where he is because of that Valkyrie camera. For now, just keeping himself quietly tucked away. The Savage, as we've seen across all of these rounds, just slowly works his way forward. The death machine of the Monty, the Uwu onslaught. It continues. Uwu onslaught, man.
The Uwu onslaught.
Needs to spin on, that's what he needs to sort out now.
It's gonna stick, is that? The Uwu onslaught. Right, that's
going
to
to
be...
say it in a hype moment of a round.
This is the moment for Noodle. This is the moment now. He's going to be challenged by the Monty. The wall has been breached, and he's still alive inside of Office. Runs it. That's a beautiful kill, but he does get taken down. Manages to get the kill onto June, but he's wasted 1 minute 45. So if we keep focusing on that utility usage at the moment, on the face of it, looks like it could be worth it. So... question now is, can they secure any more? Surely he knows he's coming. Yes, he does. Adrian picks up the kill onto Azza. There was a cam on him as well. Mowgli manages to get the trade there. Tyrant taken down. 3 versus 2. Secret keeping themselves an advantage. It feels like they often don't know what's going on. Creed, fresh picked up on the big moments he has in rounds, and he finds another one with a double, and that probably wins another round for Wolves.
Well, steady on now. This is Noah we're talking about. Timmy can work some magic, but does he know about the player nice and close? I think he will. Fire comes out, but doesn't find the man. No. Still tucked in, goes round the corner, but Creed finds him at 3k to keep Wolves going. And as much as it looks like they are getting dominated in these rounds, Tim, they're finding the kills when it counts to get themselves at least 2 rounds on the board and give themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, it's not actually turning into the worst start for Wolves here. Secret have looked very good in the rounds that they've won, but yeah, Wolves are doing very well to keep themselves in the mix, and it's getting them at least something, getting them a foothold and something to build. This was beautiful, actually. Noah Noodle just stepping outside. He was unfortunate to get caught out by the Monty, really, but he's unfortunate for him, really. He only got, you know, the Ash, but look at this lining up for Creed's beautiful stuff. Manages to take down the shield as well. You know that the round's over at that point as soon as that happens. 3k in the round for Creed's, and you know, I'm sure Fresh will be able to double down on what he's already said about him. Super talented player, we know that. We've seen big moments from him, and he's starting to really deliver. It was a little bit of a quiet start, a little bit of a slow start maybe for Creed's on this Wolves roster, but certainly over the last few play days, he is delivering and continues to do so in this match.
5 seconds to go.
Sure, well, Doom's streak has been broken, no longer 8-0, now 8-1. Handling really dealt with there at the end of that last round. Let's see how things go in the end of the half. Whether or not Secret can make this to 4-2, that they probably feel that they deserve based on how the flow of the half has gone so far. Go onto the ground floor again, so kitchen dining going to be the site we step into, which likely means, Tim, top floor clearance first, verticals, and then we start thinking about an execute.
We're going to see a Frostmat taking effect already. No manages to find Tyrant, so it's not ideal that they've got the Monte down at 20 HP now, and also a little bit of, really going to be running around with Monty too much, but limited movement is not ideal for anybody. Mowgli manages to take down Creeds. That's a big kill for Secret. Doom off the board, leaves us now 4 versus 3, but so often Secret are the ones that are ahead in that man advantage. They're always able to keep themselves one step ahead.
Well, Savage is just inside the kitchen a second ago. He's sniffing around here, looking and thinking about a plant inside a site. But it's about the right thing, get away with it without being sprayed down from above. Of course, the shield on his back helps out with that. Going for it now as well with this plant going down, but I don't think they know exactly where it is that it's planted, Tim. He's took them all and tucked himself away in the very, very far corner. They were looking in completely the wrong place, and now the diffuser's down. It's a 4v2. Feels like Secret will be hard-pressed to lose this one.
I'll touch you up.
Yeah, I would expect so. We're going to see Leader picked up, gets him another gun on the board at least, but it's not going to take much for him to be taken down. Always difficult to challenge onto these solo windows, especially with limited utility. Just needs to be careful though. They don't want to give themselves away here. Secret taking a lungful of that gas and not able to challenge maybe just as freely as they would like. Noah managing to pick up Noodle. It's all up to Azza now. He manages to down Noah, but I think that's going to be all he gets. It's going to be a meaningless kill as the time goes past the 7 seconds. And that is that one closed out. Azza manages to pick up another at the very end there, but it doesn't matter to Secret, who go 4-2 on the attack and can move on to the defense of Chalet.
A little bit of KD padding there at the very end, I think, nothing else, but of course it doesn't change that score at the top of your screen. 4-2. Looking pretty good overall. I think, again, they'll be kicking themselves to speak about teams that would say afterwards, oh, we should have been 6-0 that half, we should have been 5-1 that half, whatever. They probably would say we did deserve to be there based on how those rounds went, but Wolves have managed to smash away 2 rounds, and that is what counts. First ban coming out for Secret is going to be the Ying, and the second one following through. Maybe in towards the Grim here. Yep, you spoke about it in our broadcast earlier on today, Tim. Those two going like 2 peas in a pod. A good pairing to ban away. On the other side, it's not a mirror being banned. It's going to be the castle that we saw a lot of in that first half, along with the Azami.
Yeah, Castle and Azami. We know how powerful the Azami is particularly. Castle, I think, can be hit or miss. We see a lot of Castle bans coming in. I think teams don't really want to play against it. Like, as you quite often refer to them as the architects, and you're going to be really changing the face of the site that you're looking to attack onto. But yeah, I just think, I don't know how much sort of value teams seem to work around it pretty well. They bring the Ash, they bring the utility to clear the castles out, and don't seem to have too much of a problem, but Wolves not wanting to go up against it here for Team Secret. And I spoke about this combo earlier, actually, the Ying and the Grim. It's one that we see paired together quite often. It's a real target on execution, essentially. It's a real target on that diffuser going down. And yeah, definitely something that we see often paired up like that, and it's really going to hinder Wolves, I think. It makes it, what do you start using then? Do you bring the Sens? Do you bring the Capitao? If you're wanting to create that space and you're wanting to create that opportunity to get into sight by using utility, that's kind of difficult with those 2 off the board.
I think for a lot of teams, I wouldn't say it's like lazy, feels like a harsh word to use, but dump that utility into towards the room and people can't see anything. They can't move anywhere without being tracked. It is just horrendous. You can understand why the pairing being taken away. I feel like you ban it against teams that you feel will lean on those two operators a lot for their executes, and you can really hinder their ability to execute effectively, especially if they aren't big shield players. And when I look at Wolves, I don't think of a massive shield team, to be honest with you.
You see the flashbangs going out up the hatch from Creeds. Azza's going to take a bunch of damage there as well. I think, honestly, as this one goes on, it feels like Secret feel more and more comfortable, but then Creeds comes along and gives them something to worry about. Takes down Mowgli. That's going to be the sentry gone, and more than likely a little bit of utility with him, or maybe even a lot of utility with him. But I think this is a good idea from Secret. They've made their challenges on the far side of the map. They're a minute and a half into the round nearly. Just get themselves back now and clear behind that utility. You've still got the mirror windows available. available, use them to your advantage, and force Wolves to come in and clear them.
Absolutely. Now it's keeping it all balanced out as well, so not the end of the world. Half the round gone. At some point, they have to pinch on towards these more defensive players, especially the ones still getting around the shield. Well, around the mirror window, sorry, up here on Mez. They're both just ready and waiting. Both mirror windows back to back. Well, not quite back to back, but side by side. One looking one way, one the other. Be a real nuisance to break through, and a real pinch point of the defenders often is around this mezzanine spot. At some point, they're going to have to break it, Tim. And right now, slowly starting to weasel their way forwards, work towards it. That Dockerby call comes on forward. That normally is the go sign for a lot of people, but Tyrant hits the deck. Still yet to find a kill in this game, so it'll be his seventh round without one. Unless he gets recovered, which he does. Maybe there's still hope that he can get it in this round. And he's still got 2 nades to use. Those are really crucial to watch out for. Toss those up on that Mez, force players to move into angles that you're holding, and it can be as simple as that. Secret did it an awful lot back in the first half. We need to actually get that utility out in the field, Tyrant. He can't stay in back pocket.
Spray through the wall. He's just going to hit the deck for the time being. Oh, nearly loses his life there, but Adrian manages to get the kill onto Azza regardless. Creeds is yet again that player that's coming in and just trying to push his team forward to build some energy. Leader joins him and manages to find Savage. The plant is going down. There's not much of another option for Creeds here. Is he going to get away with sticking it? It's 2v1. No, he won't. Doom drops down, manages to find that. And Secret, I would say, now find themselves a commanding lead and continue to push themselves towards the finish line.
Yeah, pretty cozy there. For Wolves, it wasn't awful, to be completely fair to them either as well. Like, did well with clearing away a lot of the setup from the side of Secret, managed to get themselves in a spot where Diffuser was going down, had sight control off the back of Creeds. But I think they just realized they didn't have enough cover to make it work the way that they needed to, and ultimately lose out that round to June. Impressive stuff from Secret, and I think like you were saying, Tim, it was a temporary dip, and now we're starting to see Secret getting back to the performance and figure their way through the things that clearly wasn't quite ticking the way that it should after their win at EWC. It kind of sparks a larger question about complacency, is it fair to say? When teams win events, then we see them dip in form quite drastically afterwards. SI,
yeah,
a great example of that.
I think it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. You know, we talk about it. So I think there's 2 elements to it. You know, I was speaking to somebody about it the other day, and I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's like not an official term, because there's no such thing as an official term for, you know, what we're talking about, really. But it was an interesting sort of choice of words that they used for it, and it was like kind of like winner's fatigue, or like, you know, medal fatigue, or something like that. Like somebody like Furia, for example, when they were on the W7M roster, and I don't think this is the case for Secret necessarily, but like you say, you know, you've gone through all that work to get to that point, to get that big win, and you've done it, you've achieved it. And I think it maybe gets to, you know, is there an element of, right, we just need to breathe for a minute, because, you know, it takes so much out of you to actually achieve those things, to hit those peaks. You know, that like you say, you do come away from it and maybe think, you know, is there a little bit of extra time off rather than the extra scrims, or is that, you know, all these sorts of things can play in. But I also think there's a big focus, and lastly, I'm certainly not saying that is, you know, the case for Secret here, or for anybody, but there's also that element of how much the teams focus on what you've been doing as well. Secret looks scary at points through stage 1 and EWC, so how much do teams come in and then start? That's what NRP have said in the past when they struggled after 2021, for example. You know, I did interviews with them at the time, and they definitely said, look, you know, teams look at us as being the best team in the world now, so they plan to play against us and our style, because that's what other people are going to adopt. So I think there's an element of that as well comes into it.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of eyes come onto you. People start to figure out the play style a bit further as well. You know, definitely a level of complacency for players, I guess, to a degree. As much as you say it won't happen, we'll still be back on it. We want to win SI, yada, yada, yada. You do want to take your foot off the gas a little bit. You've shown you the best in the world. Freebie for Savage as Creeds comes charging on through, and really is the only player that's been making a significant difference, I'd say, for Wolves in a couple of these rounds. Him being down as the entry, not good.
No, not good at all. We're going to have the challenge coming onto the shield there. Noah managing to take down Tyrant, and it just feels like Secret have found another gear at the minute, able to start pushing back every turn, but not pushing back there as Noodle manages to find a double. 3 versus 3. Wolves are doing a good job of keeping themselves in this round. It's just when it comes down to that final 30 seconds and they're not able to get it over the line. Surely you can see him. You can see the gun barrel. He just can't get the angle. He's going to try and force him to move with the nade. Shots will come through onto the feet. And there's nowhere that Adrian can go. Really well played from Noodle. That's 3 so far in the round.
Wow, I mean, as I was speaking about Creed, it's Noodle that starts going nuclear. He's at the bottom of the trophy here, and Noodle ain't losing that one. A 4K in the round to save it for his team. Sometimes, Tim, you need a hero, and in this case, Noodle was happy to be that guy in that round.
Yeah, he was, and I think Wolves, you know, they're winning rounds based on these kind of big individual moments, and they could just do with, you know, if they could get away from that a little bit and get everybody on the same page through the rounds, then yeah, I think there'd be more there for them. Let's not forget they're playing against a very good team Secret. You know, the last winners we've got of a big event, and they are being punished a lot of the time for just small things. Adrian just not wanting to leave that area then, even with the nade coming in. But yeah, looking through, you know, the list for Wolves, you know, they won round 2, Noodle 3K. They won round 5, Creed's 3K. They won round 8, Noodle 4K. You know, all of the rounds that they're winning are coming on the back of these big multi-kill moments. And I think that's, you know, whilst not a bad thing, enjoy it while it's there, it's not something you can rely on either.
Nope. You cannot. At least now Wolves keep on putting up this fight, but we're into that very critical round that we speak about. That round 9, 6-3 or 5-4. One feels impossible for Wolves to catch up. The other one makes things very, very interesting. So I'm going to start things out up on this top floor. Kitchen. It's a kitchen? Master and office.
It is going to be
kitchen. I've had dinner. I'm not even hungry, but kitchen's in my mind.
Just on your mind.
On the map. Yeah, I don't know why.
Just on your mind. Going to be straight up to the upside down rappel of office balcony and opening up those windows. Make it again tricky for any movement. Straight away, Punch Drone goes in. Going to take out one of those default cams. Switch its allegiance, of course. Move that across so that they can take advantage of it themselves. Grab Solar Cam as well. This is actually really good. I love that it wasn't quite quick enough. I love the default cams being taken away. I love the bulletproof cams being taken away. It's just one of the biggest ways of grabbing that utility and making it work for you. Can't quite find the shot onto the Banshee. Will do eventually. But yeah, it's like, it's not just the utility that works for you, it's the intel along with it. You know, as long as it survives, as long as the defenders don't spot it out, it's just such a powerful thing.
They're trying to find out if there are any wee-woos or alarms waiting nearby. That's a little bit less than ideal. At least then it gets caught out, so it won't roll on forward towards those stats by Imagine behind a shield here up towards Ivy side. Do we get the jammer hacked away, which means the drones can pass through perfectly fine here, no worries at all. Now greeted by another one that he's got to be mindful of, I think, out towards the drone hole to his right. It's got past it. Now knows there's a player that was inside a kitchen just here. Lion scan immediately to follow as well off Tyrant. No one yet going down, but at least on Wolves' side, they're making progress through the map here, getting to figure out things, weakening up that utility hold from Secret. At some point, they're going to have to go in there and start winning gunfights, Tim.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Demos just moving up those library stairs. There's the first gunfight they're going to win. Always got to be careful of that double window. It's a power position for a reason. Adrian manages to find Azza. 4 versus 4. It stands at the minute. A minute left on the clock, though. And as you quite rightly say, Wolves, there comes a point where you're going to have to go on in and start getting aggressive. They've not yet started moving towards a position where they can put a plant down. Tyrant does get Mowgli, and maybe this is the start of that aggression. Again, Secret have answers looking to move in. Surely he gets the kill here, sees his man. It's going to be Doom taken down though by Noodle. 2 versus 2. 30 seconds left to go, and Secret digging deep and fighting hard.
It's a couple of times we've had this slow creep forward from Wolves, and it explodes into absolute chaos in the final 45 seconds. It's here in a 2 versus 2. It's winnable. Creed still with the track on side that he can use here. Not making use of it. Keeping his gun up. Finds Noah for free. One more round in the corner. Adrian gets him first. It's a 1 versus 1. Where's he going to step? Just run away at this point. He's just going to lose the clock if he's not too careful. Keeps himself dug in. They've got absolutely no idea where he is. Wolves reinforced. Going to spray onto the wall itself. Sees the man. Leader with a great read on the situation. Wolves keep on fighting. 5-4 now to Secret.
Yeah, just not enough intel in sight for Secret there. You saw that hatch wide open, and there's a little bit of me thinking with 10 seconds, maybe drop the hatch here, Adrian. Get yourself out of dodge. He had the shotgun, so he could have worked from below, but without any intel in sight, he's got nothing to go off. He's got nowhere to, no way to know where that diffuser is going to be going down to take those shots from beneath, and so... fair enough. He sticks around and just tries to give himself an opportunity to take the fight, but Leader, he was on it. He knew exactly where he was and took a peek round the corner. It was reinforced. He goes back the opposite way, manages to find his man. So much so, with those 2 rounds in a row for Wolves, tactical timeout comes in from Secret. And importantly, I picked up on Wolves needing to win rounds where they didn't have those big multi-kill moments for one player. And that's exactly what's just happened.
Secret could feel this one starting to slip away, and as we've spoken about, like, we looked at this one on paper and it was like, Secret ramping their way into things. Yeah, Wolves are looking okay, but they won't beat Secret. Not this recovered Secret, no way. If Secret lose this game, they stay on 6 points. WYLDE are just ahead of them on 7, so it's not like it's an impossible jump up. But Fnatic are on 10, BDS are on 10, Gen.G have now jumped up to 13, G2 are on 13. Like, the gap is starting to form in a sense, and Secret, they've got to be very, very careful. Their last game of the stage is against WYLDE, for example. They've got VP on the penultimate day, and VP could well have recovered by then. They've got a whole week to figure things out, including a little bit of a warm-up on Monday. Secret could very well find themselves losing their last 2 games, and suddenly they don't quite have enough points to catch up with the rest of the pack. Imagine a world where they aren't even in playoffs. That would be crazy.
It would. I'm still backing what I said. I don't think it will be the case. I don't think we will see that come into fruition. I do personally think Secret will still make it, but they're certainly not going about it the easy way, and Wolves aren't making it easy for them either. Wolves standing up fantastically well in front of them for the time being over the last couple of rounds, not allowing Secret to get themselves on. You feel like when they get that 6th round, the pressure really mounts for Wolves then, and so the more they can get before that point, the better for them. It's going to be Baron Gaming that they have to attack onto this time. Already, that clutch drone is in there, stealing utility, taking away the bulletproof cam, taking away the Banshee. Brilliant work from Breeds on the Brava.
It's kind of like a bit of a shame really for Secret in this sense. Like, they've seen this Brava a few times now. They know that it's going to be coming in and trying to take away these crucial bits of utility that you've dropped down for a reason. Yeah, no one's hanging around to try and protect it. No one's aware that it was even coming in the first place. And yeah, they've lost quite a lot from that. Now got to be careful. Lobby suddenly starting to look a hell of a lot more exposed. And that maybe is exactly why you've now got Leader looking to work his way in from underneath where no one has any clue what he's doing. There's going to be very, very careful about the depth and the dangers that wait underneath.
Azza going to be sending the drones in through Ivy. As expected, it'll probably get taken out as soon as it goes through. I think that's what we've just heard. The gunfire comes in. Nitro in hand, ready to be deployed towards this window. But for the time being, I don't mind this from Wolves. They're kind of positioning themselves. They're circling around these defenders, trying to make it difficult, trying to get them moving. As they do that, Tyrant picks up a nice kill onto Doom. So well played from Wolves. Again, massaging that defense nicely and just forcing them into difficult positions.
Love Tyrant, as I mentioned earlier on, he had no kills in the first 7 rounds. It was calamitous. 2 kills in the prior, 1 in this one. Finally starting to awaken his way into the game. That's when you start to feel a little bit nervous for Secret now as to whether or not they can hold on when everybody's starting to wake up on the side of Wolves. They've had their little power nap. And they're good and ready to go and about to potentially draw things even here. Maybe even send us for another overtime for the night. Make it a nice long one. Wouldn't be a Destination show day without one, I feel. Right idea from Azza, though, as there is a player starting to round onto it. Doesn't quite anticipate. In fact, yes, he does. Oh, I tell you what, Mogi there was just so unlucky that he shot the drone first, gave himself away, and gave a free kill over to Azza.
Yeah, it just feels like nothing's going Secret's way at the minute. The tide is turning, and Wolves are taking full advantage of that. 5 versus 3. And it looks like they are likely to level things up here. We're going to see the wall opened up next to the mirror window as well. It's time for them to start moving, but they won't. They're locked into their positions. Noah and Adrian taken down at the end, and Wolves close it out with a flawless round.
Don't forget, that was straight off the back of attack timeout from Secret. Like, that's the time when things are meant to go better for you, but they've just gone from bad to worse, Tim. They're getting absolutely battered by Wolves, who, you know, we said at the start, have started to warm into things a little bit more. The 8-6 loss to MACKO, the win over VP. They've shown that they've still got some fight in them after a pretty, you know, torrid start to the stage overall, I'd say. Losing to Fnatic, narrowly beating Gen.G, and from there it all went downhill. But they can beat Secret. It just, again, remains a crazy war when we're talking about Virtus Pro and maybe Secret not making it to playoffs. That is a crazy timeline and outcome to think about. In a way, I welcome it. You know me, Tim. I like it when things are a bit chaotic and not... Yeah, if we'd walked into this stage and it was like, okay, it's Falcons, it's G2, BDS, it's Secret, it's VP. Oh, I'm ready to fall asleep already. Now you're telling me we might have Gen.G and Fnatic and WYLDE in our top 6? Oh, I'm here for that one.
That's it, you start waking up.
That'll be bonkers.
Well, you know I'm the same. I just love it when there's no predicting what's going on. I love it when we're wrong about predictions. Obviously, you know, we come in and we've got a preconceived idea like everybody watching does. You know, you can look at matchups, you can think about teams and how it's going to end. And I love a surprise. I love to be proven wrong about stuff. And yeah, you know, another result that looks like it could be going that way. And the problem for Secret at the minute is, I said it seemed like they were building a little bit of momentum. They had a 7-1 win yesterday against BDS. Like, it's gone really well for them. But I look at it now and I think, I'm not sure how they're doing under pressure. You know, to say they've gone and won a big grand final against G2 and they've lived with the pressure and they've done really well with it. It now seems like every time that a team really goes at them, really sort of comes back at them in a game, they start to struggle with it. So, you know, that's maybe something that they need to be taking a look at. This time the Clutch Drone is going to be taken down, maybe not getting quite as much success out of it as in the last couple of rounds there. Creeds has done fantastically well with it and showing us the real value, you know, I say often underutilized, but certainly not in this game. We've seen a lot of consistent Brava play and a lot of success with it.
As I'm just hoping to go fishing here, but it's Creed who strikes big up into double digits. He now steps the first player on his team to break that barrier. Should be enough to push his team ahead for the first time as well, get them up to 6-5. What a comeback that'll be, because for Secret, when they were up 3-1, I was just like, oh, this looks so done. Like, Wolves look beaten. They look like they're ready to just like roll over here and let Secret do whatever they want. But no, absolutely not the case. Keeping themselves going. Mowgli really yet to get himself firing too. He's had a couple of good games throughout the stage, but none that you'd say have been overly consistent, at least not to the standards that we know he's able and more than capable to deliver.
Takes a couple of shots there. Tyrant doesn't quite find his man. Going to be hidden in behind that shield. 1 minute left to go. Adrian manages to get a kill. Secret desperately just need to get around on the board and stop this Wolves momentum from continuing to build. That's going to help them as Adrian manages to find leader as well. But again, caught out. How many times have we seen Secret just completely caught out without any knowledge of, you know, the player's location that they're going to be shot from? Creech just waiting on bathroom window and picks up an easy one. When you're running through bathroom, everybody surely thinks, is there anybody on the window?
It's also the second round in a row where Mowgli has just walked blindly into the waiting arms of someone playing around that spot. It was Piano last time. Now it's bathroom window. Again, just kills you can't be affording to give away. I tell you what, June's getting himself locked in here, though, into a bit of a 1v2, almost a 1v3. Only he finds the 1 kill, then Azza is there for the shutdown after. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Him and Creed to close this out. Adrian with a great shot onto a 3k in the round and keeping Secret ticking and alive here. Azza with it all to do, only 10 seconds on the clock. This one feels like it's pretty lost him.
Yeah, he manages to grab the diffuser. He's going to put it down to try and extend the clock, but he is being pushed by Adrian at the minute. But it's actually the problem coming from above. Noah using that Arune punch to open up a hole in the floor, find that final kill, and that is Secret getting themselves onto the match point opportunity. But they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit. They had a chance to be there at like 6-3, 6-4 even. But they haven't done it. It's now 6-5, and they get just 1 chance to close this out, and they've been struggling on the defense.
It'll feel so bad for Wolves at this point if Secret can get this next round over the line and win 7-5. But in a way, I feel like Wolves deserve something from it because they've played so well in this half on the attack. Like, Secret have just looked like they don't know where their tail is. They haven't got a clue what's going on. Chasing themselves around, largely walking into blind corners, losing their life in silly ways for it too. There's only really been 1 or 2 of them that have made something happen in the half overall. So Let's see if they can hold on and get it done. It is going to be where everything started out up here on the top floor. If Wolves can drag us into overtime or if things close up here and now.
Yep. Let's see how the next 3 minutes goes. We've had a good bit of overtime, a good bit of extras so far today. We're going to be getting one little bit more to finish things off at the end of the night. Rumai is going to be setting up the shield, the magnets. They're going to be going onto Ivy, so it's going to be, I wouldn't say an extended hold, but it's certainly going to be a more pressured hold coming out of Secret here, wanting to prevent Wolves taking too much control. If you're playing out into Ivy like that, you've got that shield on the corner, you've got the magnets protecting you, you can peek out around piano double. It just really prevents them playing kind of out of library, out of mezzanine, up blue stairs. You've got to be careful of that whole area. And so we'll see how Wolves deal with that.
Reloading. One side for now, just reminding themselves that they are indeed floating around off this balcony and around this front door. Almost in the same way that Secret did. It's all about playing those external angles to begin with, trying to force players to move, applying pressure, hoping that someone makes a silly little misstep and steps into a line, just like almost did there for a second. As almost taking the head clean off Doom, I'm pretty sure that was sniffing around for a second, hoping to get Stunner. Lead now off towards the right, opening the breach up fully at the same time as the Dockerby call comes on through. Pressure starting to build up here as we pass that first 60-second mark. Not on the doorway to challenge though. But here comes Tyrant from the backside at the same time. The pinch starting to come in. Will Secret feel the squeeze? There's one. Got this for a second, but no, he's already stepped away. Trying to find him again. There we go. Tyrant really has awoken towards the back end of this game. A 3 in the round, making a 4. Why not get all 5, son? Let's complete it all. He's the closest one, ready for the 1. But no, Adrian gets him shut down. Noodles there for the trade. Tim, we're going to overtime again.
I'm not sure what's just happened there. That...
Bro, activated.
That is a pure and brilliant waddle from Tyrant, isn't it? Just gonna wander on into sight. They have absolutely no idea that he is stood there. How many times do you see that at this level of Siege, that somebody's able to just walk in and just one-tap somebody in the back of the head because they have just not a single... First kill. Not a single clue. This next one's beautiful, by the way. Absolutely smashes him on the repeat there. Beautiful stuff. But yeah, and again, like, Jude just seems to... He's not really got any idea where he's coming from. He's kind of looking towards piano door, and it's the easiest kill that Tyrant's going to have all night, is stepping around that corner and just picking up the man in office. Really good stuff from Tyrant. Sometimes you've just got to spot that gap and go for it. He does exactly that. Brilliant stuff from him. And it levels things out, and we get a few extra.
You feel like a bit of an imposter stood in the middle of 3 enemies, just like,
you really do.
I'm not meant to be here, but I am here. Therefore, I'm going to keep on going. Beautiful stuff, and Secret definitely leaving a gap in the defense there and paying the price for it. Painful thing for them, Tim, is they start on the defense. We've seen an absolute landslide domination by attackers in this map so far. 4-2 halves. Having the other side really to have to fight and battle through clutches and big moments from individual players to keep themselves going. So I know which team I'm favoring now. And that would feel calamitous for Secret if they lose this outright and only walk away with 1 point.
Drone is... I'll be picking up a little... They need to clear this out. Like, you've literally got a drone in office. They think they're going to be playing in there, given the utility, the reinforcements that have gone in there. So they just need to be, you know, maybe a little bit more aware of the surroundings here. Secret as well, picking up those drones and denying the intel. There's not many of them left on the board.
Reloading.
There's 4 as I count them across the player cards at the bottom. Yeah, definitely something maybe Secret needs to be aware of. We're going to have an entry coming in through the basement as well. Our collective breaths are held at the minute, whilst we wait to see which way this entry kill is going to go, because in the last 4 rounds it's been all Wolves and Secret been on the back foot every single round.
I will say again, we've got Creeds running around in the Brava. It has largely gone ignored for the most part by Secret. Not much to snag away in this round, to be fair. There's no bulletproofs, for example, but here he is raining in again, just saying, okay, cool, what is there for me to snap up and gobble down this time? It might just be a default cam or 2. As he's showing us now, there is very little utility to take away. There's maybe some jammers, there's a laser gate he can snatch away if he really wants to, but that really is about all he's got available to him.
Not the right kind of drone. having a look at the mirror window, but you'd need the Twitch one, not the Bravo one, to be able to do anything about that, which I'm sure Creeds knows, but we're just giving out the intel about the information of the location of the player and the fact that they were still in position. How about this once again? Leader has just been able to wander in and they've no idea. There's again and he gets out. It's a heist and he's got away with it.
Again and again. How many times can they let this happen? But Tim, is that crucial to the measure that you mentioned? The entry kill goes the way of Wolves. The attackers dominating it throughout this game. They've got to find a way to break open Mez here. There's a couple of players stuck around it and of course one underneath at the same time. They've got to force them back. The double mirror window setup that we've seen a couple of times now. They've got the ability to do some work with the smoke, for example, to at least give them coverage against the one that's facing off towards that double window. But someone somewhere needs to make something happen to get some pressure onto these two players.
Continues working upstairs. Noodle takes a little bit of damage from that barbed wire, but not too much. Again, it's just too easy. It's just too easy. They're just wandering in positions where they can find themselves kill after kill. Adrian taken down this time, and now Wolves can just continue playing the trade game. Find themselves in effectively a 2 versus 2 as Azra is down. The plant is likely going to be completed, I think, at this point. Nobody's in a position to stop it, and now Secret need to fight back and can't. Noodle picks up nowhere as he goes for the drop, and it's all up to Doom. He's in a 1 versus 2 as Azra is still down, manages to hit the man, but takes some damage along the way, far more than he dishes out, actually. As he moves around, yep, he's going to finish off the downed Azra, but not going to get him any closer to this clutch. Noodle with the final kill, and that's going to be Wolves taking the lead now. Secret, they might just lose out here, and when we start looking towards those playoff spots, I came in confidently saying I think Secret make it, but it might not be quite so clear-cut after this result if they don't get the 2 points.
This is the problem in a way now because, as we said, the points matter an awful lot, but the challenge maybe, I think, for Wolves is that we're switching sides. We spoke about this already a couple of times. It has been attacker leaning to the hilt. It's required magical moments from individuals on either side to get defensive rounds on the board. It's going to take someone on the wall side to walk away with that. Tyro's been heating up as the game has gone through. Creed has been brilliant throughout. Noodles definitely had some big standout moments as well. Will Secret feel slightly broken here based on how things have gone across those last 7 or so rounds? Maybe. To them, it's just that reminder that, again, things are really not going their way this stage.
No, they're really not. And the curse of the event winners seems to continue for the time being, at least. Have to keep a close eye on it following the Munich major as well, of course. That's what this is all about. It's all about getting qualified
10 seconds remaining
to that event in November. And
5 seconds left before insertion.
Winners have a similarly difficult time following
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
the continued play in towards the Invitational, with their regional finals first, of course. Noodle, once again, is going to be positioned inside of Office. We saw this, I spoke about it previously. He did manage to get a kill in an interesting run out onto Office balcony last time around. But he's got a similar kind of investment going on there. They've got the reinforcements, they've got the bandit batteries, they've got everything going on in there to keep him in position. Secret, you've faced this already. Do you have a plan to clear him out a little bit quicker than you did last time?
You'd hope so, right? You would hope so. See how things start to transpire as Shock Horror, we're getting ourselves focused on the externals. Again, the one thing that we saw Secret doing very, very well was having 1 or 2 players in the building, everyone else playing on windows or long external angles, and just poking at people as they tried to move through the map. Walls were like dropping like flies as they tried to make anything happen for the most part, and sure enough, Mowgli's got rid of Tyrant. The savior of a couple of rounds is off the board. Same scoreline between Mowgli and Tyrant, actually both 8 and 12. Not the strongest suits, but a couple of rounds where they have made the difference. Now it's a 5v4.
It's been a game absolutely littered with 3Ks and above, really, if we look through it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 10 throughout. 10 3Ks and above that we've had. Wow. It's serious. Yeah, there's been a lot of them. We've had 3 clutches as well, if we include the 1v1s. But yeah, 10 rounds where we've had multi-kills, or 10 multi-kills that sometimes have come, you know, 1 for Secret and 1 for Wolves in the same round. But overall, yeah, all of these rounds have been so much down to kind of individual performance in any given situation. So let's see who can come out with the big moment now then. Ooh, they are aware of the piece. He's the man. That's going to give his position away. Noodle is going to be looking to try and put himself in with an opportunity. He's got a minute left on the clock, so it's not actually the end of the world for him to take a fight here. Secret know that and dip away and take the opportunity to maybe push in towards site, knowing that they're light-handed. Savage manages to get the kill onto Creeds, 5 versus 3, and this looks like we could be seeing every last drop of this matchup.
Classic one where the defenders just cannot seem to hold on. That's so unfortunate. A headshot there gets them moving, but Leader hightailing it, caught out by Adrian down below. Secret back to that fighting form that we saw earlier in the game, which, Tim, naturally turns your question towards this final round when Secret are on the defense. Will they be able to hold on? Because I'm not sure they will. Wow, okay.
I mean, what a message to send going into that final round, I guess. You've at least gone flawless. You've had a big round. They were well on top of that one. You know, Wolves really did struggle to keep them at bay. Secret winning gunfights all over the map. But we see ourselves now at 7-7 and having one deciding round. These two have played it out for an hour on Chalet. And it is all going to come down to the next 3 minutes between them. Interestingly, that last round as well, given that it was flawless, of course, the entry went in the direction of Secret, but that was their first in the last 6 rounds that they were able to get that opening kill. It was something that they did consistently well at the beginning when they were racking those rounds up and getting themselves up to that 5-3 that they found themselves in. 5-2 at a point, actually. It was based on strong entries and going in there, getting the advantage, and then that's a big part of what Wolves have been able to turn around, and finally getting themselves that good start with Morplay, picking up Tyrant has helped get them over the line. They're now on the defense, which is Wolves won most of their rounds on the attack. It's not ideal for Secret, but a big start again. You feel like could push them towards the line, but honestly, Wolves are going to be loving this. They are right in it, and they have every chance of winning this. They've been playing some great Siege over the last few rounds.
5 seconds to go.
Really? You feel like they just need to keep doing the same thing?
It's just that heartbreaking thing that you were going over it, that they lost the first time they attacked here. They've won the next 2. It feels crazy for Secret to come back to this site thinking that something is going to change after you've lost the last 2 times that you've tried to defend it. Ain't quite sure about that one, Chief, but it's where they're putting all the chips. It's where they're hoping to get a different outcome. See if the madness pays off and who walks away with those 2 points. For now, Wolves no doubt going to focus on the upstairs, get library cleared out, because there is a player playing in that back corner and they need to be removed, Tim. Human.
Gonna be stuck in this back corner. We've seen this position over and over and over again. He's just waiting for the opportunity to send that nitro out. There's gonna be good clearance of the mirror window from a Tyrant on the Ash. That's just going to make the position on Mezzanine a little bit more difficult. But all they need to do, really, is keep anybody from being able to jump in and take the swing onto Doom in the corner there. That's what the position on Mez is all about. We speak about this triangle all the time and how each corner supports the other. So it's all about keeping Doom in position. That is nice play from the Maverick. Just giving that line of sight on into a little back storage area outside of sight. And again, we've seen tonight how many players will try to play themselves inside of there, keep themselves locked in. Not going to be available now. So Wolves doing some good work on the attack, but it feels like maybe just being a little bit tentative here, not taking those gunfights, not actually getting themselves in and established.
It's kind of how they've been for a lot of the game, mind, right? Is they start out kind of slow, and then later in the round, it's that explosion of kills that fly their way. It's not like a slow and steady pick off one at a time as we go through. First phone call coming out from Noodle as well, again, just to kind of squeeze these defenders back that little bit more. Let the attackers know where's safe, where's not, where they can start pushing in, what gunfights they can start to challenge for. Now getting themselves in towards this top floor and marching on forward quite confidently. Still need to break through Mez, mind you. We're into those last 60 seconds, so it's time to get a wiggle on Wolves.
Yep, another mirror window that needs to be dealt with, but I think just signalling there that there's a laser gate that needs to be burnt out before they can do so. The teamwork will be there to get that done, but 45 seconds left to go, and they get up against the ward, and the flashes just aren't going to matter. Azza manages to get Noah. That's big. Tyrant walks down. Savage seems to have absolutely no idea. 4 versus 3. 30 seconds left to go. There's June picks up Azza, though. They still haven't cleared this corner of library. They've still got the verticals. This is absolutely anybody's.
Well, looks to be so far. Wolves is down to the 3v2, but the time waits for no one. Tyrant steps out, hits the 3rd in the round. becomes the hero they need, and Zoom has got 14 kills this game, finds one more for himself. Has got to hold on against 2 in the last 10 seconds. The clock gonna help him, and he gets the double spray. What a way to close the game out. Zoom securing 2 points for his team in what looked to be a surefire Wolves victory.
It was like one of those moments where you see an accident about to happen, but there's nothing that you can do to stop it, Des. As he came in through the window and one dropped the hatch, you were looking, thinking, these are going to line up perfectly for Zoom, and he stepped out, and Wolves, they're going to feel hard done to. They took them to the end, but Secret just able to get themselves over the line.
It will put both teams on the same points at 8 here, knocking WYLDE out of playoffs for now, but it just means that our race gets tighter and tighter with every game that goes by. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk are going to break down this playday for you. See you soon.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montaigne? Get it? Montaigne? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats, so I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montaigne shield, so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying side of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montaigne shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
A double kill to end it all, lining up for Team Secret, who just scrape over the line to defeat Wolves 8-7 and grab 2 points. Our interview is ready with Adrian, who joins us. Adrian.
Hello.
Holy hell, that was stressful to watch. How are you doing?
I'm also feeling a little bit stressed. That was a lot closer than anticipated, especially with that last round from June. Like the collat, was it even a collat or just 2 separate shots? It was amazing.
I mean, walk me through what happened here. First of all, why Chalet in this case? We're expecting it, planning for it. What's the plan?
We knew it'd be one of the preferred choices. We also liked the map. It was kind of one of those maps we knew it'd go to, like from prep, knowing our strengths, their strengths, what they wouldn't go to, and what we'd want to go to. It sort of landed to that, but apart from that, I have no clue. I just get told on the day, basically what the plan is, what the prep on the map.
And you still don't know what happens, that June is going to clutch a 3v1 at the end of the round, on the 15th round to win it all. Gentlemen, all yours.
I mean, I did not expect to see you, Adrian. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that Wolves at that one. I'm gonna be honest. That was a 3v1. I need to understand what happened because I guess off the pre-game, I was saying to the guy, yeah, that clutch absolutely insane. I don't know why the two guys jump in here.
They did a 3-2-1 countdown for that, but
yeah, but that makes no sense. The guy's cold stuck. You don't do that.
Guys, he's stuck. Let's drop the hatch and jump in the window at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know why, but just looking at you guys' performance so far, at the beginning of the stage, obviously things were wrong and the scrims were not going well. I'm wondering now, because I felt like you guys are progressing, are the scrims looking better as well?
They are looking better. I think we ourselves are also feeling better. We're playing the game more together. I think we kind of missed that after taking the break of EWC. I think it kind of hit us a little bit, and now we're slowly building back up to what we were before, and I think it shows.
I think you're like, what, 1 point away from
qualifying
to EML finals, and like you're back in playoffs contention now, I think. So Super Week will be super interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Adrian, my question is a little bit less Siege related. Can you explain the hairstyle choice and why we're going for budget M&M?
So the hairstyle choice. Let's take it back to EWC. I was on a call with actually Creeds.Wolves after our quarterfinals game. And he said, if you reach the finals, dye your hair like Noah. I said, if I win the finals, I'll dye my hair. And then I didn't want to copy Noah's color, so I chose like a pastel pink. So yeah, this is how we got to it.
Does it show pastel?
It did show a little bit pink on the...
Honestly, you can
as it first got dyed, yeah.
You can rock it.
You pull it off.
Yeah. Was it worth it?
Thank you.
Was it worth it to win the EWC just to dye your hair?
Yes, it was worth it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
I'm not dyeing it again. I'm not dyeing it again. Like, I can't, like, when I'm washing my hair, it just feels like it's stuck together. Like, I can't, like, put my hand through it.
Are you using the purple shampoo, Adrian? Is that why?
Yes, I've got, like, some droplets that I need to add to the conditioner, and that just kind of, like, keeps the color a little bit.
Just affecting the whole routine. What,
yeah,
so you're telling me, if you win the Munich Major, you're not dyeing your hair again?
Yeah, what's going to happen if you win Munich?
Yeah, come on.
You guys need to help me persuade June to dye his hair. That's what we need to do.
Oh, okay, all right. I like the... I would have...
This will be a secret between us, but we'll get on it.
I would have said the same thing about Twister, but...
Twister needs to do his beard. Twister needs to do his beard.
Twister with a blonde beard.
Oh, honestly.
I think
that's another thing.
Yeah.
He'd go like full wise man, full on white, you know, like a creamy color. That would be so good.
We'd go from Team Secret to Power Rangers.
That would be crazy.
Oh yeah, I can see Juman red. That would look great. Now look, Adrian, there's obviously been the pressure of the start of the stage. There's finally a bit of alleviation. The pressure valve is kind of let off over the past few play days. Next week though is, I guess, pressure back on again with 3 play days back to back to back. You're almost set for the EML regional finals, but you're at 6th place now. You're on the cusp of potentially holding on to playoffs for this stage. What's the game plan? How's your prep going to be like for next week?
Take each game as it comes. Currently, first step, just playoffs, making sure we get to it. And then once we're out playoffs, making sure we do well in that to qualify to Munich. And then once we're there, we just keep going.
Very clean. Very clean, understandable. Would you like to promote anything before we say goodbye?
The Legion skin, you guys kind of hated on it for no reason.
Just me.
For some reason.
He takes the rest of the
bad. Sorry.
I think it could have been better.
We did not help him out there. We just did throw him
It was the one that they actually disagreed with me on.
Just it is him.
The rest is fine. I think they agreed with me on everything else, but this one, fair enough. But I'll leave you the space to promote it. It's okay. I'll hold my hands up.
Come on, guys. Play the Legion skin. It's a great combo. The green, the pink, little snake in there as well. I think it's a big W for us.
Very good. I like the bisexual colors that you added to the skin. I think overall it really fits well with the phosphoric green that has been set up with it. Anyways, thank you very much, Adrian, for joining us this evening. Another victory for Team Secret. We'll let you go. Get ready for next week. Till then, take care. Good night.
Thank you. See you later, guys.
Bye-bye. Why are you laughing, Jack?
I wanted to call him like Budget Slim Shady, Eminem from Team, like all this, but yeah. It's just nice. It's a nice interview with Adrian. Actually, he's sometimes a little bit reserved, but he came out tonight. I was happy.
I'm liking that more and more players are really opening up, not just in game where their performance keeps stepping up, but also in their interviews. Leo.
What a game it was. Honestly, I will say this.
That wall bomb,
Can I steal your line? This was an accidental banger.
It actually was.
Accidental banger?
Wolves stepped up to the occasion. Wolves come in a permaban and they put in a fight, Jack.
It was a Tuesday performance from Wolves, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It was a Tuesday performance. On a Tuesday. They're like fish and chips. They get battered on a Monday, and then on Tuesday they're resurrected, and here they come. It's a Tuesday performance. They get themselves another point. Yes, they did lose the game because they trolled a 3 versus 1, and we should have been speaking to Kendrew, but it was actually a really, really good performance from them. Tyrant went absolutely huge inside of this round in particular, and then it carried on as well. He ended up actually getting quite a lot of kills in the very, very final round. I suppose my little bit of a concern is we talked about Wolves in the pre-game about it being around Creeds and his individual big moments. There was more individual big moments for Wolves again today. They did increase their performance, but it was still a lot of individual moments that carried them to that.
3 different players got at least a triple kill, if not more, on that side, and it was almost the same for Team Secret, carried by huge individual momentum from Adrian, from Zoom again.
Yeah, I would agree.
Great to see the backbone of this team still alive, still there, still carrying Secret.
And Chalet was the perfect map, but actually, if you're going to have 2 teams that are just going to have big individual moments, big individual plays, you want it to be on Chalet because it lends itself to that.
Well, let's just say the studios has seen tears poured over Joom's performance in the past. And off of today, it is looking incredible. I would love to see it and love to see that focus from Joom to save the day. You could tell on Savage's face at the end of the reaction, he just couldn't believe what happened.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Secret, it's so important, right? The context of this is that Secret are putting in good performances, but they were starting from behind because of the start of the stage. They needed as many points as they could get. So 1v3 from June literally got them an extra point up that rankings.
Very good. I guess they're getting them snacks tomorrow, right? You send your teammate a pizza just because of that?
Probably.
There you go. Very good.
I actually did once send Adrian a pizza.
Well, there you go. You're going to be sending pizzas to WYLDE, MACKO, Falcons, Gen.G, and Team Secret today, Jack. You're spending all that money on pizza.
I will say this, if they had to buy a pizza every time Joom saves them, then that guy would be fat.
Domino's
That's why they want EWC, to pay for Joom's pizzas.
I'm telling you, looking at Joom right now...
Holy crap, we played a lot of rounds today, by the way.
It was a really long day. I think you can hear it here on the day.
Ace and Destiny, exactly.
I will say some of the biggest things. Falcons, Fnatic, for me, was an amazing game. Fnatic stepping up to the occasion. Same story for Wolves Secret for me. 2 teams that were struggling, that were all the way at the bottom of the standing last stage, and I played against some of the best teams, and once again showed that we have strong contenders. Even the lower tier teams are not performing to the occasion.
Didn't listen to any of that because I was counting the amount of rounds. 66 rounds we played today, by the way, out of a possible 75. If that doesn't tell you that our league is the most competitive league in the world, then I don't know what will. Is that what you said? Is that really what you said? But this is so competitive. Apart from VP.
Look, we leave that by the wayside. Not everybody can be at the top, right? Somebody has to be. There's always winners and losers in this. And if anything, the real winners, as quoting Ace of Pirate, are us, the viewers. Because look at now, Gen.G are on 2nd place after upsetting G2 today. That's huge.
That's mad. It's actually mad. Even at the start of the play day, you would have said, right, and we did say at the start of the play day, it's Falcons and G2. They're our clear top 2. And probably we still believe that. But Falcons losing in point today, G2 losing in regulation. we are now in much more of a race for that top 2 than we thought we was going to be heading into Super Week.
The Falcon Killers are wild. They're on 8th place. Look at that separation. Only 1 point between them, Wolves, and Team Secret. And even then, 1 win ties them up with Fnatic just before Super Week.
Super Week is gonna go crazy. Every single day we're gonna see massive changes. The pressure is gonna get crazy. The last play day will, I think, be extremely important.
And
It's gonna come down
there's
to
so
that.
much on the line. There is so much on the line. With finals, with relegations, with playoffs.
Munich major.
Yeah.
And look at the
Playoffs.
kickoff. Every single game. What's going on?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm losing it.
It's the delirium
I'm
of
losing it.
Gentlemen, even Monday, every single match, much like today, much like yesterday, has massive implications.
Wolves WYLDE is a really important one, especially for that relegation.
Yeah.
The relegation story, again, 2 teams that are facing direct threats right now. And are...
We've got the top 2 playing each other. Falcons against Gen.G. Sorry.
Yeah.
Keep talking about Wolves and WYLDE.
No, but trying to basically cement their position in top 2. Gen.G, no one expected it as well. Fnatic, if they can keep up the same momentum, take out VP that needs to react. Without a reaction, VP is gonna fall under that relegation's target.
And BDS, who lost today, even though they were third on your power rankings because they're your best friends.
Yeah.
Against G2, who also lost today and will be looking to reclaim a spot in the top 2.
WYLDE can also push up. Reminder,
Secret MACKO, both teams on the up and up. Oh.
Guys, it's next week.
Can we just skip to then?
It's really sad, actually, because we've got to watch a Super Week of NA. We've got to send ourselves to sleep watching some of that North American stuff.
We're never gonna
and
see
then we
the
get
same
excited again on Monday for some more EU.
I don't know. I'm just focused on. I'm gonna probably focus more on watching SAL than NAL. But
you have the best game of NAL is next week,
the coffin baby versus the coffin
of
baby.
September. Guys, tune in. You're gonna see cruelty against LFO. One team will, for the first time, win 1 round. It will be crazy.
It is Coughing Baby versus Coughing Baby as the tweet.
On a very serious note, a little bit of cross-region promo here. NA is going to be super good in their Super Week. Big team at risk, SSG. We've been used to seeing them every single event. We've been used to seeing these 2 teams and 2 orgs. Both of them are at serious risk of missing playoffs. And they'll miss, if they miss playoffs, they're going to miss Munich as well.
Yep.
So that's massive.
Envy stepped up, Shopify Rebellion, and really out of nowhere, OXG Oxygen have really jumped up the standings to be number 1.
XD is running that team.
It really is.
And Dark Zero dropped the ball. He's next to Space Station right now. Both of them are in direct threat for not making playoffs. Huge movements here in NA.
All we're saying is you have a few weeks of some of the most incredible seeds you're going to see until we hit Munich. So there's a lot of fun to go through. Gentlemen, thank you very much for yet again an incredible day. Thank you to our casters, Ace and Dez, for giving us 3 overtimes today. Who would have thought? And thank you to all of you watching us at home. We love you so very much. Have a good night. Remember, next week is our Super Week. NAL continues this week. Remember to watch it. We'll see you then. We love you. Bye-bye.